Brad Barnes. So the Jamaica Scorpions have strengthened their fast bowling squad to a point. Leeward Island Hurricanes, Raheem Cornwall captain, Hayden Walsh Jr. vice captain, Kadeem Henry, Michael Louis, test player, Kareem Gore, Joel Andrew, Jamal Hamilton, Jeremiah Louis, Colin Archibald, O'Shane Thomas comes in, and Casey Carty. So there's no room for Shelton Forbes, who made his debut in the first game. No room for Daniel Durham, who picked up 29 wickets in last season. Cameron Pennyfeather, who was very impressive. There's still no room for him. And Joshua Grant, the lone soldier from Montserrat, he is in the 15. Terry, good morning. Your thoughts? Realize that we don't... O'Shane Thomas comes in. A little surprise for me, but your thoughts, we'll talk about that during the day.
Yes, certainly. Good morning, Vernon, and good morning to all our viewers and listeners. A delightful day here in North Sound, Antigua. Good toss to win, I feel. A bit of rain around last night, so take advantage of any moisture in the pitch. But yes, I thought Sheldon Forbes and Cameron Pennyfeather were unlucky. They played well on debut last week against the West Indies Academy, but of course they've gone for the experienced pair of Michael Louis and Casey Carty. O'Shane Thomas, as you say, Vernon, very interesting selection. Obviously, they felt that the Leeward Islands felt that pace was needed, so they brought him back in. But it'd be interesting to see how he goes. Of course, fitness has always been an issue with Thomas. But obviously, they feel he's fit and ready to go as Jeremiah Louis looks to start proceedings here.
So he starts from the circuit, Leambrose end, goes away to bowl to the Jamaica captain, who leaves alone the first delivery. And Leeward Islands Hurricanes starting with 3 slips of gully, cover, mid-on, mid-off, square leg. The lone man down in the shade, O'Shane Thomas. In terms of the O'Shane Thomas selection, O'Shane has just come back from a Bangladesh T20 tournament. And to be realistic, I don't know if O'Shane is match fit ready for red ball cricket. And I hear you when you're talking about out-and-out pace. But if we check O'Shane Thomas's first-class record, he's only played some 11 first-class games with 21 wickets. So he's more or less a white ball cricketer. But we'll come back with that discussion. Louis? No need for Campbell to even look to follow that one. He's not interested.
Yeah, rather wide ball there by Louis, just getting into his strides. But yeah, exactly, Vernon. When it comes to Thomas, he's a white ball specialist. The cricket he's played for West Indies so far has all been in the white ball formats. And as you say, he just come back from Bangladesh. But we'll see how his fitness holds up.
Squeezed away into the offside. And just for a moment, the Leewards thought that they were in the conversation. Michael Louis coming around there at cover. But he can't stop the single, and Campbell quietly is off the mark. In talking, even on an O'Shane Thomas level, we recognize that last year, when we were getting ready for the T20 World Cup, there was a toss-up as to whether O'Shane Thomas or Shamar Joseph was going to be selected. And since then, we have not even seen O'Shane Thomas around any other West Indies team. So people like Matthew Ford and company have gone ahead of O'Shane Thomas.
Yeah, most definitely. We haven't seen him around West Indies set up for quite a while now, a couple of seasons at least. He had that great spell in the one-day series against England a couple of seasons ago, and since then we haven't really seen him. So it'll be interesting, but... this is 4-day cricket. This is red ball cricket, so it's relatively new to Thomas.
Brown is backing across and just playing this right up to Casey Carty.
But obviously, Leeward Islands feel, as I say, with the absence of Captain Alzari Joseph, they're looking for that extra pace to complement Jeremiah Louis and Colin Archibald, and feel that he's ready to go. So I'm quite sure we'll see him with the new ball come the next over.
Carlos Brown, who scored 315 runs last season, high score of 80, just comes quietly forward to delivery from Jeremiah Louis. I might have a different perspective, Terry, on my view in terms of the pitches that we're producing. I don't know of any fast track in the Caribbean. And so most of the wickets are going to be dominated by spin. And so I always tend to look for a balanced team. And I would like to see a Cornwall, Durham, and Walsh. But that's another discussion as we go on during the day. Brown is almost just caught on the crease there. And so the first over bowl cost us 1 run, the lone single to the Jamaica Scorpions captain John Campbell. 1 without loss, and umpire just having a quiet word with Louis and saying to him, be careful, don't get into my area.
Yeah, and a good finish to the over there by Louis, almost getting through Brown's defences. But, interesting discussion, Vernon. I think Durham would feel that he's unlucky coming off last season's West Indies 4-day championship, where, as you say, he took about 29 wickets or so, and played very well. So working in tandem with Cornwall and Walsh Jr. You see, they wrapped up the West Indies Academy last week. Of course, that was at Coolidge, but even so, the pitchers tend to bring the spinners into play. The other interesting selection for me is Kadeem Henry keeping his place, which is fantastic for the youngster and so. But Shelton Forbes really impressed, and I would have thought that he would have gotten the nod over Henry. But it will be O'Shane Thomas from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Over the wicket, ball to Campbell, starts with a delivery down the onside. And Jamal Hamilton skips across. We say good morning to the folks in Anguilla, in Statia, French and Dutch, St. Martin, Montserrat, our neighbors, St. Kitts and Nevis. And we move quietly around into the Windward Islands, Dominica, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, into the OECS. We say good morning to the entire OECS. And we go to Jamaica, land of champions, Usain Bolt country. Oh, squared him up completely, landed in the right area. But John Campbell will tell you that that was maybe just around about the 5th stump line, so there was no need for him to play at that one.
Yeah, much better delivery though by Thomas, and that's the key to Thomas. We can look at his run-up. He's always had issues with his run-up. It still seems to be, a stuttered run-up, not fluid like you'd expect from a big fast bowler. But it's consistency in line and length that is the key for his success. If he can get it in the right areas, more consistent than not, then he will be a handful.
You can't teach pace. Short delivery, spanked away, pass backward point. The fielder got a hand to it. It won't go into the boundary because this is a massive outfield here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. If they won't, they're going to come back for 3. And Kareem Agor got a hand to it. But he would have to say he saved 1 run.
Yeah, good shot there by Campbell. He was all over that cut shot. Short and wide there by Thomas. Gets him going. He goes up to 4. The score 4 without loss.
So all 4 to John Campbell. I was talking about most of the fast bowlers in the Caribbean. I really think that in the franchises, we need to get specialist track and field coaches to come in and work with our fast bowlers. Fast bowling is about rhythm, is about stride and being consistent. And as you were talking about O'Shane Thomas, still thinking about it. He starts now. There's like a stutter. Yeah, no ball delivered by O'Shane Thomas.
He starts off well, and then when he gets to about halfway through his run-up, you can see that he just starts to stutter a bit, just as he's approaching the umpire. But that has handed him all his career so far.
How you walk is how you run, Terry. I keep telling you that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And your stride pattern has to be consistent. Hamilton trying to G up O'Shane Thomas. Big effort ball, but the bounce so far this morning has been very low to Jamal Hamilton. I'll tell you something, Terry. If I was Raheem Cornwall and I won the toss this morning, I'll be batting on this.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, it looks a good surface. As I said earlier, we had a bit of rain overnight, but you'd expect something in the first half hour or so, but you really need to make a pay, and that means getting the ball on line and length more often than not.
Thomas,
not like
another
that.
wide delivery. Got to make the batsman play. Got a new ball in your hand.
But yeah, I know we're only into the second over, but Cornwall and company will be quite aware that they don't get a couple of breakthroughs early to get Jamaica Scorpions on the back foot. It could be a very long day because the pitch does look a good one.
Point stable at the end of first round. Ghana Happy Eagles are leading with 23.2 points. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 22.6. Jamaica Scorpions were batting first here 22.4. Another delivery here by Thomas completes the second over. And at the end of it, Jamaica Scorpions batting first after being inserted by Raheem Cornwall. They're four without loss. And you're listening to coverage via 360. It's the West Indies Championship 2025, and alongside my colleague, Terry Laraja.
Yeah, but pretty average over there, you must say, by O'Shane Thomas. He's looking to get into some sort of rhythm, making the batsman play, especially early on day one, is key. Jeremiah Louis will continue the attack. And talking about the points table and the other teams, I noticed Vernon, Trinidad and Tobago have a new coach, right? Imrit taking over from David Furlong.
That was always on the card. We'll wait for a while. Good delivery by Louis. Just going across Campbell. It was a very good lever of the ball.
And a nice bit of movement there by Louis towards the 3 slips that he has in place.
Going through the points table, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 22.4. And we have Barbados Pride 5.4. They lost in 3 days. Winwood Island Volcanoes 4.6. West Indies Academy 3. And the combined campuses and colleges 0.4. Louis to Campbell. Ball dying going to Hamilton. It's not a good sign there, especially when you decide that you're going to bowl first. Hamilton maybe might have to take a step up.
Yeah, certainly dined quickly on him, that delivery. But you're saying that Furlong is not a surprise, but I thought he would have seen out the contract. I believe the contract finished at the end of the West Indies 4-day championship. But nevertheless, he decided after the first round. Oh, advancing there is Campbell. Cracks it through the cover region. It's rolling out towards the rope. Just hold in. And they take 3 or 2.
2 runs.
2 runs.
In the process.
So he moves on to 6. Carlos Brown is still yet to score. 7 without loss. We're in over number 3 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. After Leeward Islands Hurricanes won the toss and decided to insert the opposition, Jamaica Scorpions. Jeremiah Louis just coming around the wicket now to the left-handed Johnny Campbell. So
it's round 2 of the West Indies Championship 2025. Campbell, Jamaica captain, all 6. Louis now going around the wicket. Decided nothing much at all. We've seen attractive this morning, Terry, from this track.
No, not from a bowling perspective, that's for sure.
Wide delivery. Campbell
went after
just a fantasy flash, more or less. Was there for the action. And in the old time days of people like Ed Lewis and Enoch Lewis and Luther Kelly, you'll be breaking down backward point when you get those sort of deliveries. It's a shot that seems that a lot of West Indian batsmen, even Kohli himself, does not want to play, which is the cut shot.
True.
The late Gordon Greenidge and company and Richie Richardson, they will be breaking down
all
backward point. Different culture. No ball by Louis now. Score in the meantime goes up to 7 with that no ball. So in fact, we've had 2 no balls this morning. So the score really should be 8. 1 from Thomas and now 1 from Louis. So 8 without loss.
Yes, and the no balls are still plaguing Leeward Islands bowlers.
In fact, all of the franchises.
Franchises in general, yeah.
We had one game particular last week. There were so many no balls. It questions me as to what's happening in the preparation, because if you're bowling no balls in practice and you come in the game, nothing is going to change.
Boy.
There, good line, good area there from Louis. Good comeback delivery. Inviting Campbell. His head lost his shape there. Head went up into the air, but the good thing about it is that he didn't get a nick onto it. The flags fluttering here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Host country Antigua and Barbuda. The Leeward Islands flag. Jamaica Scorpions. And the West Indies, Cricket West Indies as we would call it. Louis around the wicket to Campbell. And Campbell coming quietly forward. End of over number 3, and at the end of it, Jamaica batting first. They're 8 without loss. The captain, John Campbell, is on 6, and Carlos Brown is on North, as we say good morning once again to the folks in Guyana, in Barbados, in Trinidad and Tobago, in Jamaica, in the United Kingdom, in the United States. Wherever you're listening to us via the social media platforms, West Indies YouTube channel, if you're just tuned in, it's the West Indies Championship 4-day competition. And we're bringing it to you live, compliments of our 360 team. We've done a real excellent job here. The best coverage that you could think about. Follow us. We also welcome your comments and criticism, because that will make us better. Thomas from the Dr. Sir Andy Roberts end. Outswinger is continuing its merry journey.
He's got 4 slips waiting. If you can just get it in the right areas, Thomas. He's bowling to Carlos Brown. He's faced the 8 deliveries so far this morning. Still yet to get off the mark. Campbell looking to up the ante, if you like. Anything in his half. He's definitely going after. A relatively quiet start so far by the Jamaica Scorpions. It's Thomas again into Brown.
Another leave. If you're interested in trying to follow through as to where you could listen and get the content of the West Indies Championship, broadcast is Rush Sports across the Caribbean. The stream is on the West Indies YouTube channel. And you can tune into the various radio stations around the region. In Barbados, CBC Barbados 94.7. Exciting times ahead here. Got to attack the stumps, O'Shane Thomas.
That was better. Closer, and Brown definitely played at that one. Didn't find the edge though. Umpire just letting Thomas know where he landed that front foot.
Looking for the golden delivery. And they're asking him if he has it. But we'll find out if he does. Two songs there. Feel for a leg before, but I think we could have heard that from Down St. John's.
Yeah, even Thomas was late to appeal, and I think it was travelling leg anyway. Well, at least he's getting closer, attacking those stumps, making Brown play.
Carlos Brown from Jamaica. Only playing in his 10th first-class game. Ken tucking him up there to get off. 25 years of age, so he's one for the future. He's played some 70 list day games for Jamaica as well. A high score of 121. Scored 3 half centuries last season.
Yeah, 9 matches in the first class arena, 378 runs at 22, the highest score at 80.
This season so far, first game he scored 12 and 30. So he'll be looking to cement himself a spot in this Jamaica team. Another wide delivery. It's been a one-day game, but it's been considered a wide. O'Shane Thomas finally bowls a maiden, the first of the day.
Yeah, and that should give him a lot of confidence. Few of them were ill-directed, if you like, but he definitely troubled Brown with a couple of deliveries as he gets into stride. I hope for his sake and the Leeward Islands' sake that he can get it right. I'd like to see him not just used as a spare, if you like, but as a permanent fixture in this Leeward Islands 11. Jeremiah Louis will continue from this the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
Slashed
Right,
over cover for 4.
shot.
It had width, and anything in that range for John Campbell, he's going to hit it, and he smacked it, only for Louis to retrieve.
Yeah, that's the way Campbell plays. Anything in his half, he likes to go after it. It was a cracking shot through the covers. Pretty nothing ball there by Jeremiah Louis. Just floated it up there, half volley, way outside the off stump. Got the treatment.
So first boundary for Jamaica for the morning. Louis bongs away. Round the wicket to Campbell. Campbell plays inside the line. No need for him to even look at that one. Jamaica captain.
Yeah, it's interesting that Louis, he started off over the wicket to the left-handed Campbell. He switched last over to come around the wicket. I'd still like to see him try and take the ball across Campbell.
Campbell by nature is an aggressive opening batsman. No ball called by the umpire. The third of the morning, the second by Louis. So Louis having some problems here.
Yeah, most definitely. He hasn't hit his strap, so to speak, so far this morning. Second no ball for him. I just feel he's not comfortable bowling round the wicket. He can't get the line right. He can't get it tight enough into Campbell. Again driven, but straight to a cover fieldsman in
Jeremiah Louis.
Macar Louis.
Looking at John Campbell's first-class record, this is his 95th, 92nd first-class game.
Yep.
4,976 runs before this. High score of 156, 6 centuries. Don't forget also that he had a small break. Played some 20 test matches for the West Indies. Always remember Campbell for that. Anything offline, you know, he models another shot that you never knew about. Campbell started playing for the West Indies at the under-19 level way back in 2010.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he can break back into the West Indies team. I thought he was well on his way to forming a decent partnership.
Thinking about a single there from Louis delivery, but Mikhail Louis dashing in from cover. Pretty tall man to be at cover. Terry?
Definitely.
He's a good athlete, Mikhail Louis. First player from St. Kitts to play Test cricket. First player from St. Martin. Casey Carty just receives the ball to have also played Test cricket as well. So the Leewards today, on field, will have at least about 4 Test players, including Rakeem Cornwall, the captain, and Jamal Hamilton. Quite a number of players would have also played List A cricket or got into the West Indies A team, Louis being one of them. Back and across is Campbell defending a nice livery. So, not a tentatively great over from Jeremiah Louis, still trying to find his straps. And the big question is this the right end for Louis to be bowling from, Terry?
Yeah, and also just coming around the wicket there, he doesn't seem comfortable to me. He can't get it in close enough to Campbell, and anything full, Campbell has been all over it. But interesting selections too. I know we were talking about competition for places and everything, but Cameron Pennyfeather bowled extremely well last week, and put in a good all-round performance. And of course they've selected O'Shane Thomas for this particular match. But if available, and I presume he is again now, Justin Graves must have been close to selection.
At a personal matter why he's not playing in this game.
Okay, right.
Good delivery there from O'Shane Thomas. Good Yorker. Well played in the end. Brown has to be careful that he doesn't fall over.
Yeah, that one was bang on target by Thomas. Brown still yet to get off the mark. He's faced some 14 deliveries.
With the next game for the Leewards being in St. Kitts, I think that Justin Graves would be available. Will kind of cause another headache for the selection panel. So whoever is in this team will have to make way.
Another wayward delivery there and it's called wide this time. That's how wide it was.
Almost like a round arm there from O'Shane.
Jamal Hamilton almost taking that in front of third slip there where young Jewel Andrew was fielding. But Thomas should be telling himself, if that's the case with Justin Graves, should be telling himself that he's the number one bowler, he's the number one pacer. Aim in mind to pick up as many wickets as he can so he can force himself into a permanent selection in this Leeward Islands setup.
Lovely shot by Brown. Got on top of it and punched it into the cover area. Second boundary for Jamaica. Beautiful shot. Good balance. And he kept his shape. Didn't try to overhit it. Just used the pace for O'Shane Thomas. And he's off the mark with a lovely boundary.
A beautiful shot there by Brown. Great way to get off the mark. Took him a while, but it was well worth waiting for. Just waited on the delivery. It was short and wide by Thomas once again. He got on top of the bounce and just caressed it through the covers, using the pace of Thomas, who's in again to Brown. And again, too full. Cracked through covers once again. Didn't get the timing on this one. Chased down by Kadeem Henry, and they come back for a comfortable 2. So all of a sudden, Brown is up and away. Moves on to 6 in the score, 20 without loss. We see a change in the field. Take Carl Louis out of slip. So it's 3 slips now, backward point. Mikhail Louis moved into a short extra cover.
It must be a headache for Cornwall as well, too. You know, he got a new ball. You know, he inserted Jamaica. You want to get early wickets.
Again, squeezed past the diving Louis.
I think right where Louis is where he should have been.
Yeah. He was a bit
just a
square.
little bit too square in the first instance.
Brown gets away with that one, picks up another 2. Yeah, and that comes back to the toss too. I mean, interesting selection, O'Shane Thomas. But then if you're you've selected him in the team, and then you know, a pretty decent track. Well, it looks a decent track here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. You need somebody opening the ball in your big gun, your big fast bowler, to be spot on from the get-go. That's driven nicely by Brown, but can't beat mid-off. You know, and with Thomas's track record, it's a risk, especially if you're going to insert the opposition. You want everything to be going spot on for Thomas. So far this morning, he's looked pretty unthreatening to both these openers in Campbell and Brown.
This is only his 3rd over, not for 13. He comes bounding away from the Dr. Sir and the Roberts end to Brown, who's growing in confidence, and he squeezes that beautifully, square the wicket for 4. Half volley, put away nicely. And Brown is growing in confidence. Just look at it. Left foot just came out, he posed for the camera on this fast outfield here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Massive outfield. I think, I'll have to say, Terry.
It's the biggest in the region.
Outside of the biggest, I think it might be just close to about maybe 90 meters, 92 meters. I've got to ask a question the next time I go around, but it's massive.
Yeah, huge playing area here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. But well played by Brown that last over. He had a couple of overs, had a look at Thomas. Thomas is either short and wide or far too full. He was all over that half volley. Put it beautifully through the backward point region. So he moves on to 12. Johnny Campbell is on 10. And Jamaica Scorpions, 26 without loss.
So we got a change of bowling. The left armer, Colin Archibald from the Brownhill area in Nevis, wearing the big number 1. He comes into the conversation, replacing Jeremiah Louis. Archibald. He too will be under the microscope.
Bad
Leg
first
before, but I
delivery.
think he's hit outside the line of the off stump. Archibald only picked up 12 wickets last season from 7 matches. Bowled some 140 overs, 32 maidens, 478 runs with 12 wickets. Best bowling figures of 3 for 28. So by his standard, really needs to start creating the magic. He's batting well, for sure. He's got a first-class 100.
Yeah, and he made a wonderful 50 last week in the second innings, coming in as night watchman.
This is bowling that I'm very much concerned about. Has to come up with a fifer for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, 22 first-class matches so far, 48 wickets at 32.7. Best bowling of 4 for 27. So yet to take a 5-wicket haul. At 2 wickets away from 50 first-class wickets.
You want to get more than 2 wickets here. You want to get 5 wickets. Somebody has to lead. Could imagine seeing Cornwall and Walsh maybe licking their fingers. They maybe can't wait to get into the attack. Short and wide. And lucky to get away with that delivery there. Massive stop there from Mikhail Louis at cover. And Campbell is now rehearsing to say that I should have just got my left foot a little closer to the ball and hit it more square past Kadeem Henry.
Yeah, be disappointed with that, Campbell. He should have put that one away. The left arm of Archibald. Hasn't started off too badly here. 1 into 3 slips.
Leeward's bowlers have just not bowled straight enough today, Terry.
No, they haven't attacked the stumps enough or made the batsmen play, and when they have, they've either been too full or too wide. So not the ideal start, especially after inserting the opposition on what looks to be runs pitch. Perfect conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. If you're in the area, come down and watch some top flight first class cricket as Archibald in again to Campbell, and again too wide, and Campbell just plays inside the line through to Hamilton, no run. So good start for the Jamaica Scorpions. 26 without loss. Campbell is on 10. Carlos Brown is on 12. That's after Rakim Cornwall won the toss and put them in this morning. Archibald runs away from us, and there's Sir Curtly Ambrose end into Campbell, and now a no ball for Archibald. It's a plague. It's contagious, Vernon.
Yeah. And there are a number of factors to that as well, Terry. One, it could be your loss of your rhythm, where you're jumping from before you get to the crease. That to me was the major challenge, I thought, for Paul Palmer in his game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I'm saying that, the franchises have to get a track and field coach in, especially to work with the seamers to sort out their stride pattern.
Again, far too wide by Archibald to complete the over. So at the end of the over, we've had 7 overs here on the first morning of the West Indies 4-day championship match between home side Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions. Jamaica Scorpions, after being put into bat at 27 without loss. Carlos Brown is on 12 and Captain John Campbell is on 10. Well, they would, if they wanted to go down that track, any one of these franchises would have no trouble finding an athlete to take up the job. We got Bucker Bailey here in Antigua and Barbuda. And, of course, Jamaica have got plenty, have had plenty over the years that could help the Pacers with their run-ups. As Thomas in again to Brown, and it's hit firmly, but straight to mid-off, no run.
I think it is important, Terry, because it helps so that the biomechanics, the fast bowler can understand the biomechanics and the chemistry, because fast bowling is hard work. It's the hardest job in cricket, and so you got to be running. I also would like to see our fast bowlers doing a lot more long distance running, putting miles on their legs. Thank you very much, Mali. Boy, we needed this.
Sunbathe early in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
Thomas in again, and that one kept a little low. Beats Brown through to Hamilton. But having said all that, though, Vernon, you're a professional cricketer or a professional sportsman. You've reached the first class level. You're in the team, year in, year out. They take enough responsibility of themselves. I mean, it's okay saying, the bowling coach. But at the end of the day, as you say, putting the miles in, being match ready, being fit enough, but then working on the run-up. As pure for LBW, but it looks to be travelling down the leg. Not out, says the umpire. But that continuous stride pattern, that consistency in your run-up. I mean, you should have all that in play. Sure, you're going to have the odd spell or even the odd day that, things just don't feel right or conditions don't suit or whatever. But in general, that consistency should be there, shouldn't it?
Well, Terry, our modern day sportsmen, it depends on which sports that you're involved in. Sometimes it comes down to discipline. It's how much you want this. And I don't know if sometimes the cricketers really want it. I think they see the glory, but they don't understand the sacrifices that have to be made. Well, cricketers today are getting paid to play cricket as compared to cricketers maybe 30 years ago, 30, 40 years ago, who would have, as we would say, I know of cricketers who would have just been barely playing first-class cricket and just maybe getting under $100 for a game.
Yeah.
Right? So the cricket has evolved, but while the cricket has evolved, you would say that the quality and the discipline sometimes is not there in all facets of the game.
Correct.
There's no reason where you should be waiting on any franchise or any coach to get you fit. You're getting paid.
Exactly.
You're getting paid to play cricket. You're a professional cricketer in a professional setup. It all comes down to you and how you manage your body. What you put in is what goes into your body. So you have to determine that this is my life.
Yep.
This is what is feeding my family. I've got to get up every morning. I've got to get a trainer. As big as you see Chris Gayle is, who is not playing for the West Indies team.
But he was still fit.
He's got a support staff around him.
Right. He still put in the hard work. And if you have a look, we just break for Thomas. And that one's...
That's why I have no excuse, Terry, when you're telling me that players are failing fitness tests at franchise level.
Yes.
I'm saying if you're failing tests at fitness at the franchise level, you should not be playing.
Exactly. Even worse when they failed it at West Indies level. But at the end of the day, though, Vernon, I would look, now that he's got the opportunity, I would love to see O'Shane Thomas, grab a bag full of wickets. But at the end of the day, though, I'm still surprised that he's in the Leeward Islands setup, let alone selected in a final 11, simply because what we've said about O'Shane Thomas over the last 3 or 4 seasons is still evident today. He's always had problem with his rhythm, with his run-up. He's always had problem with his fitness. And you don't see anything changing. And if you're told that, and, that is going to make you better and that is going to make you more competitive and everything, then surely, as you say, if you want it enough, you'd go away, you'd work on those 2 aspects to begin with.
8 overs bowled, start of the 9th over, Archibald to Campbell. Just turned away down to Thomas. Thomas is coming off of the fine leg boundary. Just find that field out in the deep backward square leg boundary is a wasted man. I don't think Colin has the pace to trouble a John Campbell for that ball to go all the way out there to Kareem Agor. But the Leeward's captain, Rakeem Cornwall, would know better. Score in the meantime goes to 28. John Campbell goes to 11. Carlos Brown, the right-hander, he comes into strike now. He's on 12. And Archibald starting his 3rd over.
But as you say, though, Vernon, that at the end of the day, it's how much the individual wants it. Who knows? O'Shane Thomas may be, working as hard as he can, and that's the best. Archibald just strays down leg, turned behind square by Carlos Brown for a leg by the look of it.
Good call, Terry. Leg by. Kadeem Henry darting around from square leg.
If he thinks to himself, well, I can pick up a couple of franchise contracts in T20 cricket in, every 12 months, that's good enough. Who knows what they're thinking? But just looking at the end product, coming into a first-class game, 4-day cricket, red ball cricket, which is not his forte or hasn't been his forte, has he put in enough work?
29 without loss. Campbell on 11. Comes back on a cross and defends straight delivery from Archibald. The Leeward Islands attackers not look threatening this morning at all, Terry.
Not at all. They've barely beaten the bat. The pitch Looks a good one for batting. And both Campbell and Brown setting their stall out to bat as long as possible.
Well, Jamaica will be thinking about one thing, to bat once and get a good score, put the Leeward Islands, the home team, under some pressure. Here is caught
Interesting
napping
single.
for a while, and Louis miss. Little hesitation between Campbell and Carlos Brown there. And the ball going to Louis at cover. Had a range at the non-striker zone where Campbell was running. Campbell had to get on the fast twitches. Had he hit,
It would have been
he
close.
might have been in problems.
Yeah, I don't think Brown thought there was a single on there. Louis did well, but unfortunately he's
The only thing happened, he
thrown.
didn't hit.
Exactly. Was offline.
Maybe it was just Campbell's day. Just for a moment you thought you saw Campbell easing up, the quadriceps. He's maybe just for a moment had to get out those fast twitch muscles. 30 without loss. Both batsmen now on 12. The right-hander Carlos Brown comes in to strike. Waits for Archibald. And he comes back and across again. Sort of squaring up, but it was a nice straight bat. Had a long talk this morning with Robert Haynes, my friend. My personal friend for a very, very, very long time. And talking
Head
about
coach of the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, the preparation and the challenges, even for the franchise level. And he was giving me an education of the system at Sabina Park in Jamaica. You have the Kingston Cricket Club, which is in charge of the ground.
Right.
And you have the Jamaica Cricket Association, which owns the stand.
Interesting.
Yeah, I learned something this morning, Terry. And so, indicating to me the challenges of the Jamaica Scorpions franchise, because during the preparation for this 4-day competition, the JCA organized a T10 tournament.
That's handy. You see, but this is what we were talking about the other day, where's the communication?
30 without loss. Well, somebody came up with some money, Terry.
I mean, the same thing happened here. The Leeward Islands they didn't have access to the stadium here, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, prior to the West Indies 4-day championship.
We sometimes, Terry, are we on the same
Page.
wavelength?
Yeah.
I sometimes don't know. And what was also funny, and Robert explained to me, the T10 tournament in Jamaica finished on the 25th of January. Team traveled on the 26th. So sometimes, we're a bit harsh on the players, we're a bit harsh on the coaches, but we have to go digging deep to understand what is happening. This is franchise cricket.
Right.
This is one step up to the test level.
Right.
So we got to be able to get these things sorted out. Now, I did question whether Louis was bowling from the right end or not. Cornwall has now switched him to replace O'Shane Thomas from the Dr. Sir Andy Roberts end.
Right. And he's going to be bowling back over the wicket to the left-handed Campbell.
Where I originally thought that he should have started from.
Exactly.
But I guess with O'Shane Thomas, they wanted him to start from that end. Louis, delivery is being squeezed off into the offside, down into the backward point area. Is that Kareem Ago coming around there?
But you speak of preparation, Vernon, and we've heard so many times, and it was recommended to Cricket West Indies that you need more preparation time to go on tours and so. But also, as you say, first-class cricket is just one step below international cricket. Or the preparation should be equally as important.
There's a appeal for a leg before. Leewards can't stop the single. Leg by is going to be signaled by the umpire. Did he get something onto? No, he didn't. So score in the meantime goes up to 31. Both batsmen remain on 12. I also think that even this game taking place here today, Malik and Terry, we have to begin to look to encourage the schools, even if they come for an hour, even if they come for 2 hours, the respective schools to come and look at the game, the players to see the history, when some of the Jamaica players who are playing here for the first time walked through this morning, and to be able to just walk into that room and see the legends of Antigua and Barbuda and West Indies cricket, that is supposed to be an inspiration.
Catch.
Dropped by Hamilton.
He went with it one hand. He had to dive in front of first slip.
Dropped
there.
by Hamilton. You have to take those.
Should have caught it.
And Louis, unlucky again.
The first.
Squared him up. Turned him right around. And Hamilton, first lapse for a while.
Excellent delivery. Caught the edge.
Let's look at the movement. It was going one hand.
One hand.
Just didn't stick.
No.
And a chance goes down off of Louis' bowling. Hamilton, the victim.
He had to go for it. I don't think it would have carried to Cornwall at first slip. But as you say, Vernon, with the one glove, just didn't stick. First chance that the Leewards have had this morning. Louis in again to Brown, and again beats him. Another good delivery there by Louis, but Brown put down by Jamal Hamilton when he was on 12 with the score on 31. First sniff Leeward Islands have had all morning.
You got to take those, especially when you send in teams. Talking about high-class teams. Normally, Jamal Hamilton, I still consider him to be easily one of the best wicketkeepers in the Caribbean, but he's just shows that he's human. Maybe catch the next one. Good comeback here by Jeremiah Louis. Maybe this is where he should have maybe been starting from. I did tell you, Terry. I was wondering if he was bowling from the right hand, based on the breeze coming from east to west as well, too.
Yeah, he looks a lot more comfortable from the Sir Andy Roberts end. But you're talking about schools. That's what I was talking about last week. Into the schools, and not just playing cricket in primary schools and things, but as you say, bringing them to first-class matches, because you got to think of not just today, you got to think of tomorrow. And if you want to keep the game of cricket going and being the culture in the region.
Beautiful delivery.
You can remember, as well as I can remember, back in the heyday, the schools, various schools used to come on different days for the first session, at least, or maybe the last session. When school finished, they come after lunch and things like that. But they were involved, they were encouraged. We don't see that these days, Vern. So we don't see anybody. So
10 overs bowl, and the latest score here in the West Indies Championship round 2 match here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Jamaica Scorpions inserted by the big Raheem Cornwall and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They're 31 without loss. Campbell and Brown is on 12. And the Leewards, after 10 overs, they're searching for their first wicket, Colin Archibald, to start from the Dr. Sir Curtly Ambrose end. We're in the number 1. Campbell slashes that for 4.
Again, it's a half volley there by Archibald, and Campbell all over it. He loves to drive, didn't bother about looking to keep it down. Was well wide of the mid-off fieldsman in Makar Louis. 4 more to Campbell. But in doing that, you encourage them to play the game, and even if you only get say you invited across the course of a West Indies championship, say you brought 300 people right round the region, 300 school children. Archibald in again to Campbell. This one tucked nicely and fine, down to fine leg. It'll beat Thomas. No, it won't. And they come back for 2. So 2 more to Campbell. He moves on to 18 and the score 37 without loss. But you only get 10% of those that go on. You've done your job, though. You're keeping the game going. You're keeping the game flourishing. And, you're giving opportunities to these school children.
Campbell,
but all that's gone these days, Vernon.
Campbell is 18. Score is motoring on to 37 without loss. Archibald to Campbell. Campbell is squeezing it. Square. Will get a boundary. 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Good timing there from the Jamaica Scorpions captain. And that's a lovely shot there. And that's what I was talking to you about, that man. His field is wasted.
Yeah, especially when they're looking to be attacking on or around off stump. They're bringing him in now. Where are they going to put him? But Campbell is all over anything that's full. Rarely misses out. He's moved on to 22, 41 without loss.
I still would like to see Raheem Cornwall setting a balanced field for Archibald, which would be a 6-3 field. So even though the deep backward square came in, I would have maybe put him just there by square leg and have him bowl to a more balanced field rather than trying to bowl to a 7-2 field. Because this is what happens. Campbell
Too
now
easy.
maneuvers now and brings out his white ball skills and just executes it into the area where the fielder came from. O'Shane Thomas ambling around, and they got 2 runs. So that's what you're talking about by having a balanced field. Archibald is now saying to him, listen, can you just bring one fielder over on this side?
Yeah, because they moved the deep backward square leg into a short extra cover. So Campbell simply stepped outside his off stump and just flicked it through square leg for an easy 2. In fact, he walked the second one.
I don't like this field.
Now they dropped the backward point to 3/4 of the way to the fence.
Got to attack the stumps. This line here by Colin Archibald, don't like this field at all. No ball now by
No
Archibald.
ball.
Ill discipline creeping into the...
Yeah, and a lot of pressure on Archibald trying to maintain that line with a 7-2 field, as you say, Vernon. He's got no room for error there.
Score in the meantime goes up to 45 without loss.
Good start
Campbell
for
goes
Jamaica.
to 25 from 37. Carlos Brown, the right-hander. He comes in to strike. Leewards could have sent him back. Brown dropped by Hamilton off Jeremiah Louis for 12. He's still on 12. And could Archibald turn the trick? Turn past Hamilton, who's diving away like Jack Russell. But maybe he would have just parried that. You think he will get a single?
Leg by, I'd say.
No, I don't think so. I think he played that. That
You
came off
reckon?
right off of the bat, Terry.
Leg by, Vernon.
Okay. It took a long time to signal that. Oh, really? You almost like he was modeling. You couldn't believe that he was going to signal that at all.
It's his time to shine in the sun.
46 without loss. Brown remains on 12. So Archibald all over the shop. This is his third over, not for 17.
Fight.
No body penetrative at all here for the Leeward Islands. Over number 11 comes to an end. 46 without loss. And Jamaica would feel very comfortable inside the first hour here so far.
Excellent start for the Jamaica Scorpions after being sent in on what looks to be a pretty good batting pitch here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Just the one chance being offered, unfortunately for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes point of view, put down by Jamar Hamilton, put down Carlos Brown when he was on 12 and the score on 31. Score's on 46 now, Brown's still on 12, but they just haven't looked penetrated at all, the Hurricanes seam bowlers so far this morning.
Well, the only man who has created an opportunity so far has been Jeremiah Louis, who has been switched from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end to the Sir Andy Roberts end. He bungs away and gets the ball to be going across Carlos Brown. Inside the first hour of play here. It's now 10:57 in Antigua and Barbuda.
He's just
9:57 in Jamaica.
just changing the field. He's bringing the square leg to mid-off and the mid-off to gully. So you've got 3 slips of gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on and fine leg. So 7-2 field for Louis as well. Brown shoulders arms through to Hamilton, no run. 46 without loss.
So the Ghana Happy Eagles winning the toss, defending champions, and elected to field first against the combined campuses and colleges. Return of Shamar Joseph was already picked up a wicket so far from 5 overs, 1 for 19. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, 1 for 13. And the combined campuses and colleges, they're 40 for 2 in over number 13. We'll give you more updates from around the region. Here is a delivery by
4.
Louis, which is turned into the deep
Stop.
square leg area, the field, and they only get 2. So I don't think Campbell. I think Campbell is nursing an injury. When he tried to run that single,
Take that single, he pulled up a bit short.
He's still kind of cautious about it there.
Jeremiah Louis just getting a bit straight
But
with
you
that
could have
delivery.
maybe even think they could have still even walked 3 there.
They could have walked 3. Everybody else was walking. The fieldsman was walking after the ball. The ball stopped.
It's a massive
Inside the
outfield
rope.
here. Louis working away. Campbell just took the gloves off and just put them down on the ground. Louis bounding away. Good delivery once again.
Better line that time right up in the block hole, but well defended by Brown.
I think they just have to be patient, and you could see a little panic creeping in to this Leeward Islands attack here. Their heads drop when Hamilton dropped that catch because, you know, with a new ball, you'll be looking to get that.
They need to be patient, I agree, Vernon, but they need to find a way to create some chances. And this 7-2 field for both Louis and Archibald puts a lot of pressure on the seamers.
Good carry again.
They're bowling too many deliveries so far this morning. In the
But maybe
first
just
hour
like
of
to
play.
see Jamal Hamilton wearing the number 44, Terry. Maybe just take 2 steps up. I based on Louis' pace, he can afford to take 2 steps up. I don't see that ball is going to be going to Cornwall to a Walsh unless, you know, Brown or Campbell go hard at it. Coming up to the first hour of play here, and Jamaica would feel very pleased. Brown. Oh,
Well, great ball.
that turned him. That he didn't know anything about that one.
And kept a little low too, so the early signs are not positive for Leeward Islands.
So at the end of the first hour, Terry, 48 without loss. John Campbell not out 25. Brown not out 14 in the process. Some 57 dot balls in the first hour. 12 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, 48 without loss. Jamaica Scorpions would definitely take that. They'd be happy with that after being sent in by Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Just the one chance so far. Gone a begging for the Hurricanes. As we said, Carlos Brown was dropped on 12 with the score on 31. Edge taken by Jeremiah Louis, but put down by Jamal Hamilton behind the stumps. At a good solid foundation for Jamaica to progress after the first hour of play. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes' time with the ball-by-ball coverage of the second hour.
So, welcome back to the Sir United Stadium. And Campbell is just paddling this one around to Thomas down in the fine leg area, who's cooling out in the shade right in front of the Jamaica Scorpions dugout. Score in the meantime goes up to 49 without loss. Colin Archibald starting his fourth over, not for 18. So good morning to my colleague, the legendary Marley Richards. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Vernon. Good morning, everyone. Quite an intriguing first hour play so far. Not so much from a positive perspective for the Leewards, as that one just goes past the outside edge. We haven't seen too many of those deliveries, though. I think the fast bowlers have been a bit erratic. Jeremiah Louis in that last over maybe just showing the way in terms of the right lines and lengths for this pitch, different from the Coolidge cricket ground.
That's why I was a little surprised this morning when Rakeem Cornwall won the toss and decided that he was going to bowl first. Because really, if you follow the patterns here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, it doesn't matter. Nothing much. This is almost like a batting track, really. Brown driving through cover. And we'll get a couple of runs. Massive outfield, Mali. Still heavy in certain parts.
Had a heavy downpour last night here in Antigua. I'm not sure how much rain would have come here at the North Sound Cricket Ground. There's been a bit of moisture around, though. You can tell by the outfields looking quite green.
50 up for Jamaica, 50 of 80 deliveries. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, scoring at a good clip. 4 runs and over. Too many boundary balls from a Leeward's Hurricanes perspective.
And as you rightly said, outside of Louis, nobody of the other seamers have looked penetrative at all.
Quite surprised to see O'Shane Thomas in the 11 here today as well, considering the Leewards obviously would have expected a few changes of the guys coming back from that Pakistan tour, the international test players. But maybe just opting to go for the extra, well, not maybe, choosing to go for the extra pace of O'Shane Thomas so far hasn't reaped the rewards with this new ball.
Well, my major concern would have been Thomas coming back from a T20 tournament. Was he red ball ready in terms of match fitness? Because that's a different level of cricket where you're coming out of just bowling 4 overs as compared to playing red ball cricket. And he only arrived back during the game that was played up at the academy. So in terms of match readiness for a 4-day competition, maybe think it's, but I don't see him today.
Yeah, maybe around too soon. Saw him in that first round match when he joined the team up at the Coolidge cricket ground, and he was doing a bit of work in the luncheon break, I think it was, alongside as well some West Indies Academy bowlers who were doing a bit of bowling on a few pitches away from him. But I did take a keen interest in his, the amount of work that he did. He basically just bowled for 10 minutes or so. This one leading edge, almost going back to Archibald. Maybe just highlighting the two-pace nature of this pitch. It was in the air for a while, that one.
Yeah.
Got himself in a bit of a tangle looking to play through the onside. Well, luckily for him, he survives. As we said earlier, did give that chance when on 12. Jamaica Scorpions 51 without loss. But just to touch on O'Shane, I thought he bowled for about 10, 15 minutes, whereas the West Indies Academy bowlers who weren't playing at the time, I think it was a Kelvin Pittman and a Nathan Edward, would have bowled for throughout that period. 40 minutes, they got worked up a good sweat. So in terms of getting himself match ready, I'm not sure exactly how much work he would have put in the last few days. Not saying he hasn't, but to be ready for a match such as this, as you said, the different requirements of this longer format, and him coming from a T20 format. As you said, I think just a round too soon. Maybe just a week more of work, match fitness, work up that cardiovascular fitness as well. When was the last time he would have bowled a spell longer than a few overs?
Louis, starting over the wicket and straight away on the money.
Louis is a threat here, especially at this Sir Vivian Richards ground, open type stadium with that breeze coming across. He's the man really that can make the inroads that the Leewards Hurricanes would need. Jamaica Scorpions need to see him at this stage as the main threat. Gets that ball to just swing both ways through the air and gets a bit of sea movement as well when he's really on form.
And because of having Thomas in the lineup this morning, that sort of kind of upset the rhythm of Raheem Cornwall to have to start Louis from the Curtly Ambrose end as compared to him now bowling from his favourite end, which would be the Andy Roberts end.
From a tactical perspective, you do get it. You do understand why they want a person such as O'Shane Thomas in this team. It's that extra pace along with what is a fairly balanced bowling lineup that can really make the difference, you know. It'll be between him and an Alzari Joseph. Surely when Alzari is available, he's the first name on the sheet for the Hurricanes. So you can understand why, but just so far here in an hour and a bit, it just hasn't worked, but still a long way to go in this match.
Louis to Campbell. And that ball is tucking him up just as Mali was talking about it. He's going to get the ball to that in and out, especially with the breeze going from east to west here. Louis on the money with the old ball.
And why he's particularly threatening to the left-handed Campbell from over the wicket is just that. Campbell loves to leave balls outside the off-stump, play inside the line as well. He's a good judge of where that off-stump is. And with Louis possessing the ability to just move the ball both ways, he's not quite sure what to leave and what to play on that last one. It was a late decision. That one jagged back quite late.
Arms pumping Louis. In now to both to Campbell.
Just there.
Yes. Campbell. And the good thing about it, because they know that Louis is a threat, Campbell is getting out onto that front foot very, 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 very early. Don't want to get caught on the crease.
And just for the second match in a row, Jeremiah Louis just having a few issues in terms of being on the danger area. Just having a word with, looks like umpire Ryan Banwari, is warning him about encroaching onto that danger area. We saw that in round 1 versus the West Indies Academy at CCG as well.
Which upset his rhythm.
It really did. Forced him to go a bit wider.
And he just was not the same bowler. He'll be coming again. He wants to get as close as possible and still fall away. Half volley driven away into the cover area. But they have comfort because Campbell is just jogging for 2.
And unlike the Coolidge Cricket Ground, this outfield isn't quite as quick. As we said, you know, with that rain that's been around in the last few days. It's just become a bit heavy here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. But that delivery, once again, just a little too full. Just releasing pressure. It was a good over, 4 dot deliveries. You could see he was working on something. Just release the pressure there with that wide half volley. Just a few too many drivable deliveries for the Scorpions here early on day 1.
Campbell just advancing. When he gets there, he just turns it into the square leg area. And they get an easy single. So Campbell just quietly just going about his business. The end of over number 14, Jamaica Scorpions, inserted by the Raheem Cornwall Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They are 54 without loss. John Campbell is on 29 and Carlos Brown is on 16. 3 bowlers used so far by the Leeward Islands.
It's quite a successful return to regional 4-day cricket for John Campbell in the last round. Captain, returning as captain. We did see him return to the List Day competition late in November after being out, banned with a doping
violation. But it's good for Jamaica cricket to have him back as well. You'll be able more or less to consider him to be one of the senior pros along with Jermaine Blackwood in this very inexperienced Jamaica batting lineup with the Mackenzie and Thomas and company. There's no McCarthy. So many players would have been missing.
That is crazy. Absolute madness going on here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I'm not quite sure what to make of that one. Campbell, we did see him pull out the sweep in the previous over. Here he pulls out the reverse lap to Colin Archibald. I wasn't on in the previous stint. It almost carried to Kadeem Henry there, who was on that backward point boundary. Not sure in terms of where that came from. Completely out of nothing. I wasn't on previously where in the last over in which Archibald would have bowled to Campbell and he pulled out the sweep, and I was said to myself, it wasn't, it hasn't been often where you see an opening batter look to sweep a fast bowler in the longer format of the game.
No ball by Archibald, the third of the day, Mali.
Yeah, so he just seems a bit rattled here, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well, if Campbell advances and creates that shot, then you're wondering, like, what's up?
They almost carried to the fielder down there at backward point.
Almost.
Just imagine if it did, though. Wow. And you're walking back as the captain.
Robert Haynes would be a very mad individual.
The art of constructing an innings, that's where our West Indian batsmen have really struggled. And for someone such as a John Campbell, yes, he's making his return to this format after a couple of years. But he's a player with international experience. Played 20 test matches in his career.
So far.
So that's a lot of test matches.
Here is Thomas defending nicely. They seem to be having some challenges, Mali, this morning with the stumps. Every now and again, the bails are dropping off. I know the breeze has been strong here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium from east to west.
Yeah, it is quite windy. As you can see, the flags to our left here from the media center. And
it's been described that February was going to be a windy month.
So far, it's lived up to that.
It's also considered to be Black History Month. Going to cross him there. So many names that we can call. Nelson Mandela, Bob Marley, Martin Luther King.
That's for sure. For me, every day is Black History Month.
I support that as well too, Marley.
I don't know about just allocating one
special month
of the year where we celebrate these things. I mean, it lives through us throughout. That's how we live our lives on a daily basis a lot of the time, especially for us here in this region.
Here we go, Archibald. And there's a peel for a caught behind, but nothing.
Nah, not so sure. Probably just bat on turf.
On turf. In fact, Hamilton turned his back really, thought for a moment. Archibald was still celebrating and thought that it was true. We're talking about Black History Month, Mali. We also have to extend our condolences out to the family of Colin Bones Cumberbatch, who I know you were very close to as well.
Jabi.
Yeah, I first met Jabi through King Frank, Mali. The days of Leeward Islands cricket with these two guys would be coming down. And, in those days you had the exchange where they would either play Nevis first this one weekend and then come to St. Kitts. So, is always... And the thing about Zabi is that Zabi just knew, he just knew everything about cricket. The grounds, the players, he had that history package about him.
Good looking shot, that. Did just get a hand to that one, the fielder at mid-off. Looked like Casey Carty.
Yeah, he should have done a lot better to stop that as well, too. More or less diving rather than staying on his feet and coming across and cutting that one off.
Good looking shot from Brown. Good stride, as we love saying here. That momentum into the ball was good. Good head position. Didn't look to overhit. Presented a full face. And he started quite well here, Carlos Brown, 18 of 49. The one chance when he was on 12, quite a sharp chance to Hamilton, but you'd expect a wicketkeeper of his class to take that one.
58 without loss. Remains 58 without loss. End of over number 15. A small headache for Raheem Cornwall.
Yeah, just choosing to insert the Jamaica Scorpions here on day one so far hasn't gone to plan, especially in terms of the fast bowlers picking up early wickets with that new ball. Just the one chance that went to begging. But from a Scorpions perspective, it'll be how they tackle the spinners here. You do expect the spinners to come into the attack, as it looks like the captain himself is going to take it upon himself to try and break this partnership. He's in the top 3 in the wicket-taking lists last season in the CWI 4-Day Championship, Raheem Cornwall. Started in round 1, picking up 7 wickets in the match versus the West Indies Academy in a massive win. A match in which they would have won by 402 runs.
Yeah, so Cornwall last season with about 235 overs, 53 maiden, 690 runs with 32 wickets, with the best being of 6 for 61 to 5 wicket haul last season. And as you rightly said, Mali, he's in the conversation early o'clock. And I think most teams around the region, you know, once they're playing against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they always try to keep Cornwall out of the conversation. He starts around the wicket, and here is Campbell just paddling this one around. Hayden Watts Jr. is after it, and they will get 2 runs quite easily.
Yeah, match figures are 7 for 74 in that massive win. So he started where he left off. Josh Bishop as well, picking up 10 wickets in a losing effort for the West Indies Academy. So starting with the one slip, the man at silly mid-on. Close catches for Cornwall.
2 more in the process.
Yeah, John Campbell's looking to be proactive to the spinners here. Just looking to knock Cornwall off his length, especially early into his spell.
That's why I would have maybe started over rather than around the wicket, over the wicket to Campbell. Because to me, this is easy pickings coming around the wicket to Campbell, which we've seen so far.
Yeah, he's just looking to run one on here. Cornwall from around the wicket. Thinks he can remove Campbell via the LBW route. Just wants one to slide on with this still very new ball. Once again, goes across the line. So Cornwall will be happy. Wouldn't be too upset with that shot from Campbell. Taking a risk. Big risk this from around the wicket. With this ball just sliding on. Maybe just best served looking to play up into this V. Up into mid-off in the mid-on area.
5 runs out of the over so far from Cornwall's first 3 deliveries. Score in the meantime goes up 6-3 without loss. This is a very positive start by the Jamaica Scorpions captain after being inserted to bat.
Yeah, if they keep this up, probably be 100 or so without loss. They'll be hoping for that. So far, they haven't had to work too hard for their runs, have they?
No, it's just been gifted to them. And when you insert a team, especially with the new ball, you want to get wickets. Because it could be a long day for you. Brown has to be careful. He was trying to go leg side of the ball, Mali. He would be advised, especially to Cornwall's height, to defend that castle. He was pulling away there. Big save there.
Yeah, safe 4.
Yeah, had it gone through. You've had to chase that for a long period. So Cornwall's first over comes to an end. 5 coming off of it. And is that Casey Carty who came up with that big save?
It was in that cover region.
And so the Leewards, Thomas is now going to come from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, Mali.
Yeah, just switching him around. Really struggled for rhythm from the Sir Andy Robertson, did O'Shane Thomas. We know he possesses the ability to bowl with that extra pace. When he's unsung, when he's on a rhythm, he's a real tough prospect. But we haven't seen him in rhythm and unsung that often. For me, in his career, he hasn't improved at the rate you'd expect.
Well, his first 4 overs cost 17 runs. He bowled in the first hour. He now starts here at 11:26, which means that Cornwall is going to bowl him maybe in short spells. We're in the number 42. Bounds away from the Curtly Ambrose end. Goes past the umpire to bowl to the Jamaican captain. And they sneak a single quite easily.
Oh. Good batting that. Good response by Carlos Brown to Campbell. Campbell just looking to knock this one into the onside.
To the mid-on area. Louis darting in. You think if he had hit it, might have been close?
It would have been close. But Campbell seemed to be on the money there. He's looking to score, which is always good. 36 off 50. Apart from that quite strange stroke, really. That lap shot off of Archibald in the previous over.
And the sweep before.
Yeah. Apart from that, he's looked quite good.
Oh, he certainly has. You're talking about experience. Playing in his 92nd, 93rd first-class game. Before this, 4,976 runs with 6 centuries. Age 31. So, still got some cricket left in him. But this young man, Carlos Brown, will be looking to get some more runs under his belt. Squares up, but he has a nice straight bat, which is right back to Thomas. Fancies himself with some football skills.
I know you were just going through the stats of a John Campbell there. The one thing that really stood out to me for a while, 2019, John Campbell scored a massive 179. You remember who that was against?
That was when he opened, right?
Yeah, in ODI cricket.
In ODI cricket. And they never got a game again, Mali.
Never played again. He's played 6 matches. He averages damn near 50.
Never got a game again. Couldn't understand that. And at the time when West Indies was searching for openers.
Just before the 2019 World Cup as well.
Yeah.
I think he would have scored that against Ireland in Ireland.
In Ireland. Played for the West Indies under-19 in 2010 along with Jermaine Blackwood. First burst onto the scene at the youth level. I was talking to Junior this morning, Mali, and I was saying to him that when you look at the graduation period of so many players coming out of the under-19 level who've gone on to play Test cricket, it's just been magnificent. In fact, all around the world, once you've got into that under-19 World Cup, you always tend to go on to the next level.
A lot of players have come via that route.
We even talk about our own Alzari Joseph, Shimon Hetmile, you know,
Casey Carty.
Casey Carty.
Odin Smith. Yeah. The names keep coming. Kieran Powell. There's so many. Ramnaresh Sarwan. You could go as far back as the Sylvester Joseph.
Even the Dinesh Ramdin.
Dinesh Ramdin. All
so
these
many
guys.
players.
Virat Kohli.
Kane Williamson.
Yeah, one of the best Indian teams I would have seen in the recent past would have been that Prithvi Shaw team. Can't remember what year exactly that would have been. Prithvi Shaw, Shubman Gill.
Yeah. And then we just saw the conclusion of the ICC Under-19 Women's World Cup, Mali. The Indians, they look superior to almost all of the other teams. But I would say congratulations to South Africa, because the first edition of the Under-19 World Cup, South Africa didn't win a game. They went back to the drawing board and invested heavily in women's cricket and got to the final in the Under-19.
Yeah, and it's good to see that the women get 2 formats of a World Cup as well, an ODI and a T20 World Cup. I think that would be something that would be welcomed if it could be introduced at the Under-19 level as well, the T20 World Cup.
Yeah, it's something you were talking about since last year, Mali. You were saying that you feel that you want to see the Under-19 exhibit the skills at the T20 level and not wait too late.
Yeah, it's the only format which they aren't really coached particularly to play. It's T20. It's either 40 over, 50 over cricket or the red bar game. But we did see the Pakistan Junior League a couple of seasons ago. Nathan Edward from St. Martin was one of the lucky West Indians to participate in that as Isaiah Thorne as well.
An opportunity. Yeah.
So,
and that was a good move by Pakistan at that point in time too. With the depth of talent that they've got, they're trying to find the avenue. Jamal Hamilton of Jeremiah Louis who created that opportunity, and now Thomas is switched. As we say, he's going to start his second over. First spell, 4-0, 17. He's now 5-0, 20. Let's see if his strike pattern is more consistent going up the hill here. Looks like a gentle medium, more or less just ambling up there.
he hasn't been at his rhythmical best, O'Shane Thomas, just yet. But we know he can just find wicket-taking deliveries.
Well, the Leewards will be hoping for that.
Or he can produce wicket-taking deliveries.
Should be able to just produce one that will just kick on either Brown or Campbell.
A bit of extra pace, bit of bounce.
Struggling. And the sun is belting down here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
And as you said, he wouldn't have had too much match practice per se leading into this match, this 4-day encounter. So probably having to find his rhythm here on match day during this match, almost use it as well as a bit of match practice.
Thomas. Half volley, pitched away. Lucky to get away with that one.
But the good thing from his perspective is his length is a little more consistent. In that first spell, it was a bit, just two lengths, a bit too full, then too short and wide.
And with the new ball just still 18 overs bowled, in fact, we're into the 19th over. There's going to have to be a ploy by the seamers for the Leeward Islands, which means that they're going to have to try to bowl a lot more fuller rather than short on this track. And Thomas has gone opposite, bowled a short wide ball, big save there from Kareem Agor, and they're going to come back for 3 quite easily in the end. So the lengths on this track is going to be critical.
Yeah, once again, short and wide. Brown obliges. Spoke about the heavy nature of this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium outfield. Good athletic work done there by Kareem Agor to save 1. Came back for 3 in the end. So just as we were saying, at least for the first 3 deliveries, that length was quite consistent from, well, consistently on a fuller length by Thomas. Just erring shorter, made to pay. Not the quickest pitch here. Once again, wide outside that off stump, allowing a free hit for Campbell. Just needed to make contact through that vacant third-man region.
No pace at all, Mali. Almost like a nothing ball. There's like throwdowns, and straight away Thomas grabbing his ears as if like, wow, why did I bowl that? Loss of rhythm again.
Yeah, the fast hands of John Campbell on show with that shot. Just too many boundary balls for the Leewards Hurricanes here.
6 for the day, including that massive hit by John Campbell.
And even some of those balls, even though they wouldn't have gone to the boundary because of the outfield, they're still, being hit into vacant areas, coming back for 2s and 3s.
79 without loss.
Misses out this time. You can tell John Campbell very frustrated with that.
Yeah, he's upset. He knows that was his 50. It was short and wide, and he just needed to make contact. And that would have brought up another half century for him. But it was not to be. The end of over number 19. Jamaica Scorpions batting first at 79 without loss. John Campbell, Jamaica captain, is on 47. And 42 to 32. Campbell is upset with himself, Mali, for missing out there.
Yeah, I was trying to hit that one too hard. And the one which he scored a boundary. It was more of a controlled cricket stroke, as we see the loyal cricketing watching public here taking in this encounter. Goes across his stumps here. Given. Brown looks very disappointed with that decision, but I think when he checked the replay, he realized that he just got that front leg a bit too far across his stumps.
And not only that, Mali, the length in what he was sweeping. Let's look at the replay. It was just too close to him.
Not really. He just missed out, to be honest. The length was there to sweep. That head wasn't quite as still as when we saw him play those good cricket strokes earlier in his innings. He goes. Cornwall, the wicket taker. Who else was it going to be? Rakeem Cornwall, the main wicket taker for this Leewards Hurricanes team over the past few years. Well, throughout his career playing for the Hurricanes. The first wicket goes with the score on 79. Carlos Brown departs.
You got 24?
22, actually.
So he batted for a long time. Let's look at the replay again. I think he was hit between wicket and wicket.
Yeah, he was. Where that foot ends up is where he thinks he was hit. But have a look at this and look where the foot goes. It just goes after, just there.
Yeah.
So he's thinking, oh, that's probably sneaking down leg. Nope. Probably cannoning into middle and leg. So the partnership is broken.
Finally. And Mackenzie comes out. Kirk Mackenzie.
Cornwall would love to see another left-hander here. He enjoys bowling to left-handers.
He does.
For me, as you said, he can start over the wicket a little bit more.
And just sort of catch the batsman on the blind side, really, with his height and how he gets the ball to just jump.
I think at this stage, not looking to give the ball the biggest amount of turn, just looking to run it on, ball within a good length.
We were sensing something very early, with at least 19 minutes to go before lunch, if they can pick up another couple of wickets. Mackenzie just casually coming forward there, no real big stride, Mali, with that defensive shot.
Okay.
Down the onside again. Like to see Cornwall just switch. Just come over the wicket. Just give him something to think about. Mix it up. Down the onside again.
It's just allowing Mackenzie a few sighters here. Cornwall. The last two poorly lined. That's a lot better. He goes back. Right back on his stumps is Mackenzie. So that just tells you, especially early in his innings, he's a little tentative here to big Rakeem Cornwall.
He's under some pressure too. He's been promoted to be the vice captain of this Jamaica Scorpions team, so Jamaica investing in him. And Cornwall strikes for the Leeward Islands. 20 overs bowled. Jamaica Scorpions losing their first wicket in Carlos Brown for 22 off 62 balls. Batted well, but maybe might have just misjudged a straighter one from Cornwall. And the score in the meantime, at the end of that over, 79 for 1.
And in the previous match, round one, Kirk Mackenzie opened the innings. No, actually batted at 3 in that first innings. Scored 1, and in the second innings opened and got to 46. And I think since being left out of this West Indies test team, he's found it a real struggle back here in the first class level in terms of churning out consistent scores. Every now and again he gets a score, but he wants to be a bit more consistent. A player that promises much. As he said, played 6 test matches, a best of 50. Looked quite assured, looked like a player in which the West Indies could build around in terms of at the top of the innings on that tour of Australia, but just seemed to have gone off the boil slightly since then.
And has certainly not recovered since coming back from that tour of Australia. Kurt McKenzie.
And just for me, it's something we spoke about in round 1 as well last match, but just for me, maybe just removed from the West Indies Academy a season or two too soon for my liking.
I support that, Mali. And even just to support what you were talking about, Mali, from 7 matches last season, 323 runs with 1 half century, high score of 57. So that shows how he was struggling during that season itself alone.
Well, he's genuinely played at that one, John Campbell. As we said earlier, he knows where his off stump is more often than not, but that one, not inside the line, actually just fended quite tamely at that one. So good delivery for O'Shane Thomas. Incremental improvements for him, going past the outside edge. You want to produce a few more deliveries such as that.
He'll be looking for his 25th half century at the first class level. Age 31, John Campbell. He's on 47. Slashes it to cover for 4. 50 to John Campbell. He doesn't even move. And what a way to bring up your half century. The Jamaica Scorpions captain, John Campbell. 51 of some 62 deliveries. He just slashed a half volley outside the off stump through cover. And that went like a tracer bullet. It came off 62 balls. And trust me, that was beautifully timed.
It was. That's meat and drink for a left-hander, especially a left-hander, the class of John Campbell. As he said, long half volley outside the off stump. How many times have we seen that shot today? That extra cover drive with the flourish.
Thomas has to bowl a harder link, a more heavier link delivery. Those friendly, juicy half volleys, Campbell is not going to miss out.
And it's something we speak about at length. Even when looking to bowl up fuller, still have to be looking to hit that fuller length a bit hard, as you said. Just a bit floaty from O'Shane Thomas. Not really exhibiting that extra pace that we've come to expect from him. Misses out once again, did Campbell. That was another half volley, but fair play to O'Shane Thomas. That one just had a bit of movement on it. Slightly back into the left-handed Campbell, taking the inside edge. Nonetheless, they get a single.
Score motors on to 84. For 1, it now brings McKenzie, who faced his first 5 deliveries from Cornwall, into strike to face his first delivery from O'Shane Thomas.
Yeah, just the 1 delivery remaining now for Thomas as well. So this run rate has been pretty good for the Scorpions.
5 runs out of the over, not for 32. O'Shane Thomas motoring up the hill. Wide delivery. And so at the end of 7 for O'Shane Thomas, not for 32. Jamaica being inserted there, 84 for 1. They've lost the wicket of Carlos Brown for 22.
Yeah, very good partnership that indeed between Campbell and Brown. Just threatening to really take this game away from the Leewards Hurricanes here early on, within the first session on day 1. But it was big man Raheem Cornwall making that breakthrough. What a breakthrough it was indeed from a Leeward's perspective. Just needed to arrest that scoring rate. Since he's come on, he's conceded 11. Campbell has looked to be proactive against him once again. Goes aerial. Top edge sweep this time.
Looked as if Colin Archibald lost it for a moment. Hamilton was shouting, Archie, Archie. 2 runs to Campbell. In the meantime, Cornwall just making slight adjustment. Score goes up to 86 for 1. Scoring at 4.06. So a healthy score rate, Marley.
Very healthy indeed. Hurricanes would want to arrest this, especially with the Cornwall on. One of the downsides of actually bowling with Cornwall is he gets through these overs very quickly, especially if you're a fast bowler. O'Shane Thomas still struggling for a bit of match fitness and rhythm. Doesn't have long in between his overs. And for me, I think O'Shane will probably get pulled out at this stage. Not sure how many more he'll get here before lunch.
I think maybe he might be thinking about maybe bringing Hayden Walsh into the conversation. Something a ploy we saw worked up at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Something we saw as well is that he uses his fast bowlers in short spells, 3-4 over spells.
Here is a delivery by Mackenzie, which is just tucked into the leg side. Flatter, faster delivery. Came across his stumps. Got an inside edge. And so he's off the mark. Not convincing, but he's still there. Campbell. He was pressing forward, and then big Rakeem Cornwall bowled it a lot more quicker, almost like a medium pacer.
This pitch seems very easy paced at this stage, though.
Yeah. That's why I couldn't understand Cornwall deciding to bowl first here. John Campbell smiled when he said, we'll insert you guys.
He's made good use of it so far. End of that Cornwall over. 22 overs gone. Campbell picking up his 25th half century. 55 not out. Carlos Brown 22 off 62. The only wicket to fall here. Mackenzie has just come to the crease. Looking to find some semblance of consistency and form, Kirk Mackenzie. I think he's a player that still has quite a lot to offer. Needs to string some scores together. And as you said, Vernon Springer from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, it's going to be Hayden Walsh.
Yeah, combined campuses and colleges, 106 for 2 in 27 overs against the defending champions, the Guyana Happy Eagles. And Walsh will get his first bowl of this match. Started well against the academy. He was unsung.
Yeah, he really was.
That Googly was kicking. Let's see if he can get it worked again. It's a different track here today.
Yeah, he wasn't needed that much in that first innings, only bowled 2 overs. But in the second innings, he really put in a match-winning spell of bowling, picking up 5 for 24 from 6.5 overs, just 6.5 overs.
Started here with a loosen up, got 2 runs quite easily. So in case you just joined our commentary here, Campbell's 50 came off 62 balls, 5 fours, 1 6. And the score in the meantime goes up to 90 for 1. Kirk Mackenzie goes to 3. And Hayden Walsh starting his first over here. Goes past umpire Gregory Brathwaite.
This is on the money. I always take a keen interest in how Hayden Walsh starts.
Yeah,
that more often than not, how he starts a spell gives you a good indication of how he's going to go. He's on the money here. Good pace as well.
Good control as well too.
Yep. And that's always a key issue, especially for spinners brought into the attack early. into the match here on day one. Just trying to gauge the right pace in which to bowl.
Going to have 2 pink ball matches starting today, Mali. The Barbados Pride versus the West Indies Academy at Kensington Oval. And the Windward Island Volcanoes versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at Arnorsville in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Going to be pretty interesting to see how those franchises handle that pink ball from Kookaburra. Full toss. Lucky to get away with that, Mal.
Very much so. Team full toss. Just patted back there. Maybe just praying for lunch. There's Mackenzie. But what that also indicates to me is that he's not feeling at his most positive just yet.
And lack of confidence as well, the way we just played that.
As you said, you mentioned his scores last season. He did get 46 in that second innings last week versus the Windwards Volcanoes. So he should have a level of confidence at the crease. But just there, maybe just deciding, hey, he's just going to play for lunch, not take too many risks.
So the Leeward Islands have just dispatched when Campbell is on strike with the man under the helmet. They just got the lone fielder in Hayden Walsh Jr. slip.
Yeah, you've got a slip man just behind square on the offside. Straight extra cover catching, looks like Jewel Andrew. Man at cover as well, mid off. He's got mid on, catching mid wicket. Man behind square on the onside as well, deep backward square. And Kadeem Henry in a short fine leg position. Hayden Walsh at first slip. And as you said, with the dispensation of the close catchers, John Campbell just feeling a lot more comfortable now, just lunging onto that front foot. You see him get that bat in front of the pad. That's the area in which Rakeem Connor will be looking to dismiss him here. Not too much turn available to him, so he'll just look to run it back on. Look to attack those stumps, attack the pads, just there. Something we spoke about again last week in terms of the techniques just evolving over the years in terms of playing against spin with the advent of the DRS.
Still would like to see Cornwall coming around the wicket, Mali, over the wicket rather than around. Mixing up the angles,
Definitely.
giving the batsmen something to think about.
He hasn't bowled from over the wicket to the left-handers at all so far here today.
We didn't see that at Coolidge, and I don't think we're going to see that either today as well either.
City mid-on comes back in. Kadeem Henry with the helmet on. Oof.
And with him getting that ball to just drift that way, you want to give the batsman something else and a new version to think about at the end of 24, 90 for 1.
Yeah, just looking to use that breeze. It looked like Rakeem Cornwall, as you said, just looking to drift that ball back into the left-hander. Quite a few spectators taking in the action here today.
Yeah, getting a suntan.
Yeah, quite a few tourists as well in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to see. Cricket-loving folk, not quite sure where they're from.
We just need some...
Most likely the UK.
Yeah, we just need some school children now to blend it in. Hayden Walsh. Mackenzie stands up straight and punches it up to Colin Archibald.
You say you need some school children to blend it in.
Yeah.
It's true. I like seeing my school children in school doing school work though as well.
Well, this is sports term as we speak right now. So, there's not much work happening when you drive around by most of the schools right now. It's sports day, it's heat.
Tell me your times tables. That's what I want to hear right now. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. I hear you, Mali.
It's a different time. But I get you. I get what you're saying, especially on the weekend, a Friday and a Saturday. Hopefully if this match goes down to a Saturday. Saw what happened last week. Oh, that's sloppy cricket. Who's that? O'Shane Thomas. Wow. Can't afford that, big fella.
Get down and stop the ball.
That just suggests he's not quite as fit as you'd like for someone playing at this level at this stage. Just look there, choosing to play football, recognizing the opportunity though where the Scorpions batters, recognizing the fielder in O'Shane Thomas, sneaking through for a single. I tell you, if Anthony Martin was bowling and something like that would have happened, he'd be hearing about it right now, I tell you that.
Early o'clock. I Roots, full toss. Now the president of Bethesda Cricket Club. A boundary to John Campbell. Full toss.
Yeah,
and unlike Mackenzie, he's not missing out with that.
Yeah, he got away with that one in the previous over, did Hayden Walsh. This time another gentle half volley, chosen to go around the wicket here to John Campbell. Started over the wicket into his second over. And you could just tell, just lost that one. It's a lot better. A bit of turn there for him as well.
It was slow, but at least it did make it. $95 for one. Maybe could have one more over after the Hayden Walsh over.
Short. Didn't quite bounce as high as Campbell expected, though. A good thing from the Jamaican captain's perspective as he's looking to steal another single here. So just a bit of sloppiness creeping into the Leeward Hurricanes fielding the end of that over. Jamaica Scorpions 96 for one after 25.
So at lunch, Marley.
Oh, it's good lunch. They're going to take it.
They're taking lunch. Jamaica Scorpions 96 for one. The Leewards bowling some 25 overs. John Campbell is on 60 not out. 60. He's batted beautifully so far. From 76 deliveries with 6 fours and 1 6. And he's just looked assertive. They've lost Carlos Brown for 22 of some 62 balls. And Kurt McKenzie has come in. He'll be looking to try to get a big one, Mali.
Yeah, he'll be looking to at least get a start. He's faced the 17 deliveries, but as you said, John Campbell, also with Carlos Brown, putting on 79 for that first wicket. Very good partnership. They've made a good start. And Campbell at 60 not out. At this stage, with his experience, he should be looking to pick up, what, a 7th first-class 100?
Yes.
After lunch?
Yeah. So, on behalf of Terry Loraja, Mally Richards and myself and the entire team here, 360, it's belting down here. The sun is blazing away. Jamaica Scorpions, who've been inserted by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes captain Raheem Cornwall at lunch. They are 96 for one. We'll come back to you in under 35 minutes' time.
As we embark on the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, I want to extend my best wishes to all the teams, players and support staff as they prepare for what promises to be an exciting and competitive season. This year holds special significance as we celebrate 60 years since the West Indies Championship was first held, then known as the Shell Shield. Over the past 6 decades, the tournament has been the bedrock of cricket development in our region, producing legends who have graced the international stage and inspired countless fans. It continues to serve as a crucial platform in our pathway for the growth of first-class cricketers and for building resilience and refining skills for the international arena. The 2025 championship introduces several innovative elements aimed at enriching the experience for players and fans alike. From the use of Kookaburra balls and the inclusion of pink ball day-night fixtures to the reintroduction of 4 innings points in drawn matches, we are committed to broadening the challenges faced by our players. These measures are designed to simulate the diverse conditions they will encounter on the international stage, building their adaptability and mental toughness, considering the ultimate quest to improve the standard of our Test cricket. The teams will once again battle for the prestigious Head of the Week's trophy with the added incentive of an attractive prize purse of US $250,000 for the champions and US $100,000 for the runners-up. The 2025 West Indies Championship also precedes an 8-team series at home against South Africa and the start of a new World Test Championship cycle with a home series against Australia. We are thrilled about the continued participation of the West Indies Academy and the combined campuses and colleges, which reinforces our commitment to expanding opportunities for the emerging talent and the student athletes respectively. This tournament is a celebration of the passion, talent and legacy of West Indies cricket. As the championship takes place across 7 host countries, I encourage fans to come out and support their teams or tune into the live streaming on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Your energy and encouragement means everything to the players and contribute to the vibrant spirit of West Indies cricket. So, may this season be filled with thrilling performances, new milestones, and the discovery of future stars. The West Indies Championship, where legends are made.
(2024), the year of Amir Jangu. 500 runs in the first class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past, growing up in Trinidad. Who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-handed to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who were some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Jangu?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him on matches that he played. And obviously, as my career went on growing up, I absolutely idolized Kumar Sangakkara and Quinton de Kock, 2 special players that I have kind of replicated my game too, being a wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. You got another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then I actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in a West Indies under 19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
Just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously, it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and Casey, we have such a close relationship along with Al Zari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under 19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously, there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously, missing out on that World Cup, yeah, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Floyd Reefer, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup, and that carried on my district career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Django pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket. Celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list day 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I wanted to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first-class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark, and luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to play for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list day 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leewards. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously, against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't the easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it. And lucky enough, I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
I was actually not about to shower. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest. And when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture. And I saw it was Darren Sammy. And then he told me that I was selected. And he saw me batting at the list level. And he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room. And I told them the news. And it was such a special moment for us. And something I'll remember for the rest of my life, because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played in your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, so this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know. Obviously, when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Roti.
Up
one.
top.
Oh, Roti can be one, man.
What do you mean?
What you mad or?
Pulori. 7 or 6?
7.
7. Alright, there's your number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No more.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper batsman on the team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They open up, they're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love? You always watch back a few times.
I think with the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone. So I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually. That was fantastic.
Harry, what's your lock screen there? Jayden, what's your lock screen? Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting-wise, keeping-wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think, with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jaden Seals as Harry Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoy it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jaden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
It's crazy, man, because me and Jaden were really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked to me and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad and looked at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Nearly. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. It's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. but it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
And Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Arthurton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a test 50 here. It was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-strikers end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a test for 2 years. So, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse,
You hadn't scored a test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first test match. And for me, it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100. And you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left, and we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away. And we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long-on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-mid and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 50 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lawan, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He's whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week. He had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honour for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learnt the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career, with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, with Jamaica resuming on 96 for 1. Jamaica's 50 came off 81 balls, 62 minutes, 5 fours. And Campbell's 51 off 62 balls, 5 fours, 1 6, 100 minutes at the crease. Raheem Cornwall starting right after lunch. Good afternoon, Terry.
Good afternoon, Vernon, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners.
Cornwall around the wicket still. And Campbell giving himself room and cracking it up to cover. Gore coming around. And keeps the score down to 1. Score in the meantime goes up to 97 for 1.
Still flexing that leg a little bit, Captain John Campbell, but he got through for that single without a problem. Cornwall again into Kirk McKenzie. McKenzie be looking for runs. Going to try and get his test position back. Scores of 1 and 46 in the opening exchange against the Windward Islands, which Jamaica Scorpions won by 176 runs, I think it was.
Comes stylishly forward. Just like to see him stay over that ball a little longer. He's more or less playing a check drive. Want to see him get positive, get a stride in, and look to find the gaps. He's a player that West Indies looking to invest in. We saw him when he scored a double hundred up at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, playing in the best of the best games. Over comes to an end. McKenzie remains on 26 overs bowled, and John Campbell after lunch getting the lone single, 61 off 79 balls, as the action continues here in the West Indies Championship 2025.
Yeah, wonderful knock, that 200 by Kirk McKenzie. I think it was 220 odd. But, and I still think he was a bit unlucky to lose his position. He was the leading run scorer in the series against Australia, and then went to England. Trouble with the swinging delivery. He's not the first and won't be the last West Indian batsman to struggle from that in English conditions. Nevertheless, he'd be looking to try and break back into the West Indies Test squad.
So the Leewards now, they have a headache now, because Archibald starts after lunch, replacing O'Shane Thomas. 2 slips, a gully, cover, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, very close. So Cornwall is asking Archibald to bowl to a 7-2 field. On this track, I just think that you need a balanced field. You need a 6-3 field, which will be more economical, which will be having the man maybe at square leg. More or less. He's got a wide sweeper on the offside, and I just think that once you have that fielder there with 26, we're into the 27th over, that's bad bowling. And that's just my concept. I don't see that fielder coming into a catching position, but I never know. Stranger things have happened.
No
ball here from Archibald. So the bug continues. And this is now Archibald's 4th no ball of this innings.
Yeah, and they struggled in the first session. The Pacers trying to bowl to a 7-2 field. Maintaining, or trying to maintain outside off attack, but see, once again, John Campbell just simply moves across his stumps and sweeps that backward of square for 4. O'Shane Thomas down there at fine leg. Looks like he's done himself a bit of damage. Chasing that delivery, he slipped on the boundary line by the looks of things. He's still down as the trainers come out to see what's wrong with him. Like he just lost his foot in there, but he's down on one knee while the Trainers and physio just having a look. Getting up very gingerly. Seems to be holding that right leg. But a fine shot by John Campbell. He moves on to 65. The 100 up for Jamaica Scorpions. 102 for 1. But too easy though. As I say, a very good afternoon to Amali Richards. Too easy to just come across and knock it into the onside where there's only... He only has to beat fine leg, really.
Looks like he's going to go off here, Terry.
It does. So, and O'Shane Thomas picking up an injury down there at fine leg, the previous delivery.
Exactly what the Leewards Hurricanes would not want to see in this situation. It's going to be replaced by Daniel Durham, the left-arm orthodox spinner from St. Martin. He's going to be the substitute fielder. It would be a real disaster for the Leewards to lose O'Shane Thomas at this stage. He's up on his feet, though, which is a good sign. It's going to be Archibald to continue. And him in particular, Terry, I just think he needs to find something here, Colin Archibald. Had a pretty decent performance in that first match, particularly with the bat in that second innings. He was steady with the ball. Produced a couple fantastic wicket-taking deliveries. You think back to that catch of Akim O'Geese, it was. Hayden was sprawled away like Superman to his left.
Brilliant catch, huh? Catch of the competition. Take some beating.
It's just gotten a little darker here in the last few seconds, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. A few dark clouds hanging round as Campbell just nudges that back of the square again for a comfortable 2. That's the 2 fielders in the onside, mid-on and a fine leg. They need a spark. They need something, the Leeward Islands. They haven't been able to back up their decision of bowling first on this track.
And they've just lost O'Shane Thomas as well to an injury. So you probably anticipate the spinners to do the bulk of the bowling here in this first innings. Probably going to get a look at Kadeem Henry as well, the ambidextrous spinner. Bowls right arm off spin, left arm orthodox. Maybe a little way down the pecking order in terms of the spinners at this stage of his career in this Hurricanes team.
But interesting though, Mario, as we were talking earlier with Vernon, that Daniel Durham must be wondering when he's going to get a game. It might have been a better option of what we've seen so far from O'Shane Thomas.
Especially for the conditions here. Another no ball from Archibald.
And Archibald's just too straight, too much into the pads of Campbell that just keeps tucking him into the onside. Very easy runs this for Jamaica.
That's what we're saying. John Campbell, with his international experience, yes, he's coming back to the red ball format after a couple of seasons being out with that doping violation. But with a player of his experience, the ball not doing too much, this is what we're looking for in terms of West Indian batsmen. This should be 100 here. Unless someone produces an absolute snorter of a delivery, the only way he's going to get out is if he gets himself out, Terry.
Yeah, most definitely, Marley. He's moved on to 69 now. 7 4s and a 6 in that 69. But you're quite right. It'll take a special delivery on this surface. And the form he's showing so far in this first innings. But great to see him back. Was not for the ban that he got, and then the length of the ban he got. But all that's in the past. And really, if you look at it, apart from the way Tejara and Chandapol started, him and Brathwaite were just starting to form, a pretty reasonable partnership that the West Indies so crave because, it's been a long time since we've had a decent opening partnership at Test level.
It's a good point you make, because as you said, he's been away for a few seasons, but he's come back. This one's area, but a bit too high for the man at Durham. Seemed to be a bit close there in that position as well. Tall man, didn't end up jumping or going for that catch. Not sure if he picked it up. Seemed like he picked it up quite late. Nonetheless, another boundary to Campbell. He's into the 70s.
Yeah, this partnership has already yielded 33. That's nicely cut, but can't be backward point. 33 and done in good time and pretty comfortably, Marley.
Yep.
Not much troubling these two.
Easy paced pitch.
That's dragged into the onside through mid-wickets. And it's gone all the way, so he's second six of the innings. Johnny Campbell moves on to 79.
Yeah, and it's been his release shot, especially against the right-arm off spin of Raheem Cornwall from around the wicket. Anytime he's been presented with just a slight hint of air, he hasn't looked to advance. He's gotten down on one leg. He looked to slug sweep more often than not. He recognizes that this pitch isn't spinning. There's no spin on offer for Cornwall yet. And he's just picking the length here. This one just using that breeze to drift it back in from outside that off stump. It's what he's been trying to do more often than not, Raheem Cornwall. Just looking to run one back in. Attack the stumps. LBW up a possibility.
But he looks to be in good nick, does Johnny Campbell. Strong breeze coming from east to west here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. At the Jamaica Scorpions, stroll on to 118 for 1. Johnny Campbell's on 79. Kirk McKenzie on 4.
This is where you have to utilize the knowledge of the home conditions. Leeward Hurricanes at home. The franchise now being has relocated from St. Kitts to Antigua, so the players are based full-time here in Antigua. Would have played most of their matches over the past few seasons at Luana Park.
Right, yeah.
But with Cornwall, Walsh, Andrew, quite a few Antiguans in this lineup. Henry, Coach Wilden Cornwall, assistant coach from Antigua as well, would have played a lot of cricket here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So should have had more of an idea than the Jamaican Scorpions, at least in terms of the conditions, what to expect.
Yeah, most definitely. Good point, Mario. It's just it surprised me, as we were saying off air, the two decisions, one winning the toss and bowling, and the other one including O'Shane Thomas in the 11. And both, you must say, backfired so far.
So far.
Over 100 on the board and only 1 wicket down, and Thomas off the field injured.
Yeah. All happened quite quickly as well. Just after lunch here on day 1. So just a little rethink here probably for the Leewards in terms of their tactics, how they're going to go about it. Finding wickets hard to come by. McKenzie has not got going just yet. Just there, picked the wrong length, that one. Not quite short enough. He's going to say, yeah, it kept down. But that one wasn't short enough to pull.
No, just cramped him for room as it angled back in. But once again, Archibald, he's still bowling to this 7-2 field, offside field, and
he's been
just bowling too straight.
It's been too easy for the left-handers, Campbell in particular. to just knock him into that vacant area on the leg side. Not a fielder to be seen on the leg side from fine leg up to mid-on. So vast open spaces here. And that margin for error, very tiny for Archibald in these conditions. As you see, just a bit of rain to our, just going west.
Yeah.
Here of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, just a bit behind us here at North Sound. Followed by some blue skies and white clouds.
Another no ball by Archibald.
Yeah, he struggled for his rhythm here today as well. Bowled quite a few no balls in round one. Followed it up here today. Maybe just struggling with the breeze a bit, pushing into that breeze coming across. These little things, you know, make such a big difference. That's why fast bowlers, I heard you guys talking about being strong in the legs. One also has to have a strong core to be as balanced as possible upon impact when delivering at high speeds. Just there, once again, this time Campbell in two minds. It's not something we see too often from him. He's a good lever outside that off stump.
Definitely. But you can see what Archibald is trying to do, Marley. He's trying to start it straight and with the breeze take it away from the left-hander. But if he gets it too straight, he's got no protection on the onside. I know Campbell drives a lot and drives in the air, so they brought in a short extra cover as well as a cover. I'd like to see that guy on the onside just to give him a balance and bring the slips into play.
And just allow him to bowl a little straighter as well. We've seen this pitch probably a couple deliveries just go through a little lower than the batsmen expect. That variable bounce at times. And that Archibald over, still seeking that rhythm here all round for the Leewards. Scorpions are 121 for 1 after 29.
Yeah, and John Campbell's moved on to 80. But, and as you say, another worrying sign for Leewards is the odd ball. We're only in the second session, early in the second session on day one, keeping low. And they'll have in the back of their minds now the day off a bat last.
Yeah, you'll expect it to, as this match progresses.
He's all over that one. Didn't quite get the timing he was looking for.
As we're seeing the groundsman just starting to assemble. Just a little bit of rain around
come
here.
Come over a bit down. Being bathed in sunshine for the day so far, but they're running around from west to east to collect the covers. Might have a stoppage here.
Slight delay as they go past the side screens.
Oh, yes.
Surely it's not just the side screens. As a batter, you'd still catch them in the from the side of your eye going past, in your peripheral vision.
They obviously didn't expect it though, since they're all
they're hustling to get there. This shower just seems to have popped up from the east. You saw that cloud go past a little earlier, about 5 minutes or so. Probably expect it to be a bit of a passing shower, especially with the breeze as high as it is.
The other thing with Kirk McKenzie on strike, Marley, the other thing I noticed in that as the players will leave the field, the covers are coming on, so we will have a break in play here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Jamaica, after being sent in, 122 for 1, with Johnny Campbell on 81 and Kirk McKenzie on 5. But just on that tour of England, I would have liked to have seen them, it seems that he wasn't in form, he wasn't picking up the swing and delivery, it was troubling him. You had Artenez that was making a few runs, you had Hodge that made his maiden century. Just a shuffle in the order, stop batting him at number 3 and maybe, just drop him down a peg or 2 to give him a chance at
especially
settling
in those conditions.
In those conditions,
very
right.
bowler-friendly conditions, especially at the time of year in which the West Indies
Correct,
tend to
very
to
early.
tour
Yeah.
England in the recent past. So earlier in the English summer, when the pitches are a bit greener, it's just a bit cooler out as well. It aids in the swing and seam bowling. And if your technique is in a top, if you aren't in top form, or you can find ways in which to negotiate the swinging ball, it'll be a long tour for you.
Definitely. And it proved to be, unfortunately, for Mackenzie. He was overlooked when the West Indies came back to face South Africa. So the covers are on here. They just got the main cover on the ground. So it's, the rain is obviously not heavy. But we do have a break in play. So we'll take a break on 360 with Jamaica Scorpions in their first innings, 122 for 1.
Get it right up!
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the second round clash of the West Indies 4-day championship between home side Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions. Just after a brief rain break, players back underway. Kinsey took a single off the first ball, and Johnny Campbell has hammered that straight over mid-wicket, or mid-on I should say, for another boundary. Moves on to 85, and the score up to 127 for 1.
Yeah, he's taking a real liking to these Leewards Hurricanes bowlers here on day one. Even against Cornwall, being the main threat in this Hurricanes bowling lineup. Every time he's just tossed it up slightly. He's just had a hint of air on those deliveries. He's looked to take him downtown. Employed the slug sweep as well, quite brilliantly. Into the 80s now, just 15 away from 100.
15 away from what would be his 7th first-class century. Kenzie's on 6, 127 for 1, and it's going to be Conor Archibald to continue the attack from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
And it's all about finding opportunities, creating opportunities, and with that break, and that concentration.
Archibald short and wide and caressed through the cover region, forward point for an easy 2 for Campbell.
What we've seen happen over the years, Terry, is just after a break, batsmen at times tend to just lose a little bit of concentration. And with that rain delay coming at the time it did, it favoured the Leewards more so than Jamaica. It's just another little opportunity here for the Leewards. Can they find something after this break?
Yeah, can they get the ball in the right areas? Tuck those stumps. Archibald in again to Mackenzie. It was Mackenzie who picked up the couple. He moves on to 8, 129 for 1, and the 50 partnership between these two. Come up in good time.
Mackenzie only scoring 8 runs out of that 50 partnership.
8 of 33 deliveries.
He's just played that supporting role. Still trying to find a bit of form here. He's giving himself an opportunity. That's what you want to see. Sometimes you got to be able to score, as they say, ugly runs.
Definitely. Archibald in again, and that's driven sweetly through the cover field.
Boy run.
And just pulled back. Good fielding there by, looks like, Mikhail Louis.
Once again, just 2-1. Just posing on that shot was Kirk Mackenzie. As we said, this outfield is very different to the one at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Just a bit heavier. Straight out the middle. Very good cricket shot indeed. Good transference of weight. Good stride. But with Mikhail Louis hearing after that one, did a fantastic work. Saved 2 runs in the end. Pretty poor running from the Jamaican Scorpions. Should at least have been 3.
As you say, Molly, the outfield's been a bit slow all day, and then with that rain on it, it got a bit slower indeed.
And that ball would just get a little bit wet now as well. What the Leewards would have been hoping for is to at least keep one side pretty well maintained and the other side very dry. With this moisture, those plans are out the window, Terry.
I think all plans are out the window, Molly, at the
this
moment.
stage, yeah.
Yeah, because
everything they've done has gone against them so far.
Exactly, and with a stacked offside field, both batsmen are still having no trouble finding the gaps. So the run scoring is not an issue for Jamaica. Leewards need to find something, need to attack those stumps, and of course with Thomas still off injured, I believe.
Better length that from Archibald. Just going a bit searching was Mackenzie.
completes the over. 131 for 1. Mackenzie's moved on to 10. Campbell is on 85.
The difference with that one that took the outside edge, it wasn't quite as full for the drive. Wasn't quite there, as they say. Mackenzie still going through with it, but luckily didn't carry to the fielder. But that extra cover drive in that last over should give Mackenzie a level of confidence. Get those feet going. Get into his innings here.
Cornwall continues to Campbell. Sit down to short leg and there's no run. Is that Thomas though back on the field there at long on?
Yeah, he's back.
So at least back on the field after injuring himself while fielding down the fine leg.
Hurricanes need a performance from him as well next time he's called into the attack.
Definitely. And I think it'd be safe to say, Mali, that he needs a performance from him.
Definitely.
You know?
Him first.
Yeah. Well, big appeal by Cornwall. I think that might have caught the bottom of the bat, though.
Just outside the line of the off stump. Let's have a look and see what is the umpire going to signal. Leg byes. Yeah, just outside that off stump, hit him on the back foot with that little trigger across to the offside. That just takes LBW out of the equation. And that's something, that mode of batting. Alec Athens in particular, to the left arm spinner. That's the mode of batting I think he needs to look to employ more often than not.
Most definitely.
Look to get on that off stump, go with the spin as opposed to always looking to go against it, opening up yourself, creating that gap in which the spinners go through.
Yeah, and as you say, Marley, back yourself. Because, catch that!
Ooh. Once again, just highlighting this almost tennis ball, two-pace nature of this pitch.
Definitely, that howled, bounced, it was edged to
Hayden Walsh
Jr. first slip, but just bounced before. He was in the air for a while, but he just couldn't get forward quickly enough.
Probably just took a bit of glove as well in the end, just taking a bit of pace off that one, carrying through to Hayden Walsh. He's very close in. Goes with the sweep this time. Should be 2 runs here. A comfortable 2.
Yeah, to Mackenzie. He moves on to 12. 134 for 1. So Cornwall creating some chances. He's bowled 9 overs now, 1 for 34. But just getting back to Artenes, that test match against South Africa, the first drawn one, and West Indies was set about 300 or so and fancied their chances of chasing it down. And he made, which was his highest score so far, I think 92 or so. But he used the sweep and reverse sweep to great effect. In the second test, where they were chasing 260 to win or so, never brought it out. And against Bangladesh, he didn't really bring it out. So it was nice to see.
He brought it out a couple of times against Bangladesh.
Couple of times, yeah.
Getting out in Jamaica in that second test to the slug sweep, in that second innings.
But he looks so comfortable in playing the shot, you know, and I just think he should back himself a lot more, which he,
especially early in his innings.
Yeah, yeah.
When he's at his most susceptible, is when at times you see these shots come out, and I think that also lends to nerves, you know. At times you do things you don't want to do. You told yourself, hey, this is what I'm not going to do, but for some reason or the other,
true, yeah,
it's almost compulsive. They used to say that a lot about Richie Richardson. He was a compulsive hooker. The happy hooker,
right?
They used to call him. So it's things like that. Really, the biggest thing for me, though, that tells me at times is that he still has a lot of understanding of batting to do is when the left arm spinner's on from over the wicket. Tajul Islam, I think it was, in Jamaica. It's bowling from over the wicket to him, into the foot marks outside his off stump.
Right.
And he's looking to drive more often than not through the offside, against the spin.
Against the spin, yeah.
You can only really do that when the ball's really full and you get to the pitch. Brian Lara was a master of that, you know, playing through the offside against Warren and McGill, sweeping Mutai Muralitharan against the spin. But it's because he had such good eyes and he was a very quick
on his feet, though.
Quick on his feet and pick length absolutely as quick as anyone.
Archibald striving for a breakthrough. Pulls to Campbell, and Campbell lets it go through to Hamilton. Remains on 85.
It may seem like, you know, we're harping on the point, but it must be stressed that it's almost academic. It's something you should know, especially to the left-arm spinner as a left-handed batter bowling over the wicket. You're looking to take LBW out the equation.
Right.
So you're getting on off stump. Something that you see similar to what Campbell's doing here to Raheem Cornwall when he's around the wicket. Looking to get outside the line of that off stump, especially when he's looking to play the sweep. Yes, he's going against the perceived spin, but here in these conditions, there isn't much spin.
No, there hasn't done much at all so far today.
So he's just giving himself a second barrier in terms of if he misses it, at least he's getting hit outside that
the
off
line.
stump. These little things go into the art of batsmanship, you know. There are many ways in which he could be dismissed as a batter, and you just have to try and reduce them or minimize them.
Most definitely. I just feel that our top order in the West Indies Test top order try and read the ball too much off the pitch. I'm not saying you can't do that, but you have to be spot on every time because eventually one will have your name on it, you know. So employing a sweep, reverse sweep, using your feet, trying to get to the pitch, as you're saying, Marley, would be a lot more beneficial in the long run for them.
And we saw what was possible in Pakistan.
Exactly. They did try and use their feet.
From the number 8, number 9, number 10 batters.
Right.
You know, Gudakesh Moti in particular, his use of his feet in terms of getting down the pitch, advancing to the ball, looking to smother that spin. Not only smother it, but look to attack it. You know, the ball doesn't spin if you get to the pitch of it.
Exactly.
That's something, you know, even Dad would tell me, you know, how great a player of spin he was. Wasn't afraid to leave his crease to get down to the pitch of these spinning deliveries.
And again, quick on his feet.
Forward or back.
Exactly.
Not to say that going back isn't, going back to the spinner is also quite a good tactic. When done well. I think a good employer of that was, rest in peace, Graham Thorpe. You know, he's renowned for batting for England on those Asian, those subcontinent pitches, being very proficient
Had
against
a lot of
spin,
success,
very successful. And his mode really was to go back. Because, as you said, he wasn't one that was picking these deliveries from the hand.
Right, yeah.
But I think what we've seen over the years as well is that the pace of spin has just gradually improved, or gotten quicker over the years as well, increased.
True.
I think that's because of the advent of T20 and the like. Don't see too many bowlers just tossing it up anymore.
Definitely.
And it's spinning, but it's spinning at pace, so it doesn't allow the batter that extra time just to readjust. You see that mainly in the subcontinent and around the world. The variation for the spinners is them just going a little slower. Whereas for us, more often than not, it's that quicker ball.
The quicker one.
Yep. Different modes of operation.
And the different types of pitches.
Exactly,
you know?
call for different things. That's why we mentioned, even with Hayden Walsh's spell early, the right pace, even for Raheem Corner. What's the right pace for him here on day one?
Right. It was good to see Hayden Walsh Jr. the lengths that he was bowling last week in the opening round, and also, you know, getting that googly to come out very nicely. 136 for 1 Jamaica.
At that pace as well. Bowling quite quick for a leg spinner, really. And when he lands it and it's turning as much as it was, it's very hard to negotiate. Someone's taking a liking to the lovely Lexus up there, just preening itself almost.
I was going to say, is that for player of the match?
Yeah. It's looking quite scrumptious up there in the corner. As the Americans would call it, the Lex Bubble.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a real classic now. That's a car from the early 2000s and 90s. It's still looking quite immaculate. Well over 20 odd years old. The Lexus SC430.
You know your vehicles, Marty?
I do, I know that one.
So Archibald into Mackenzie. That one's up on his toes, cracks that through the cover region, rolling out towards the boundary. And Kadeem Henry stopped up.
I think he did.
Just got it before it crossed the line.
And that's what we're going to see throughout this day as well. Long chases. Apparently he got to the boundary, signaled by Gregory Brathwaite.
I think he flicked it and it rolled
back onto. He did get there.
Yeah, it flicked it back onto the rope.
It's important these Scorpions batters run every run as hard as possible, though.
141 for 1. Mackenzie moves on to 16. Johnny Campbell's on 88.
And he's just growing in confidence since that front foot drive that he got 2 for. The legs, feet are starting to move. He's picking up length. That one was off the back foot. What's good to see from young Kirk Mackenzie, he's not looking to hit the ball too hard. Inside edge, bit fuller. So opting to just go a bit fuller to Mackenzie, taking the inside edge. He seems to be in a bit of pain as well.
Self-inflicted injury.
So he's probably just missed that pad and hit him on the inside of that right leg. Seems to be in quite a bit of pain, and you know in that shin area there's not too much
flesh, no?
Muscle to absorb those blows. So he's in a bit of trouble. We'll have yet another break. We've had a few
little breaks.
Disruptions in play so far. But it's been Jamaica Scorpions so far, it must be said.
Definitely. They're well on top. They don't look under any pressure whatsoever. Building up a nice first innings lead. And as well as Springer referred to earlier the day, after being sent in on a good batting pitch like this, they'd be looking to bat once in the match. But you made a good point, Marley, about Kirk Mackenzie. When he looks to play the ball nicely without trying to overhit it, is, you know, we know the power he has. But when he tries to hit the ball and holds his shape, he looks a much better batsman.
Yeah, when he's compact. You know, he's quite a compact player, but when the hands get outside the body and he starts to look to hit the ball too hard, at times that front foot doesn't quite get out, or he doesn't quite transfer that weight as you'd expect. It's one of the reasons why he's in pain at this stage. That fuller delivery was just a little late in transferring that weight onto the front foot, slightly caught on the crease, allowed the ball to swing, taking the inside edge, but as he said, that front foot drive, though, ever since then, he's just looked a lot more assured at the crease. This is a massive season for him.
Yeah, most
24
definitely.
years old now as well. With that international experience, was probably fast tracked to the West Indies team. But something Vernon was saying earlier is, especially in the case of a Johnny Campbell as well, he's been away from first-class cricket for a few seasons, lost his place alongside Craig Brathwaite, who's had a few partners since then.
Yeah.
But you said Tej Chandapur, now it's Mikhail Louis. Mikhail Louis still trying to forge his way at the international level. So there's still an opening position up for grabs.
Most definitely. Definitely.
I don't think Johnny Campbell would necessarily have thought, if he would have gone away for a few seasons and come back, that would be the opportunity. But it's right here for him. If he can have a really prolific season, something similar to what we saw from Mikhail Louis in his elevation to last season, scoring 300s. Having a very
450s, I think it was.
as well. It's a real purple patch of form for him. It's the nature of professional sport. One year, it could be you. Next year, it could be someone else.
But even when Campbell came back into the Super 50 Cup, he looked fit, he looked ready, he looked like he realized, hey, I could get my position back. A couple of good seasons or just one season. That position has been vacant for a long time.
That's the thing. I'm sure that would have served as a bit of motivation for him coming back, is the fact that he could still see a pathway.
Definitely. Whereas when they first released the ban, when they first put the ban on him,
he thought it was over.
His whole career, not only his test career, but everything.
His cricketing career.
Right, yeah. All right, we're back with the action. Archibald into Mackenzie. And that's cracked nicely, but straight to cover. Casey Carty does the fielding, and there's no run.
You can see skipper Cornwall is really looking for something here from Colin Archibald.
Rather long spell since lunch. Broken up by the brief passing shower that we had.
That's the role he'll probably play as this season progresses in this bowling lineup as well. He'll probably do the bulk of the donkey work as the pacer. Again, just going a bit straight. That one is comfortably missing that leg stump. Leg by signal by umpire Brathwaite.
It was pitched right up there with the strained down leg. He can't get too straight, of course, because he's still bowled into a 7-2 field.
And you would think with this breeze the way it is, east to west, and with Colin Archibald's stock ball being that one, just going away from the left-hander, that maybe you'd see a bit more movement through the air, but so far not so much.
Good ball to finish the over, but nicely played by Campbell. So at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions, after being asked to take first strike, 142 for 1. Campbell on 88 and Mackenzie on 16.
I'm sure Johnny Campbell in the back of his mind is saying, not sure I've scored or batted at this level and found run scoring quite as easy as he has here today.
Definitely.
Hasn't been forced to really work for these runs. 88 off 107. Showed a good defense. Every time the ball has been in his area, that is just slightly over pitched. He's made these Leewards Hurricanes bowlers pay.
Quite a lot of easy runs given away by the Leeward so far today. Short leg remains in for Cornwall as he bowls to Mackenzie and defended onto the onside, no run.
Every now and again as well, you can just switch young Kadeem Henry from silly mid-on to mid-off. Just switch it up. Just bring that close fielder into the eye line of John Campbell on the offside. Just there. What you really want him to do is not is for him to not feel quite as assured just plopping onto that front foot lunging forward.
Yeah, he knows there's no danger even if he pops it up.
Yep.
But good to see Kadeem Henry in a,
catching position.
Yeah,
Close.
a proper short leg rather than a short square leg.
Square leg, yes, with a helmet on.
Mackenzie's on 16 facing Cornwall. Turn nicely forward a square as they walk through another single. Moves on to 17. The score 143 for 1 at the end of that Cornwall over.
Even if you don't want to be, you don't want to be seen to be over attacking against a John Campbell. I think when Mackenzie's on strike, that's when you get the two men in. As we said, he's just been struggling for a bit of form, not quite into his innings yet. He's getting a lot better delivery by delivery, but each delivery you wait in which to try and force something to happen it's just going to make him more comfortable and feel more assured at the crease, which does not bode well for you here early on day one. 143 for 1 after only 36 overs.
Only 36 overs.
That run rate, it's hovered at about 4s.
Yep, and with a well set John Campbell.
Yeah.
As Jeremiah Louis is going to take up the attack from the commentary box, or Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Interesting though, Vernon and I, he started from this end and we felt that he looked much better from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and that's of course where he had Brown dropped earlier in the day.
Well, Jeremiah Louis is the type that presents an upright seam more often than not. So if there's any movement here available, he's going to find it. And with that breeze, as we said, going east to west, Mackenzie on strike, can he just get one to go away from the left-hander here with those slips, 2 slips and a gully in position?
Yep, starting over the wicket to left-handed Mackenzie. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg. So still the 7-2 field.
Same field. He's probably a little more disciplined than Colin Archibald. So he's probably going to be more often than not outside that off stump. Just there.
It popped up. And nor the short extra cover or cover. Drop between them, basically.
At first glance, I thought that maybe he would have taken the edge, It's the second time we've just seen one pop.
Yeah,
this one actually hit the blade just a little higher up than the middle. Didn't carry with that man, Kadeem Henry, in quite close to extra cover.
And that's the second one we've seen. It just sort of stopped in the pitch.
Yeah, a bit tennis ball-y the bounce. But there was a bit of movement. Expect to see a bit of movement here. Across the left-handed Mackenzie.
Yeah.
Just there, that one just held its line slightly. So there's an opportunity here for the Leewards Hurricanes. Or they've got to see it that way.
Definitely.
Highly skilled bowler on this ball. It's still only 36 overs old. An opportunity to work up a real shine on one side and get that ball to really dart around. Really use the elements here available to you. And I like the fact that he stayed over the wicket.
I was going to say, at least over the wicket, he always looks like he's got a chance of just taking one away from the left-handers.
That one's a bit too straight. Just there, as you said, Terry, the easy single comes and the pressure is released. Yeah, it's just building up a nice over there to Mackenzie.
Got to take these little opportunities, little windows of opportunity. Need wickets to Leeward Islands as the ground staff just hovering around their covers again.
Not quite sure where that cloud is actually. that they're so worried about. Maybe just a bit behind us here at the certainly Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
Johnny Campbell comes on strike to Jeremiah Louis. He's on 88. Looking for his 7th first-class century. It's his 92nd match. Wide outside the off stump. Also rolled through to Jamal Hamilton.
Once again, just that lack of pace and carry through to the wicketkeeper. As you said, Terry, that's
Not
something
good
the
signs.
Hurricanes opted to put Jamaica in here. So, in effect, we'll be batting last.
Very interesting
this
decision.
pitch. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this pitch plays as the match progresses. It's good delivery.
Well played by Campbell Yador, and there's a
It's gonna be more.
misfield. That's not good cricket there by Colin Archibald. Misfield backing up there at mid-on, but good batting by Campbell in as much as you don't see that enough from West Indian batsmen. It's just soft hands, kill the ball, take off for the single.
And that's something that's been a bit different from John Campbell, actually, upon his
true.
return to regional first-class cricket. He was a type of player that would go quite hard at the ball. That was one of the criticisms, is that, you know, he would pick out fielders quite a bit. He'd end up timing the ball quite nicely, but hit the ball straight to the fielders. Wasn't really exhibiting those soft hands, as he said. Well, here today, he's been in good control.
Definitely.
It's been a well-controlled innings, and he's just played, apart from that reverse lap of Colin Archibald. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking there, but since then, he's just played conventional cricket strokes and played them with some aplomb.
Yeah, that caught everybody by surprise, out of the blue.
I'm still
including
surprised.
the field. But he's moved on to 90 now. It's Kirk McKenzie on strike. Cornwall continuing from the Sir Andy Roberts end. 146 for 1. They desperately need a breakthrough here to the Hurricanes. It's turned nicely by McKenzie. Down towards fine leg. Hayden Walsh trudges after it from first slip, and they take 2. So McKenzie up to 18, and the score 146 for 1. Sorry, up to 20, 148 for 1. Settling in nicely now, McKenzie, to his innings. 20 off 64.
So you see Cornwall just increasing the pace slightly now. Probably just working out that he has to be a little quicker on this pitch, in which to pose any problems for these Scorpions batters. That one's a little slower. Not sure if it took a bit of glove or... It'll be interesting to see what the umpire signals here.
Yeah, just lobbing over Jamal Hamilton. Yeah, it's runs. So at the end of Cornwall's over, 149 for 1, Jamaica Scorpions. Campbell is on 90 and Kirk McKenzie is on 21. But yeah, just needs to vary his pace. He's not getting much turn, if at all. Trying to bring it in off the wind.
I think so far here on day one, sorry, Terry, is Jeremiah Louis has proved to be the best option in terms of creating chances. He's looked the most threatening.
Yeah.
He's conceded 17 in his 7 overs. But you just get the impression that he could change things here. He's the man. in which they need a change, but not
Struck
yet.
beautifully.
And we've seen quite a few aerial drives. John Campbell in particular. This time it's Kirk McKenzie not quite getting on top of that one, but luckily for him,
they found the gap nicely, creamed it through the offside.
So he's just starting to grow in confidence.
Yeah, moves on to 25. The 150's up, 153 for one. We're in over number 39, so they maintained a good click throughout this inning so far, Jamaica Scorpions.
At this rate, if they continue this scoring rate, it will be a hell of a score at the end of the day.
Definitely.
Near 400. So that bottom hand just coming into play there for McKenzie.
Good bowling again by Louis, not afraid to continue pitching it up even though he was driven the previous delivery.
Yeah, he's going to give the ball every opportunity in which to swing. So if he can just find a bit of sea movement as well, you know, with that moisture being around. You saw on this pitch at times a few just bounce quite disconcertingly, not at pace though, which allowed the batter to just readjust. But it's the best option here. It's got to be full once again.
Bit shorter on that occasion, easily controlled by McKenzie in the offside, no run.
I think the biggest point actually to take from this innings of Campbell so far, yeah, he's on 90, he's played serenely. It's just how he's triumphed against adversity. You know, you know, we said, we've spoken at length about what he's gone through in the last few seasons, last few years here in the West Indies. It takes a person with a pretty strong mind in which to weather such a storm and then come back on the other side. It would have taken a lot of training, not knowing whether there was something in which to train for down the road. So he also had to have a lot of faith in the processes as well. I think something a lot of young players can take from him is just how he's triumphed against the adversity. Yes, things are going to go against you, but the main thing is how you respond to it.
Yeah, most definitely, Mali. You know, and especially since it was such a lengthy ban, you know, 4 years. If we remember back to Andre Russell, he got half that time and then was able to halve it again. It took Campbell a long time for his appeal to come through and everything like that. So as I say, at his age, he would have been thinking, my cricketing life's done. So, you know, to go through all that, to come back, keep yourself fit, keep yourself positive, and come back and look good, take charge of your team.
Yeah, come back in a leadership position.
Exactly,
well.
yeah.
Also highlights maybe the dearth of leadership in Jamaican cricket as well.
True, true. The dearth of leadership, I think, around the region.
Around the region.
Yeah.
Even from a West Indian perspective, even our test team, you know, Craig Brathwaite approaching 100 test matches. Mm-hmm. But we're also looking down the line and thinking just who could possibly be the next test captain if we were to choose one. And you're not seeing too many options. Like the succession plan. Well, there isn't a succession plan.
There isn't anymore, no. And, you know, you're barely doing an apprenticeship before you get captaincy these days. And, you know, and players end up in situations where they don't come along as quickly as what they expect. I mean, they obviously had De Silva earmarked as a future leader.
Lost his place
now he's lost his place. Right? I think, and I still say, in the next couple of seasons, Alzari would have to be right on top of the list, in my opinion.
I think so. He was elevated to vice captain. He's captain of this Leewards Hurricanes franchise as well. Some people may
And a great cricketing brain, as you were saying.
Yeah, he's a fantastic cricketing brain.
Yeah.
You may not seem that way to you, especially at times. Maybe you see a few antics and the like on the field. But I tell you what, that is a very sound cricketing brain and a leader of men.
Mm-hmm.
You just know if Alzari's captain then, almost in the mode of what we used to be like in our heyday in terms of our leaders.
Exactly.
Not really suffering fools gladly.
Exactly. And, you know, all
standards have to be at tip-top.
Right. And maintained.
And maintained, yeah.
No fooling around.
That's for sure. He's a serious man, you can tell that. He's obviously quite jovial and the like off the field, but when he crosses those lines... It's something we've seen almost as a trend at times in the world game. You think Pat Cummins.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, years ago, he used to say never a fast bowler and never a wicket keeper.
Yeah. You got Pat Cummins, Jasprit Bumrah as well. More than likely he'll be the next permanent India Test captain.
And even talking about fast bowlers as captains, I mean, Courtney Andrew Walsh didn't do a bad job throwing in twice at the deep end, you know.
Until he was undermined.
Yeah, yeah.
From within.
From within. Nice sweep there by Campbell, but can't beat short fine leg there in Casey Carty. Remains on 91, 155 for one. Campbell just backing away there. He wasn't quite ready. Ground staff have gone back and taken their viewing seats. So obviously the threat of rain has gone away, which is good. And Cornwall completes is over. So we've had an hour's play after drinks. No, he's still got a ball left. Coming up to the hour's play after lunch. And Jamaica have moved on to 155 for one after being sent in by Leeward Islands Hurricanes captain Rakim Cornwall. Johnny Campbell is on 91 and Cook Mackenzie on 26 as players take a drinks break. And we'll take a break here on 360 and return in a few minutes. The second session of play.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium after the small rain break which took place here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Just to let you know, in case you've just joined us from Jamaica, from Guyana, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Anguilla, Antigua and Barbuda, Montserrat, or wherever you are joining into us, the Jamaican Scorpions are 155 for 1, or 40 overs, 182 dot balls, a current run rate of 3.88, with their captain John Campbell on 91 not out, 114 balls, 9 fours, 2 sixes, 177 minutes so far that he's batted for. Campbell's 50 came off 62 balls, 5 fours, 1 6, 100 minutes. So he's continuing his dominance so far. The partnership of 50 between Mackenzie and the captain Campbell has come off 69 balls, 42 minutes, 5 fours, and 1 6. Ill-disciplined and more or less very disorganized bowling attack by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Extras have been 16, 6 leg byes, 1 wide, 9 no balls. Louis has bowled 2, Thomas 1. And already we've seen Colin Archibald with 6. O'Shane Thomas is back on. As I say, good afternoon to my colleague, Terry Laraja and Marley Richards, who did an excellent job just right after lunch.
Good afternoon, Vernon, and good afternoon to all our listeners and viewers on 360. Yes, Leeward Islands Hurricanes desperate for a breakthrough or two here, leading up to the tea interval on day one, especially after inserting the opposition.
2 slips go down as Louis starts wide of Hayden Walsh and down to the third man boundary for 4. The captain has just not been patient today. Too many changes in the field. Now we have 3 fielders in the offside here. Louis is getting the ball to swing around. You have to give him as much support as possible. This time, no third slip, and the ball going through the vacant area and down to the vacant third man boundary for 4. I would really like to see, Terry, a more balanced field for Jeremiah Louis. You have Louis bowling to a 7-2 field. Got to put fielders in catching positions because you're looking to get wickets. And Louis is a wicket taker.
Yeah, and just prior to that drinks break and rain break, in Jeremiah Louis' previous over, Cornwall had young Jewel Andrew there in at third slip, or 2 slips in a gully, and it would have gone straight down his throat. So as you say, Vernon, patience is the key. He's moved Andrew into a short extra cover. He's got 2 short extra covers and a cover. 3 fieldsmen almost in a line there on the offside.
Louis unlucky again. This is something which has really hampered him, even last season. The amount of drop catches that came off of Jeremiah Louis' bowling is something that the selectors won't see. But the broadcasters and the fans who are following the game closely will work on. I just think, Terry, on what we've seen so far, Jamaica is scoring at a very rapid rate. Campbell, in the meantime, has gone to 91. Another dot ball coming quietly forward is the big man himself. The score remains on 159 for 1. 159 for 1. In fact, sorry, that's Kurt Mackenzie. Sorry, my bad, Terry.
He's Mackenzie gone up to 30.
He's gone up to 30. Got to be patient. Has to be patient. Cornwall trying to get Thomas' attention. Was having a conversation with the folks in the Jamaica dugout. Don't know if he's saying to him, you got to come and bowl a couple of overs. It's just giving away a single there.
Yep. Too easy.
Good cricket here by Mackenzie. Yeah, it's something that they're going to have to work on. You've got to give them, especially the bowlers, a balanced feel.
Now Louis has asked Andrew to move from the short extra cover into the onside. So now he's going to have a 6-3 field. Andrew will move into square leg position just forward of the umpire.
Not for 26, Louis. And not for 26 could have been 2-3.
Could have easily had 2 at least.
160 for 1. He now brings the Jamaica captain, who's on 91. 114 balls, 9 fours, 2 sixes. And at the break, that was Campbell, not out. He's looking for his 7th first-class 100. Again, good line there by Louis, honing away at the skills, thereby demonstrating attacking the stumps, something that the Leeward Islands didn't do pretty well at all when they bowled early up.
Yeah, he's been the most consistent in the right areas, and therefore has looked the most threatening or the most likely to make a breakthrough. Just the 1 wicket has fallen so far.
But I think he's understand the assignment, and that's the difference about Louis, understanding the assignment and the work ethic by some of the bowlers today, even including Cornwall. He just bowled around the wicket all the time. He's not changed any angle. He's not done anything different.
No, not at all. He's been, as you say, just the one line of attack. They've played him pretty well with ease, as they have with most of the attack. If Thomas is fit, he got injured on the boundary before, but he's obviously recovered from that. He's been on the field ever since. They need to get him back into the attack, and he needs to be firing. But at the moment, we're going to see a change at the Sir Andy Roberts end. The first time today, Hayden Walsh Jr. will come into the attack.
Talking about Johnny Campbell, and we're talking about under the professional setup. This will be, before this game, he would have played some 43 games, 2,726 runs with a high score of 156. He's got 500s and 13 half centuries. So he's already scored his 14th half century at the professional setup, which was started way back in 2014. John Campbell. And he'll be looking to get his 6th at this level. Cornwall and Hamilton having a conversation.
So this would be interesting. I'm surprised that Walsh Jr. wasn't called into the attack earlier. And that's cut away by Kirk McKenzie. Can't be the cover field, and there's no run. Just on the back of what he did last week in the first match against the West Indies Academy. Picked up a 5-4 and was landing his googly extremely well. McKenzie takes a quick single up to mid-off where Shane Thomas does the fielding. So McKenzie moves on to 32. Brings Campbell back on strike. He's on 91, 161 for 1. Partnership continues to grow. 2nd wicket here for Jamaica Scorpions.
Leeward fielders getting caught on their heels, especially those who are being close to the wicket.
And Walsh Jr. starting with a long on, so Campbell takes the luxury of just knocking that up to long on for a comfortable single. He moves on to 92. Got a short leg slip, short extra cover, backward point cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and deep backward square leg as he takes another single to Thomas. Hit straight to him rather firmly, but McKenzie set off as he stroked the ball. 84 the partnership worth now.
It looks as if they've made their mind up that once they hit the ball to O'Shane Thomas, they're going to get a single.
Definitely. Let's hit straight back to Hayden Walsh Jr. Hamilton whips the bails off, appealed to square leg umpire, but I don't think Campbell moved the muscle. End of the over. 92 is Campbell, 33 is McKenzie. Jamaica Scorpions, after being asked to take first strike, 163 for 1.
So where do we go from here, Terry? Because the Leewards sort of look out of it. They're looking around and figuring out where they're going to get the next wicket from. Certainly, you don't see anything enterprising taking place at all.
Not at all. They look like they're going through the motions here, waiting for the batsman to make a mistake rather than looking to knock them over. As I say, the partnership has realized 84 runs, but I think they need to bring Thomas back in. As Louis continues, well pitched up delivery, kept out by Mackenzie. If you're going to play the guy...
remember, he just came back onto the field as well, to Terry. Right, so
true, but he's been back on a while now, though, since lunch break, so I think time would be an issue. But just before tea, maybe a small 3 or 4 over burst before the tea break. They've got to try something, as this has been all too easy for the Jamaica Scorpions. Just rolling along, playing just good, decent cricket, but a lot of free runs out there being offered by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Like you said that, free runs.
Just with the field placing. They're going back to 7-2 again.
I wish runs was free. I'd be playing cricket still.
There you go. Thomas looks like he's limbering up.
Easy?
Either that or he's just trying to keep himself awake.
Okay. Needs to be more than awake right now.
Definitely. Louis into Mackenzie down the leg side. There's an appeal and he's been given. He's been stranded down the leg side. Mackenzie's not happy. He didn't feel he touched that at all. Hamilton went up and so did the umpire's finger. So Jeremiah Louis strangles Kirk Mackenzie down the leg side, and finally Leewards have something to cheer about.
So the umpire, Gregory Bratwit, making the decision, and Mackenzie goes back, caught by Hamilton off Louis
for 33. Let's look at it again on the replay. Well down the leg side, hard to tell whether he got a tickle on that one, but umpire says yes. Louis and Hamilton were confident enough, so Kirk Mackenzie has to walk. He'd be disappointed there, being strangled down the leg side. Terrible way to get out. Feel like throwing it away, but he throws his helmet in disgust once he passes the rope. He trudges off, not happy with that at all, but that is the second wicket for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So Jamaica Scorpions 163 for 2. Johnny Campbell remains out there on 92.
It's a Saturday.
Well, Louis deserved that. I mean, obviously it wasn't the best ball he bowled, but he has looked the most threatening. He has created chances. That drop catch earlier off Carlos Brown. And then in his previous over, the field change didn't help him. It would have gone straight down third slip's throat where Jewel Andrew was standing at the edge of Mackenzie's bats. But he gets him stranded down the leg side. So partnership broken, 163 for 2.
The Leewards looking now. They've got Jermaine Blackwood, who's come out. He's in a rich fame of form as well too. Scored 100.
He's coming off 100.
Yeah. Before this, in fact, under this professional setup, he would have played some 45 games. So this is his 46th game. 2,757 runs, 219 50s. Jermaine Blackwood, under the professional setup, which would have started in 2014. At one point in time, Jermaine Blackwood was the captain, vice captain of the West Indies team.
Louis into him now, and that's left alone outside the off stump, no run. And the last time he played the Leeward Islands Hurricanes here, Jermaine Blackwood.
Don't remind me.
No, that was a rather long couple of days for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, as Blackwood scored 248. I think from memory he was dropped about 3 or 4 times, but an excellent innings nonetheless. And Leeward Islands never got close to Jamaica. I believe Alzari was the top scorer in Leeward Islands' first innings with 89. Jeremiah Louis into the pads of Blackwood, just turns it to square leg to get himself underway. So he's on 1. Campbell back on strike. He's on 92, 164 for 2. So a magnificent double century the last time Jermaine Blackwood played here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
In fact, that game, there was a lot of banter talk taking place, and it was a counter-attack because Azario was bowling pretty quick in that game.
True.
And Blackwood decided that he was going to fight fire with fire, which he normally does, because he's up for the task, and he was up for that task, and he made the Leewards pay. It dropped him a couple of times, but we can't worry about that. It would have been his highest first-class score at that point in time. Last season, played some 5 matches, high score of 88 to 27 being his highest. So he's come back with some vengeance this season.
Then he's got a decent overall first-class record, 143 matches, 8,182 runs at 32.46. Highest score, as we mentioned, 248, 900s and 53 50s.
So 43 overs bowled here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Jamaica Scorpions, they're 165 for 2 with their captain, John Campbell, on 93 not out of 113 deliveries.
Just 7 away from his 7th first-class century. Be eyeing that, no doubt, as Hayden Walsh Jr. will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Thankfully, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is bathed in sunshine at the moment. Walsh Jr. just with the slip, Cornwall slip. He's into Campbell. Campbell's back cross and cracks that high over mid-wicket into the boundary for 4. He picked that one up very quickly. Quick on his feet there. Dropped down by Hayden Walsh Jr.
Campbell first scored 100 under the professional setup in 135, 2015, 2016. And then he came back in 2019, 2020 and scored 101 and 112. 2017, 2018, 156. And 2022, 127. He'll be looking to get his 6th first-class 100 under this professional setup organized by Cricket West Indies. It started in 2014. He's 97. Made some adjustments now to the field. He's now put Louis Walsh into a short mid-wicket position. He's got a deep backward square, mid-wicket, and a long on for Campbell. Walsh. He just paddled this one around. Full toss.
Go.
He's going to come back for 3 if he wants it. No. 2. He think he's nursing that right quadricep. And he's playing it as safe as possible. He goes to 99. Johnny Campbell. And Jamaica's score in the meantime goes up to 171 for 2. 171 for 2. John Campbell. He's on 99 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He's trying to get fancy. And because he's trying to get fancy, he missed one. Hamilton juggled with it, Terry.
Yeah, definitely.
But it was not an edge. Walsh bowling a quicker, faster delivery. Walsh from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's in now to bowl to Campbell. He's backing across and steering it down to Carty at backward point. Or gully, more or less, coming in from that area. So we got a slip, a leg slip, a cover, an extra cover, mid-wicket, mid-off, long on, mid-wicket. Campbell drives past 100 to Campbell. What a knock. Excellent. He lost the toss this morning and quickly came into his reckoning. Johnny Campbell registering his 6th first-class 100 under the professional setup and his first for the season. What a knock by the young man. He holds Jermaine Blackwood, 2 partners. They would have dominated youth cricket, played for the West Indies under 19, 124 balls, 10 fours, 2 sixes, a strike rate of 80.65. John Campbell scores 100 in round 2 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. What a knock, Terry.
Yeah, wonderful knock there by Johnny Campbell. He took it to the Leeward Islands attack from ball 1, opening the innings and leading from the front, and a good strong captain's knock. Well deserved. His 7th first-class century overall. Jermaine Blackwood on strike, 172 for 2. And that's wide outside the off stump by Walsh Jr. Let go by Blackwood to complete the over. So 172 for 2. And as you said, Vernon 100 of 124 balls for Campbell, 10 fours, 2 sixes, and a very, very well played century indeed. And there's no reason why he can't turn it into a big one. It's a good batting truck. He's been out there all day, so he's seen it like a football.
And I think what he has done, which is just surprise Cornwall and company, when Cornwall come on, who is the number 1 bowler, he decided that he was going to attack Cornwall. And he took a liking to Cornwall, forced Cornwall to have to bowl him flat and fast. Louis to Johnny Campbell is back and just working this into the square leg area. Vast acres of land on the leg side area, and he gets a comfortable single. Cornwall still trying to continue to bowl to a 7-2 field. I think the field just needs to be balanced. If you balance in with the breeze here, the bowlers have a better option of securing themselves in terms of if they just stray. Campbell and first Mackenzie, they were just able to just work the ball into the leg side area. If we just think how many singles they would have picked up.
Yeah, too easy. Easy runs, and very strange that he would go against Louis, which I presume he did being captain. As Louis did try and strengthen it. He brought Andrew across from short extra cover into the square leg region. And even though it was a ball down the leg side that strangled Kirk Mackenzie, it did bring about a false stroke. He's got a 5-4 field for Blackwood, the right-hander.
73 for 2. The only thing missing from this game today is the electronic scoreboard, which we are accustomed to at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We only have the manual scoreboard. This is first-class cricket. This is West Indies cricket. You're playing at the number 1 venue in the Caribbean, in the OECS, especially here in Antigua and Barbuda from the Leeward side. And you'd want to be able to offer all of the services available from the stadium standpoint.
Yeah, most definitely. Expect to see the electronic scoreboard in action. And there's quite a good gathering of people here in attendance today.
Except the school children.
Faithfuls, except the school children, Vernon. I don't know.
You don't?
I give up.
You can't give up, Terry. We have a role.
We have a role to play, but I don't know what the teachers playing.
Well, it's not so much about the teachers. I think everybody needs to be involved. You have a clear cut. Everybody should be involved. Today, the West Indies announced their men's and women's international tours. So it's going to be a pretty busy year. We also have the under-15 coming up right here in Antigua and Barbuda. So a lot of cricket taking place in the context. But I think we also have to show some concerns as to what's happening with our cricket, especially around at the women's level. Where do we go from there? Some more major investments has to be made.
Yeah, most definitely. And CWI President Dr. Kishore Shallow was mentioning that a couple of weeks ago, that much more investment needs to be made in the women's game.
We have to stop the talking and get the action going.
Get the action going for sure.
Rakeem Cornwall, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 41 runs, 1 wicket. Colin Archibald, 10 overs, no maidens, 48 runs, no wicket. O'Shane Thomas, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 32 runs, no wicket. Jeremiah Louis into his his 11th over. He's 1 for 29 so far from his spell, and Hayden Walsh Jr. From his 4, not for 17. So the Leewards today have used some 5 bowlers with Archibald and Louis having to do most of the bulk of the work. Louis, this is his 3rd spell. Pitched up. That's a lot better. Now he's bowling a lot more fuller to Jermaine Blackwood. It's well bowled. 45 overs completed. 173 for 2. Jamaica scoring at a healthy run rate here. Terry?
Very healthy clip, yeah.
Close to 3.91 if they've sort of maintained anywhere between 3.8 and up to about 4.6.
Exactly, and being able to do it quite comfortably too, without any pressure being asserted really by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So it hasn't been slather and whack. It's been good, positive cricket. Looking for the singles and twos where possible and placing it into the enormous gaps. There's a much better field, or 5-4 field to the right-handed Blackwood for Louis. Be interesting to see when Campbell gets back on strike. If Cornwall reverts back to the 7-2 field. But at the moment it'll be Hayden Walsh Jr. to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He'll be bowling to Jermaine Blackwood, who's on 1. Just a solitary slip. Short extra cover, short mid-wicket. Walsh Jr. in now to Blackwood. Defending that to the offside, and there's no run.
The new CEO of Cricket West Indies, Chris Derrin, settling in nicely in Antigua and Barbuda. Paid a courtesy call on the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, the Honorable Gaston Brown, and the Minister of Sports, the Honorable Darrell Matthew, yesterday at Cabinet. They were accompanied by the President of Cricket West Indies, President of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, Enoch Lois, and representing the Leeward Islands Cricket Board Director, Kumar Rodney, who's also the President of the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association. Not a single to Thomas.
He collapsed on that one. He saved a few runs there, Vernon.
He's certainly having a torrid time in the field, Terry. Score in the meantime goes up to 174 for 2. So, pretty early days yet. Cornwall looking to make some changes. Where does he want Thomas to go? Mid-on, mid-off, pretty close for Walsh. So, Cornwall has got some confidence in here. I think you could maybe apply some pressure. Maybe get a silly point in there. Maybe bring Andrew into the silly point, especially for Jermaine Blackwood, who's just come in. He's got 1 from 8. I think, and just as Mali was talking about, Terry, he was saying is that for the new batsman, Cornwall has to look to try to see if he can get wickets from that end and maybe force Johnny Campbell to do something else different.
Yeah, most definitely, especially this partnership. Well cut there by Campbell into the boundary, backward point, 4 runs, too short again by Hayden Walsh Jr.
Terry McGowan, by his standard, very much upset that he didn't stop that. Wondering if he was in the right position, really, at first. Walsh is now asking him. To me, I think he could have given himself some room. They're still gesturing.
But he stayed nicely over the ball there, though, Blackwood. And as we were talking last week, used the depth of the crease, got his right foot well across, so he was well on top of the ball to play that cut shot, rather than falling away towards leg.
I'd like to see maybe Kareem McGowan maybe just go just a little bit to his right, Terry. He's left-handed. He feels very well. Give himself some room so he can be able to cut that off. Leeward's got to work on their angles. They got to be patient as well too. They got to stay in the moment and trust the process. Walsh to Blackwood. Blackwood driving. Sweet side single there. Caught napping. The fielders are being caught on their heel. That was Kadeem Henry there. Like he wasn't expecting that. But it's been good running. First by Mackenzie. Well, it started with Brown and Campbell. Continued Mackenzie and Campbell. And now Blackwood and Campbell, putting some pressure on the fielders at mid-on and mid-off.
Yeah, they've certainly looked for every opportunity for a run. Campbell back on strike. And that is clobbered straight over. Extra cover.
He's waiting for the final signal. I think it's gone one bounce. I think it's 4 runs. Yeah.
Yep. Confirmed now. 4 more to Johnny Campbell. Disdainfully put that over cover.
Every time they're flighted.
Every time they're pitched
either
out.
Cornwall or, in fact, we saw even when Colin Archibald was bowling, he was willing to advance to the bowlers, which means that he's in good nick. So far, 183 for 2, 46 overs bowled.
Yeah, he's moved on to 106. And looking extremely confident. But with Blackwood, you're quite right as what you're saying, Vernon, that new batsmen to the crease, they need this partnership broken sooner rather than later, being Jamaica Scorpions' most senior batsman at the crease at this point in time. When Walsh was bowling, I would like, they had the short leg, I would just like to see, just for a couple of overs, just to see how it goes, someone else in his eye line there, a silly mid off or so, under the lid. But for the second time today, O'Shane Thomas is back.
Not for 32. He starts his third spell.
Swapped ends.
Well, this is his second spell from here.
True, yeah.
So he started 4 from this end and he bowled 3 from this end. Short, slow ball. Blackwood deciding that the next time you bowl that, I'm going to hit you somewhere into the square leg area where there are no fielders, that had no pace at all in it.
Not at all. He's bowling to 2 slips of gully, point, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and fairly wide, fine leg. So that mid wicket region, very open. Thomas into Blackwood again. It's defended up to mid-on where Archibald does the fielding. No run. It's important for Thomas that puts in a good spell here leading up to the tea break. Ideally, the Leewards would love him to get a breakthrough or 2, but if he can't do that, at least keep the batsman honest. Make him play most deliveries. Runs in again to Blackwood. Blackwood just turns this backward of square for an easy single. Moves on to 7. The score 184 for 2 and a no ball. So Thomas joins the no ball party.
10th for the day, his second. And Jermaine Blackwood, who is eyeing and is motivated to get back into the West Indies Test team, will have to do a lot of batting to get into that conversation. He's 33 years of age, and you never know what can happen. Jamaica, the young Scorpion squad investing in youths. They've got 3 debutants, Javel Glenn, Daniel Beckford, and Tamari Wedwood. Campbell back and slapping that down to the fielder, sweeping. It looks like Kareem Gore.
Interesting conversation, though, if you look at both Campbell and Blackwood. Obviously, they both, you don't play first-class cricket just for the sake of playing first-class cricket. You've always got that intention of as in these two, trying to make it back into the West Indies Test team, and both similar of age. As we wait for Thomas, defended on the onside by Blackwood, and there's no run. If you were looking at the future, even though, you know, you could say if they made it back in at their age now, if they made it back in the next few months, or no longer than a year, so say they're around 34, 35, who would you invest in more likely? For me, it is simply because there's always been a problem with the opening pair. For me, it would be Campbell.
Back and across in defending nicely.
Not saying that either of them couldn't make it back in, but I wouldn't mind seeing Campbell given another go at the top of the order, as opposed to the middle order that Blackwood bats in predominantly.
We'll wait and see. Still a long season to go.
Partnerships moved on to 23 in good time off 27 as Thomas in again to Blackwood. Straight delivery just played back up the pitch towards mid-on to complete the over. So at the end of that over, Jamaica Scorpions, after being asked to take first strike, 186 for 2. Johnny Campbell, star of the day so far. He's on 107 of 130 deliveries.
So I think looking into our 2025 season, Terry, we more than likely look like we might be playing close to maybe 8 test matches.
That's better.
Which is really not a lot in the context. You know, you got 3 against Australia, 2 against India, and 3 against New Zealand. You know, obviously we're playing a lot more white ball cricket in the context. But for anyone who's in the test lineup, it's a pretty small window.
Most definitely, but at least it's increased a bit by 2.
Terry, please.
But this business,
it's just not balanced enough, Terry.
It's not balanced at all. Right, absolutely.
So let's not worry about that. But you can't have small test nations like Afghanistan and Zimbabwe and company struggling to be able to play test cricket. Here's a paddle from Johnny Campbell. Big Thomas will have a lot of running to do. If they want, they can come back for 3. But Johnny Campbell is not interested. He picked up 2.
Picked up 2 quite easily. Moves up to 109. The score 188 for 2. Yes, it's only 2 more matches, but at least it's a step in the right direction. They've got to cut out.
There's no step in the right direction.
Well,
it has to be balanced.
Well, definitely, but
and if
the only way
you recognize what is happening, Terry, when you hear the talk about the 2-tier Test championship system, you know where that is coming from. Stroke down the ground.
Definitely, they've been trying it for the longest while. But what I'm saying though is that they've got to get things as they are. Right, forget about the 2-tier thing, whether it comes this year, next year, whenever. As they are, they need to stop this 2-test series. They need to bring back the minimum of 3 tests. And therefore, also, it would stop this ridiculousness of playing test series 6 months apart. There's no possible chance. We talk about consistency all the time. West Indian, especially the batsmen, are just not consistent. But where do they get the chance to get that consistency from? Big appeal
for 2. Peel for a leg before, but I think that one with a pitch outside the line of the leg stump from Hayden Walsh. Try to bowl a flipper there. Got to get a silly point in Cornwall. Put some pressure on Jermaine Blackwood.
Yeah,
Michael Louise gone under the helmet. It's too easy. That man
doesn't need to be down there.
No, but even Joel Andrew could come around to his right and force Blackwood to drive the ball through cover, more or less, because he's going to be able. He's so confident he can come forward and stroke that ball down the ground. You have to be able to get him to come up with a new shot rather than just come on his front foot and just stroke it down and get a single. 186 for 2.
True, but I would put the short cover in at silly mid off. Walsh in again. Stroked firmly by
down the ground.
Campbell.
Easy.
Too easy. Another single and bring the long off into a mid off position. Ask him to hit over the top and give him something different to look at. He's only been out there for 5 minutes. 18 deliveries he's faced.
They're going to have to be careful, Terry. Jamaica is scoring at a very fast rate. 191 for 2.
28 they've already added.
And they haven't even bowled 50 overs yet.
Long afternoon.
Long day.
Yeah. 40 overs plus remaining in the day.
Unless something magical happens. Walsh maybe gets 5. Now this is something which they're going to have to work on.
He brought the mid-off up for that last delivery to Blackwood, but I'd still like to see somebody under the lid on the offside. Get him thinking. Blackwood likes to attack. Let him attack. Worst thing that can happen is it goes to the boundary.
191 for 2, 48 overs bowled.
They need wickets.
They need something. Not just wickets. They need something. They need a game plan. Right now, they don't seem to have a plan. The Leeward Islands. Don't know where it's going to come from.
Yes, they're really... Since they didn't break through in that first half hour of play this morning, or let's say an hour, given the benefit of the doubt, they more or less let things meander along.
2 slips, a gully. Cover. Mid on, mid off. Deep backward square. Fine leg. Sweeper on the offside. O'Shane Thomas motoring up the hill. Goes past umpire Gregory Brathwaite. That had some zip in it, but it was wide of the off stump, and Campbell not interested.
Played a good hand. He's camped there for the afternoon, if you ask me.
I think O'Shane Thomas, if I was Raheem Cornwell, would be saying to him, listen here, you have to attack the stumps. You got to bowl a fuller length, cross seam, and let's get something happening. Attack the stumps, bowl some, even if they're half volleys, I'll feel better that you're bowling a lot more fuller in length. Campbell really didn't get out to the pitch of that one. Just get him to bowl fuller, cross seam. Maybe just exhibit some of his white ball skills here. This is going to be a test for O'Shane Thomas on a hot day here.
Big test.
In Antigua and Barbuda.
First class or first red ball game for quite a while for Thomas.
Yeah, 48.2 overs bowled. This is his 9th over.
That was better. At least that was at the stumps.
It's got to bowl fuller. It's got to bowl a fuller length. Even if he bowls a slower ball, to maybe just get Johnny Campbell to just miss hit.
I don't think slower balls are in his repertoire, though. He concentrates so hard on getting it straight.
Well, as a fast bowler in world cricket right now, you have to be able to make sure that you master everything. Otherwise, you become a bowling machine. Can't bowl that. Lucky to get away with that one. Campbell just ambling down onto the striker's end. The man himself from behind the stumps, Jamal Hamilton, came across and had a shy at the non-striker's end. Leewards have really just mandering on, no real intensity. And Jamaica looking to pile the pressure on, 191 for 2. In fact, it should be 192.
Should be 192, and Campbell should be 112, I think. I think he got something on that last delivery. That's cracked, but straight to Kadeem Henry at point. No run for Blackwood. He remains on 8.
Leeward's searching for something. They're looking for something. They want something to be happening. Leg by signal with that one, Terry.
Leg by, okay.
He remains at 111. Nelson.
That might bring Leeward some luck, Vernon.
High proportion of boundaries hit so far. Sorry, Terry. High proportion of boundaries hit so far in this inning. 17 boundaries and 2 sixes. And that's why I think that the scoring rate has been so rapid.
Yeah, and they've been allowed to turn the strike over quite easily too, because there's been so many gaps. This is a better field for Thomas. He's bowling 6 and 3. But the field that he had for Louis and Archibald put too much pressure on him. 7 and 2. The bias on the offside. And they were just picked to pieces, really. Jeremiah Louis has looked the pick of the bowlers. He has looked the most threatening, 1 for 29. It could have easily been 2 or 3 more than that, but not to be. 192 for 2. Campbell on 111, Blackwood on 8, and Jamaica Scorpions going about their business quite comfortably. Absolutely no pressure on them as we approach tea on day 1 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
So Cornwall at slip. O'Shane Thomas completes his 9th over, not for 35. And Hayden Walsh Jr. starting. He's going to bowl to the left-hander, Johnny Campbell.
See, again,
comfortable
too easy.
that he can just work that around.
There's plenty of gaps. He's got 4 men out, basically, for Campbell. Brings a couple of them in for Blackwood.
I think he just have some fielders who are on a holiday, to be honest with you. Blackwood is batting, so why would you need the deep backward square? Bring up the long on and the long off for Blackwood. That single down to long off, it's just too easy.
Yeah, well, he's brought Andrew straight at short cover.
But the man is still wasted.
But he's got, yeah, most definitely. But he's got nobody under the lid now at all. So rather than bringing in extra guy on the offside, he's done away with a short leg, a short mid-wicket, short extra cover. 2 short extra covers, if you like. That one nearly got through. But
it went through. It hit, I think, Jamal Hamilton in the midriff.
Stomach.
Yeah. He's got some good abs, so he'll be all right. Rakim is having quite an amusement about it at first slip. Hamilton is not smiling at all. Watch quicker, faster.
Quicker delivery, that one.
2 deliveries.
Off target.
That's good pace there. He's now working, he's now getting into his own here.
Previous one.
Yes. It's well bowled by Hayden Walsh Jr. The figures won't show how well he has bowled so far.
True.
Because he really doesn't have anything in the wicket column as yet. But he just might be on his way. Blackwood is circumspect. Comes quietly forward, plays it right up to the mid-on fielder who's very, very, very close. Brought up that man at long.
Right.
Put some pressure. Let Blackwood go if he wants to go. Give him the license. Quicker, flatter, faster. Played onto the offside. This has been a good start. Good maiden over. No, they think they got a single off the first ball, but good finish by Hayden Walsh Jr.
Yeah, good over, but I wouldn't have the 2 men out for him. I'd bring them up, like you say, Vernon, and I would have continued with at least the short leg, if not 2, under the lid round the bat for Blackwood. As I say, he's only on 8. He's faced just the 24 deliveries. You let him get away, you'll pay for it later on. Shane Thomas to continue from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
The Leewards need a spark. Either a spanking catch, a brilliant run out, or somebody to come up with something spectacular. Could O'Shane Thomas be that spark for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes? It's going to bowl to Johnny Campbell, who wants to keep the Leewards out there for a very long time. He's back and cracking that out to Andrew. Goes down in the long barrier position. Rifles a return. Hamilton just trying to get Blackwood out of the way. Having a little byplay. The sportsmanship between these 2 teams has also been excellent because most of these players are almost friends. They play in the United States. They have paid for the West Indies. So the interaction has been brilliant. Daniel Durham is on for Terry.
Yeah, it looks, I'm just trying to see it. I think it's Jeremiah Louis on for.
Is that not Louis down in the final
Louis
area?
Down there, so he's on for Macau Louis.
No ball, another no ball by Thomas.
Yeah, these no balls are racking up once again.
The third for him. 6 to Archibald, 2 to Louis. And now Thomas has bowled his third no ball.
Better pace, better line, but just overstepping the hopping crease.
Casey Carty, very quiet today. Archibald. Punched up to Archibald at mid-on.
Nice straight bat offered there by Blackwood. Dearly love at least one more before the tea break with the Hurricanes.
2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket. The lone man, Louis, on the fine leg. Blackwood is backing across and punching it up to Casey Carty, mid-off. Carty kills the ball to Hamilton. Looks as if the shiner is Hayden Walsh Jr. Leewards almost look like the academy team waiting for something to happen, Terry.
Yeah, exactly. Not being very proactive at all so far today in their approach of getting these 10 first innings wickets of the Scorpions. Well, Blackwood, since he's been out of the West Indies Test side, he's working on his fitness greatly. I believe he joined sprinter Johan Blake's athletics club. Been doing a lot of work with them on his fitness.
Good to hear that.
Excellent.
You think what
take O'Shane with him.
What you got to work on now is the mindset.
Mm-hmm.
How clear he is in his mind.
Nicely played, but gone through Louis there at mid-wicket. A poor bit of fielding, so they really switched off Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Easy 2 to Blackwood on that misfield. Takes him up to 10. Partnership is worth 34. Coming good time of 52. 197 for 2, sorry, Bernard.
Combined campuses and colleges against the Guyana Happy Eagles. They're 190 for 4, 63 overs bowled in that game. So the combined campuses and colleges not doing too badly at all in that game.
Down the leg side, well taken by a sprawling Jamar Hamilton to complete that O'Shane Thomas over. And at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 197 for 2. Johnny Campbell is on 113 and Jermaine Blackwood is on 10.
Yeah, we have 2 pink ball games also taking place, Terry. Just give you an update on those games. We go to Kensington Oval in Barbados. And to let you know there that the Barbados Pride, they are 112 for 1 against the West Indies Academy. Craig Brathwaite is not out on 46. Zachary McCaskey scored 49 and Jonathan Drakes has come in and scored 8. So the West Indies Test captain making a statement there in that pink ball game.
He wasn't too happy after that defeat against Guyana Harpy Eagles, which he didn't play in, but he was saying he was looking for more discipline from his batsmen. They had a good first innings, didn't they? 340 odd, and they got rolled for 112 in the second innings.
The game finished in 3 days, Terry.
Right, yeah.
What more do you need from that?
Definitely.
Windward Islands Volcanoes against Trinidad and Tobago. Windward Islands 75 for 3. Salazano 6. Pascal 9. Kevin Hodges not out 52. Kotoy 2. Sonny Lambris is on 6. In fact, he's the captain. No Alex Athenes in that game. So So the Windward Islands, they'll have to back their skins in that pink ball game, which is being played at Honest Vale in St. Vincent and the Grenadines under the LED lights. So it's the West Indies Championship, round 2. 2 pink ball, 2 day-night matches. You know, a lot of teams, Terry, they would prefer to bat the pink ball in the day than in the night. It does some crazy things moving around.
Yeah, most certainly. It's to move a lot more under the night sky.
Walsh looking for a wicket. But compact is Jermaine Blackwood. And he wants to make a statement. He's on a mission. He's 10 from 35. 198 for 2. Jamaica piling on the pressure here. Driving again. Can't beat Joel Andrew. Sprawling away.
Nice bit of fielding. But it's good to see that Cricket West Indies were able to bring the pink ball matches back into the regional first-class setup.
You reckon, Terry?
Well, otherwise they go to places like England and Australia, and
how many
half of them haven't played pink ball
how many times do you think we'll play a pink ball test match?
Well,
98 for 2, 52 overs bowled.
You have to play what's in front of you at the moment, as they say. So if we ever get invited back to England and Australia again, we'll play. But the last pink ball test we won, didn't we?
Yeah, but we were the underdogs in that test match.
We were.
Until when...
Whichever coloured ball they used.
Until when an unknown man turned up, the hero. I call him Shamar Joseph. The man who turned up and decided that, listen, I'm going to win this test match for the West Indies.
With a broken toe.
I think we need a Shamar Joseph right here now for the Leeward Islands.
We need something, yeah, most definitely.
Cornwall comes back.
Change of ends. Now from the commentary box, or Sir Curtly Ambrose end here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, 198 for 2.
He's just contented to just come around the wickets. He's not trying anything different. It's just the same.
Staying around the wicket to the right-handed Campbell even.
I mean left-hander. Try, just get over the wicket to him. Give him something to think about. Now this is a new spell, and straight away Cornwall has gone on the defensive. Something which I really don't like to see. Archibald has gone to long on. He's pushed back also Daniel Durham. He's got a slip. Hayden Ward very wide at slip. Campbell is driving, and they get an easy single.
Too easy, these.
It's just too easy.
Too easy one.
They have to be a lot more tighter in that area. It's almost like the Jamaican batsmen are just playing the ball and saying, listen, if we hit the ball to the Leewards fielders, we can get a single anytime.
Yeah, it's like they're saying that it doesn't matter where the ball goes or whether we time it or place it or not. We can still get at least a run of ball. Anyway, he's over the wicket to the right-handed Blackwood with a slip. And a short fine leg. Short leg. Short mid-wicket. Oh, and that's close, that's out.
That is a poor shot by Jermaine Blackwood.
Big Jim
strikes. It didn't bounce. It didn't get up.
And he didn't pick the length of that one.
199 for 3 on the stroke
of tea.
Almost. I think they're going to maybe take this one. Let's wait and let's get a replay here, Terry. And let's look at what really happened.
He played back to something that wasn't as short as he thought it was.
Yeah,
hit him on the back leg.
Yeah, it didn't bounce.
No.
Didn't bounce. Didn't bounce. Didn't bounce at all. And you'll be very upset with himself, Jermaine Blackwood, after starting well.
Definitely. So Cornwall picks up his second. Jamaica Scorpions 199 for 3.
So 199 for 3 in over number 52.2.
They needed that, though, just prior to the tea break, did the Leewards. Maybe this will spark them into action. But a terrible shot. He totally misread the length of that. Yes, it kept low, but
maybe he might have been advising, looking to knock it down the ground rather than looking to pull it.
To come forward rather than play across the line of that one.
But it was not to be. And Cornwall strikes.
Big Jim, be happy. Second wicket, 2 for 42 of 13.2.
The lone man trying to pick the wicket up. So 199 for 3. Now this is what I was talking about. Now this is a new batsman that has just come out. You want to put some pressure on. Now why is the long
on still going back almost to the fence?
Why?
A short leg. One drifting down the leg side.
Couldn't understand that at all. That move. Can't see his numbers yet. Have you picked it up, Terry?
No. Just trying to have a look.
Almost look like Barnes to me. But, wait and see.
Come out with no headgear whatsoever.
Yeah, but has to be very careful as well too. He's just walking across the crease. And I've got a silly point in front of him. Comes forward. End of the over.
Successful one by Cornwall. Score remains on 199 for 3.
Yeah. Little banter going on between Cornwall.
17. Yeah, 17.
So that's Barnes. I did say it looked like a Brad Barnes.
Yeah, good call, Vernon. So Barnes is yet to score. Johnny Campbell's on 115 and Jamaica Scorpions on 199 for 3. Losing the wicket of Jermaine Blackwood in the previous over. LBW to Big Jimbo Cornwall. So a ball that he played back and tried to pull through the onside rather than playing forward and just stroking it for one as Walsh continues, finds the outer portion of Campbell's bat.
Barnes looked like he forgot what happened there. For a moment.
I don't think Barnes has got any intentions of moving by the look of him. He's not backing up too far.
He's playing a cricket game. He's got to thinking about running. Comes quite
Played with soft hands this time.
No, they're getting a single.
Too easy again. Just backward of point. Hamilton rearranging the field as the right-handed Barnes comes into strike, facing Hayden Walsh Jr. for the first time. A slip, short leg, deep mid-wicket. Mid-wicket, mid-on and mid-off, both 3/4 of the way to the fence. Short extra cover, backward point. Faces Walsh now. Plays back, hits it firmly to short extra cover. Andrew does the fielding and there's no run. 199 for 3, approaching tea on the first day here at Vivian Richards Stadium. That one stroked firmly, but straight back to Hayden Walsh Jr. Barnes still on north as that one's dragged down again. Down the leg side, he turns it nicely into the fine leg area and they comfortably stroll through for 2. So Barnes is off the mark with a couple. And the 200 comes up for the Jamaica Scorpions. They are now 201 for 3. Campbell on 115. Brad Barnes on 2. Barnes stroking, or looking to stroke it through the offside, catches the inner part of the bat, runs out into the onside for no run, and that is tea here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So tea time on day 1 of this round 2 clash of the West Indies 4-day championship between home side Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions. Jamaica Scorpions, after being asked to bat, 201 for 3 with Brad Barnes on 2, and Johnny Campbell, Jamaican captain, is the talk of the town so far. He's on 115 off 141 deliveries, bringing up his 7th first-class century in that session. And as I say, at T day 1, Jamaica Scorpions 201 for 3. We shall return with live ball by ball and analysis of the match on 360 in around 15 minutes time.
Good afternoon to the entire universe. Welcome back to the Antigua, right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's the West Indies Championship 2025. It's round 2, a very important game. Jamaica Scorpions taking on the home team, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And at tea, Jamaica Scorpions 202 for 3. Their 200 came off 332 balls, 238 minutes, 17 fours and 2 sixes, with John Campbell not out 116, 148 balls, 11 fours and 2 sixes. I'm joined by my colleague, Marley Richards. Marley, high proportion of scoring here. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're up against it.
Yeah, they are. They really struggled to pull back this Jamaica Scorpions since the first session. That first wicket putting on 79. And ever since then, it's really been a struggle for the Leewards. But just on the stroke of tea, it was Rakeem Cornwall, Big Jimbo. A pretty disappointing shot from a West Indian batting perspective from a Jermaine Blackwood. One that didn't quite bounce as much as he did, but was just looking to hit it a bit too square. Not quite sure where he was trying to hit it. But was best served looking straight up. It's looking quite good at the crease. But John Campbell's just gone about his business pretty much as he's wanted. He's played shots all around the ground off both the front foot and the back foot. The Leewards have been pretty poor to him, it must be said. But he's done well, and to bring up that 100, he's just, from a Jamaican perspective, they'll be looking for Campbell to just keep on batting here and really score a big total on this pitch.
After tea, they've started with Colin Archibald. First delivery is down the onside, rushing into the pads of John Campbell. Leg by will be signal. In the meantime, the score goes up to 203 for 3. Jamaica lost their first wicket. Carlos Brown, LBW to Cornwall for 22 of 62 balls. And then we had Mackenzie, 163 for 2. Kurt Mackenzie caught Hamilton, bowled Louis for 34, 84 balls, 91 minutes, 3 fours. And Jermaine Blackwood, 199 for 3, 52.2 overs. He was LBW for 10, 38 balls, 45 minutes, and 1 4. So, quite a lot taking place. Brad Barnes has come out. First time I'm seeing him. He's 2. And he maybe looks like a no-nonsense player, Brad Barnes. 100 for Jamaica Scorpions captain. John Campbell is 50, came off 62 balls, 5 fours, 1 6, 100 minutes. 100, 124 balls, 10 fours, 2 sixes, 196 minutes at the crease. Jamaica looking to pile the pressure on here, on this Leeward Islands Hurricanes team, which so far Jeremiah Louis looks the best bowler, even though Cornwall has picked up 2 wickets.
Yeah, he has. He's been the most threatening option, Jeremiah Louis, really. It's a bit unlucky earlier in the day.
Carlos Brown was put down by Jamal Hamilton. That maybe could have made a difference. But this is what red ball cricket is about. It's almost like test cricket. You have to go through the grind. You have to go through the pain. If you're wondering what's happening, bowling figures, Jeremiah Louis, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 29 runs, 1 wicket. O'Shane Thomas, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 39 runs, no wicket. Colin Archibald starting his 11th over. Rakeem Cornwall, 14, 2, 42, 2. And Hayden Walsh, 9 naught, 37 naught. Dot ball from Colin Archibald. He's bowled some 6 no balls. O'Shane Thomas, 3. And Jeremiah Louis, 2. 1 wide also coming from O'Shane Thomas.
Yeah, it hasn't been the most disciplined bowling performance, especially from the Leeward's Pacers here on day 1.
$203 for 3. Extras have been 20. No buys yet. 8 leg buys, 1 wide, and 11 no balls. Pitched up, driven up to Michael Louis. No, in fact, it's Jeremiah Louis.
I think you were right the first time.
I was?
Yeah.
Yes, I was. They have the same stature in walking. It's just that Louis, the big Louis, is just a taller guy you have to look up.
Yeah, Michael's a bit taller.
Yeah.
Even though he's younger.
Even though he's younger.
Yeah. He's a younger brother.
So one at mid-off and one at mid-on. So good afternoon to their dad and their mom, Jerickson, their brother. On target again. Casey Cathy racing in very quickly.
Well, you mentioned the right-handed Brad Barnes, just playing his third match in round 1, though. Came in at number 6 in the first innings for Jamaica.
Which means that he's got a promotion in this game.
He has, with Javel Glenn out. Javel Glenn was the player who batted at number 5 in that first match versus the Windward Islands.
He's a big boy.
Came in at 6, scored 6 in that first innings and 23 in the second. Batting at number 3, so he's moved around quite a bit in his short first-class career so far. He's coming at number 5 here today.
And I think maybe that's why we've seen so much responsibility from John Campbell, understanding outside of Blackwood that this is a very inexperienced Jamaica batting lineup, especially for 4-day cricket. Walsh looking for something. He'd love to send back Campbell, a paddle. Somebody will have a long run. Looks like it is Jeremiah Louis.
Should be looking for 3 here.
I don't think they're going to get... Well, Brad Barnes is thinking about it, but...
Yeah, Campbell's been sauntering through.
Yes, that quadricep, he seems to be nursing it and he doesn't want to extend himself. But when you're playing at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, it is a massive area, Mali, to cover. Got to really be fit. You got to make up your mind. You're going to have to run.
Yeah, you're going to have to chase the ball all the way, especially on this outfield, as we said. It's a bit heavy for...
In certain areas.
Yeah, especially with the amount of rainfall that we've had. It's nothing to do with how low it's been cut or anything. So it's driven sweetly. Campbell's been in no trouble at all day, has it?
Well, it's only Campbell can get himself out.
We did say that just before lunch. He was on 60. He said he would take a special piece of bowling off of Campbell to do something quite reckless in which to be dismissed. And so far, he's played with great maturity, especially after getting to that 100.
No, Glenn is just... Not Glenn. Barnes is just coming, Mali. Why are we under defensive to Barnes? Got to be looking to put some pressure on the new batsman.
Yeah, just playing his third match. What would you like to see? Another slip or another silly mid-off?
The long off.
Oh, he's got long off to
him.
Yeah, he's got a man deep on that long off boundary. So it's an easy single, even though there's a man very straight catching.
I think when you just come into international cricket, Mali, there's some nerves. And so we have to welcome you. You got to hear some chatter in your ear. You got to understand that this is the big time.
When you are at your most, that should have been one there. They get it quite comfortably. So good sharp stuff. Good response to the call by John Campbell at the non-striker's end. Barnes moves to 3.
The Leewards are going to have to finish Mali well. They're going to have to restrict. They got to pen together some overs and build some pressure. Just not allow Barnes to get away. Keep him under some pressure. Here's Campbell. Just having more or less a sweep, top edge there, but it didn't carry to Louis. And over comes to an end.
Haven't been too many times here today on day 1 where John Campbell hasn't found the middle of the bat that time, top edged. But no one in that region, just behind in that vacant fine leg region. So he moves to 120, scores 208 for 3. And as you said, the Hurricanes definitely looking for at least a few more wickets here before stumps. Would love to have Jamaica at least 260, 270 for 7 or 8 at the end of play. This run rate just starting to drop slightly now, but it's been a healthy run rate throughout the day. It's been hovered around 4. Now it's just dipped to below 4, 3.7. That's still quite a healthy run rate for this format of the game.
Archibald starts his 12th, not for 48 with 1 maiden. Campbell hits this one down the ground.
6.
It's gone all the way over long off for 6.
And he's really taken a liking to Archibald in particular, especially with his intent. We saw that sweep shot earlier, then we saw a reverse lap, and here he is going downtown on Colin Archibald, over the top as well. Quite a disrespectful shot to a fast bowler, really. A shot of arrogance from John Campbell.
I guess he's saying to Archibald, you got to hit the deck. You got to bowl a harder deck. You can't be so friendly to me. I'm past 100.
That's better.
That's much better. Got to run in with some zip. Get some cross seam. I just think that the Leeward seamers outside of Jeremiah Louis seem not to have a plan of where they want to bowl. You know, you're either going to bowl fuller length. Rakeem Cornwall also sitting the 7-2 fields has not helped as well, too. With the breeze blowing here from east to west. There's been a strong easterly breeze going across, which means that you have to give the bowlers some protection. Ken, in this day, he's going to be out caught. Finally. So he mistimed that one.
Seemed like he had enough, really.
Yes, and he was just saying to Brad Barnes that he sort of rolled his wrist on that one and he mistimed it. And just as Mali said, for the first time, the ball not coming out of his bat that much, lost his shape there, Mali. You could see that the head went up into the air, leaning edge, and a good catch there by Kadim Henry.
Yeah, just seems to want to smash Colin Archibald out of the attack more than anything. Was going about his business quite serenely, John Campbell. Quite a splendid innings of 120 comes to an end, but it must be said it was quite soft in the way that he gave it away. His 7th first-class 100 at this level. Well played to the Jamaica skipper. He's made quite a triumphant return to this format of the game. As we said, 79 in that first innings, in and winning effort. And here he is backing it up with a century. But from a Leeward's perspective, 4 down, opportunity here. Inexperienced batter in Brad Barnes at one end. New man in, so 2 new batters at the crease relatively.
Might be the wicketkeeper, not picking up the name.
Might be Beckford.
Might be Beckford, I think it was come out. Yes, the left-hander. Daniel Beckford. And then we'll be down to the all-rounders.
Yeah, it's an opportunity here. Maybe not the deepest batting lineup, still remains to be seen. We spoke about it at length in terms of the Leewards and them probably batting at 1-11 in that first encounter versus West Indies Academy. It's a bit different here with O'Shea and Thomas added to this lineup, but it must be said the batting has been strengthened at the top with Louis and in the middle with Casey Carty coming back in. Beckford faces his first delivery. So as we said, the Leewards now, they've got an opportunity. As well as Jamaica have started and gotten away, 214 for 4, still got an opportunity here to bowl Jamaica out under 300. I'm not sure we would have said that maybe half an hour ago. But with that wicket of Campbell, and as you said, not the most experienced batting lineup here for Jamaica, this opportunity has to be taken if you're a Leeward Hurricanes fan.
Just going to the century chart board, Mali, from last season, where 27 centuries were scored in this level. You only had 1 Jamaican scoring 100 last season, and that was Chadwick Walton. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was Chadwick Walton, 163 in 2024. think he would have started out. This season, you've got John Campbell and Jermaine Blackwood. So it'll be something that Raheem Cornwall will be searching his mind around to figure out how best that they could be able to sort of work on that area. In 2023, don't think you had anybody from Jamaica scoring 100. While in 2022, you'd have had Brandon King, Paul Palmer, who is no longer with here, and John Campbell himself, 127. So the last time for a Jamaican, Campbell scored 120. Also, Aldane Thomas, he scored 100, and this was in 2022. So this is something which I think that Cornwall now has to seize the opportunity, as you rightly said, and put some pressure now on the new players now who are coming into the crease and get themselves right back into the game.
Young Beckford, 22-year-old, former West Indies under-19 player, just playing his second match, was on debut in round 1, got a 50 in that second innings, was 50 not out of 134 deliveries, just the one boundary. But so he should come into this innings with an element of confidence, but still, as you said, in terms of the experience, an opportunity here for the Leewards.
Again, somebody caught on their heel at mid-on. You've got to be a lot more alert there. That's just too easy. Especially when you're feeling on mid-on and mid-off. You've got to be looking to save those singles. And one of the things that the Jamaican batsmen have done well is that when they hit the ball to mid-on and mid-off, they've run well.
They have, at times, been a bit guilty of ball watching as well. A few of the batters just maybe posing on their strokes a bit too long. But it hasn't really come back to haunt them just yet.
See Ambassador Courtney Walsh and Leeward's head coach Steve Leeward having a conversation way over there by the roller. It's good to see. So Courtney Walsh around.
Resides in Antigua.
Yeah. I think we have to start really seriously using our former players, whether it be mentors. They don't have to be all coaches. You can bring them around for pep talks, mentorship.
And it has to start at all levels, We probably just want, at times, them to work with the top teams. But even in the club structure here, this is a vociferous appeal from Walsh and the Leewards in particular.
I think he was outside the leg stump.
Yeah, that looked like, not sure it pitched in line.
Yeah.
Let's have a look again. Beckford crouching, that pitch well outside the line of the leg stump.
Your favorite car, Mali, is pulling out?
I'm sure it's my favorite car.
You just like the look of it?
It's one of them over the years, Classic status at this stage.
It is. Especially the model.
Yep. Oh, slightly aerial. This is what we're talking about. So all of a sudden, things just starting to happen slightly for the Leewards. End of another over.
So at the end of it, you got Jeremiah Louis bowling figures for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Jeremiah Louis, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 29 runs, 1 wicket, 2 no balls to complement that. O'Shane Thomas, he's really struggled all day. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 39 runs, no wickets, 3 no balls and 1 wide. Colin Archibald, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 54 runs, 1 wicket. It's 6 no balls. Raheem Cornwall, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 42 runs, 2 wickets, 1 wicket from either end. And Hayden Walsh Jr., 11 overs, no maiden, 43 runs, no wickets. The no wicket column wouldn't tell you how well he has bowled so far yet, Mali.
Yeah, he's been the most likely or the most probable to take wickets. He hasn't necessarily worked out that way. Raheem Cornwall has done a pretty steady job from one end. Leewards have been put under pressure throughout the majority of this day one. Changing line now from Archibald. Still from the Sir Kurt Liambo's end, but choosing to go around the wicket to the right-handed Barnes.
He's comfortable to just walk across his crease. So
19 deliveries. He's looked quite comfortable. As
in defense.
Yeah, he looks quite solid in defense. Quite a tall lad.
So the Leewards now need to to make something happen. I think the seamers have to bowl a lot more fuller and a harder length to Bedford. And Barnes?
Just missed out there, did Barnes?
Yes, he did. He was almost like on the back foot waiting for a short delivery, it looked like.
This is where a player of Johnny Campbell is missed in this situation, because those deliveries would have been put away.
Easily.
If you're full and wide to him, more often than not, you're going to be in the boundary.
Well, a half volley is a half volley, Mali.
Regardless.
Yeah, I just find that a lot of our West Indian batsmen sometimes are blocking half volleys. When you see a half volley, you have to know that you got to put it away.
Decides to go short. This one bounces on the way through to wicket keeper, just illustrating the lack of pace in this pitch.
That's why it still amuses me. Rakeem Cornwall decided that he was going to bowl first on this track here.
Sure, they must be ruining that decision. But at the same time, the decision's been made.
And you have to work with it.
Yes. So 6 wickets to get.
215 for 4.
And they're going to squeeze through for yet another single. This is where Jamaica have been particularly good in latching on to extra opportunities for runs. Hamilton having a go. Not quite sure if Barnes was out of his crease or that leg was on the line, the toe on the line. He was posing on a missed shot. In the end, they scrambled through for 1.
Score in the meantime goes up to 216. Still you have to try to figure out the last time that the Jamaica Scorpions would have got a boundary. Some 17 fours and 3 sixes have been hit. And now their captain is back in the Jamaica Scorpions hut. There'll be a chance now for the Leewards to try to keep some pressure. Cornwall has gone back now to a 7-2 field.
So once again, Archibald under pressure here in terms of maintaining that line and length outside that off stump. Can't afford to get too straight.
And that's why I would have maybe brought the fielder, have a 6-3 field and get him to bowl a more fuller length, especially to Bedford. Get him driving, get the slips into a conversation.
Especially with the ball starting to just bounce a little inconsistently in terms of just going through a little lower than expected.
Well, we saw the one that Jermaine Blackwood received.
It's better. Good carry on that one from Archibald to end another over. Maiden from, well, not quite. They scrambled through for that run. Just the one run coming from it. 216 for 4.
Have to know this partnership, Walsh and Archibald, they got to build pressure to be able to get some wickets. It's going to be very, very, very important. It all comes down to how you bowl in partnerships.
Good to see the fans have stayed throughout the day as well here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Also, Mali, the fielders now got to be on their P's and Q's and not giving up too many easy singles. Got to be looking to cut off those singles as much as possible. Cornwall has still got long off for Brad Barnes. Don't quite understand that up until now, that positioning. I think that's an easy
You want
single.
him to try and go aerial in this stage. In fact, I'd bring him in and have him quite close. Still relatively new at the crease. I guess the saving grace is that he's got Joel Andrew quite straight there.
I'd like Andrew maybe to give himself some room too, because if the ball hits on those practice pitches, we tend to come more quicker to you. You want to be given a chance to see the ball.
He's there for the catch. As you can see, he's not really walking in. He's very close.
Very.
Expect the young man to have sharp reflexes at this stage of his career.
Yeah, he certainly should.
Looking forward to him having a bat on this pitch as well, huh? Especially what we saw from him in that second innings versus the West Indies Academy in round 1.
Yeah, it was a class act.
Swashbuckling half century.
I see Cornwall has given himself some room at first slip based on what happened up at Coolidge, Mali.
Yeah, that one. But I'm not sure this is the pitch for that.
I was just about to say that to you. He's pretty far from me here.
It's not quite the same.
I don't think it has the same pace.
Pitch. Bounce.
Yeah. Barnes was beginning to open up there, Mali.
He was.
He was winding up.
At least he kept it on the ground. He had never
maiden over.
Maiden over from Hayden Wash. So they're just starting to pull it back now, the Leewards Hurricanes, especially with the loss of that Campbell wicket. A lot of the pressure being deposited back onto the bowlers is now in the dressing room, Vern.
Yeah. But Archibald, he just needs to be penetrative and be consistent. You know, you got to keep honing in, back himself to figure out, listen, you know, that hard link, get the 3 slips into the conversation. Daniel Durham is on for who, Mali?
So Shane Thomas,
Shane Thomas again is off the field.
It's been a disappointing return to red ball cricket for him so far.
That's a lot better. Good presentation of the bat there from Bedford. Good stride in. Jamaica over the years has produced so many, have had so many changes of wicket keepers, Mali. They keep going through all the time.
Well, Chadwick Walton was there actually for a few years, wasn't he? He was probably one of the longer serving wicket keepers in recent times. Was still topping the run charts for Jamaica up until, as you said, what was it, 2023?
Yeah.
Playing in the regional 4-day championship.
Started
and
off.
If I remember correctly, you would have left that regional 4-day championship to play a Masters tournament.
He did.
Chadwick Walton.
He did. Scored 163. And then went off to play in a Masters tournament.
I think that just illustrates as well that maybe, well, not maybe, it's just in recent times players are just playing longer. Not just in cricket, but in all sports. A lot more players are playing a lot longer into their careers, late 30s, even early 40s.
I guess with the amount of games as well, too. That's in the belt. Walton also scored 100 in 2018, 2019, 125. Just going to the central list. I'm sure if I'll be able to find his name somewhere else. Another name which came around for some time in 2017, 2018 was Fabian Allen. You know, he scored 105 in that year. I think he scored 200s during that year as well to Fabian. Paul Palmer was another name who was around for some time. Fabian Allen scored 169 in 2017, 2018, and also 105 not out. That's when he maybe first just burst onto the scene, really. Chadwick Walton, 101 in 2016, 2017. So, you know, when this thing started first, Mali, you know, you had the likes of Devon Smith and a Vishal Singh out of Guyana. Well, you can't rule out the West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite. He was always in among the runs. Almost every time he played, he scored 100. Getting out to the front foot, somebody could be in trouble. Oh, he misses.
And they just switched positions. In terms of Casey Carty and Mikhail Louis had switched. Whereas Casey Carty was on the offside previously, just moved over onto that leg side there. These are the opportunities you have to take. It's not always going to be an edge to the slip. It's going to be a chance, a run-out chance, and just there, Beckton's dead for our money. All Carty had to do was hit. Was aiming at one stump, really.
Got a hit. Maybe it's Bedford's day.
Yeah, it's an opportunity that had to be taken from a Leeward's perspective.
Those are the brilliant situations that you want, awareness.
Well, we saw that run out from Shelton Forbes in that first match and the effect that would have had.
It was. Barnes driving up to Carty. So the end of another over. And Archibald looks like he's going to have his boots replaced. Shelton Forbes bringing out a new pair of boots.
He's bowled 14 overs already, so he's done some good work. Colin Archibald.
He's going to have to do more in the context, because you did indicate, Mali, that he in this lineup would be the bowler who has to put in the donkey work.
Yeah, especially with O'Shane now off the field.
And out of the conversation.
He's having a few issues.
And O'Shane has only bowled 10 overs for the day in about, 4 spells? Or 3 spells, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 39 runs, no wickets. Archibald has just completed his 14th over. Yeah. So, outside of Raheem Cornwall, he now joins the list. Hayden Walsh starts his 13th. Leewards, they have to keep pressing. They have to believe. They have to just work out now that, hey, listen, we could be able to restrict Jamaica under 275. Come right back into this game. There's a appeal for caught behind, but I think he missed everything. He's now saying it came off of it bruised his shoulder. It was a good delivery by Hayden Walsh.
It really was. This one just zipped off the pitch. Have a look at that. Bit of bounce as well.
Yeah. He's going in confidence, Hayden Walsh Jr. Ooh. Bedford is going to have to be careful here, Mali.
Yeah, the Jamaicans just need to soak up this pressure being applied now.
Hayden Walsh is into a groove. I'll get a silly point right in front of him. Give him something to think about.
Should have been there from ball one, to be fair. Considering the kind of day that they would have had, not too many opportunities in which to really apply pressure onto the Scorpions lineup, but with that dismissal of Campbell. It's really given them an opportunity to do so.
Get that man in front of his bat, Mali. Give him something to think about. Whether he wants to play off of his back foot or whether he wants to come forward. Maybe take out the leg slip. Put Andrew in front of the bat and bring Louis onto that side. Maiden over by Hayden Walsh. 217 for 4. So the Leewards just seeming, I like the point that you made, Mali. Bedford and Barnes are going to have to bat and bat well because they're
still relative newcomers to this level,
yes.
You know, so you just have to stroke up this pressure being applied. You always knew it would come, especially with that dismissal of Campbell. The scoring rate would just start to drop, especially with these two players still trying to find their feet at this level.
O'Shane Thomas is back on the park. Archibald is still continuing.
Showing good fitness here, Colin Archibald.
He's going to have to pull out that fitness camp.
Just needs to find something. Can he find something here? Get one just to come back late. Barnes drives sweetly through the offside. It's not going to get to the boundary. As we spoke about, not the quickest outfield here. But that shot should do his confidence the world of good. He moves to 6 now.
Carty chasing that one. I think Colin just need to bowl that hard length, Mali. Bowl full. Get him driving. Let's see what's going to happen. Maybe get one to hold out to Joel Andrew at cover.
It'll be interesting to see if they keep 3 slips in when the left-hander's on strike. For me, they've just got it slightly the wrong way round. You want to have the 3 slips
For
to the left-hander,
for the left-hander.
especially with the left-handed Colin Archibald on.
And get him to bowl full, wide, because Bedford looks like he's a player who likes to play some shots.
Yeah, but you also here just want him to attack the stumps as well.
Yeah.
Especially with the little inconsistent bounce.
We've seen what happened to Jermaine Blackwood. One might just shot across.
Just there. That's a good area. Well played, though. Looks quite good.
Good presentation of his bat.
So far, Barnes.
Not a big stride out, but the most important thing is that the presentation of the bat was nice and straight, looking up the V, as you would say,
Yeah,
made off.
He's presenting a full face. I like that area, though, from Archibald. Just has to be consistent here.
Jamaica in a rebuilding process time.
That's
beautiful shot. That's a lovely on drive down the ground for 4. That will give Brad Barnes some confidence.
It's probably the shot of the day, to be
Easily.
honest.
That was well played.
It's in his area.
And the on-drive is a very hard shot to play, Mali, but he posed for the camera.
With a high elbow.
He would enjoy that.
Good head position. Allowed that ball to come all the way into him. As he said, that shot in particular should give him a lot of confidence. So he said he's looking quite organized, quite a compact defense.
And as the art of batsmanship, you want to have young batsmen looking up the V, and especially playing the ball as straight as possible. You don't see a lot of players, trying to hit the ball at the V for long periods of time. That will give him some confidence, Barnes.
Yeah, third slip comes out now.
No? Is it? Yes.
Oh, no, he's still in.
He's still there. They're thinking about 2, but Kareem Agor has made some grounds. And I think just for a moment, Brad Barnes was...
Don't know if we can see that again. I'd love to see that shot again. Look at his positioning. Gets into a strong position.
He's got a good base.
Brad Barnes. Have a look at this. Slight trigger. Gets him outside that off stump. But look at the head positioning there. High elbow once again. And the timing, the way it rushes into the boundary, illustrates just how well he hit that one. Bit of talent here. Brad Barnes, he's 26 years old.
Archibald searching for more success. He's got Johnny Campbell. Very compact there, Bedford. Could stride out. Over-completed. That maybe could be Collins' last over, Mali.
Not sure. He's looking quite strong.
Yeah. He's
We'll
wilting a
see.
little bit too.
I mean, Cornwall tends to use his fast bowlers in short spells, but Colin Archibald in particular, as we said earlier in the day, he's going to be the man that bowls the slightly longer spells, especially with O'Shane Thomas not firing at 100%.
Conversation taking place now, Mali, so he might be asking him, can you go one more?
He's having a talk mainly about his line where he wants the ball, or where he wants the batters to be hitting the ball. Maybe just talking about adjusting the field as well.
Now, this is a better option now here, Mali. With O'Shane Thomas coming up now, he just has to also be aware now. It's just too easy, Mali.
It's good batting as well, it must be said. Barnes
Soft
playing with
hands.
soft hands.
Yeah.
Gets off strike. To the other end. Something you hear Brian Lara talk about a lot, especially when playing spinners or even early in your innings. Just rotating the strike, getting to the other end. Assessing conditions from that other end. Very valuable as well. All the while you're still taking in how the ball's bouncing, the pace, bounce of the pitch, what the bowlers are trying to do.
Jamaica Scorpions, they've done well. in terms of looking to put the pressure on the Leeward Island Hurricane fielders who've been caught on their heels. And we saw some of that in the first round game at Coolidge. Two minds there, Bedford, whether to come forward or really not to come. Just in the end, playing from the crease. Hayden Walsh Jr. is really settling into a lovely groove here. I wonder if the time has not come maybe to bring Cornwall back from this end, just to try something and put some added pressure.
I'd like to see them try Kadeem Henry as well at some point.
I was thinking about that too, especially with O'Shane Thomas being in and off the field. It's a lot better from Kadeem Henry coming around smartly. And so 1 run coming off the over there from Hayden Walsh. And maybe it's time for Cornwall.
It is time for the big fella. I think you smelt a change there, didn't you, Vern?
Well, based on how Hayden Walsh is bowling, with these two young batters, you put some pressure now on them. This would be a new area of them facing a Cornwall. They would have not played against a Cornwall for some time. They would have seen him on television and give them something much to think about. Colin Archibald did bowl well, so his job is done.
You'd be hoping for a bit of bounce here, Rakeem Cornwall.
And so that's why it would be important for him to maybe put a silly point and a short leg in front of Brad Barnes as well. He's gone for the leg slip. I hope O'Shane Thomas is paying attention. He's going to have to know that he's in a run-saving position.
Just to let our viewers know, this session will go, started at 3:30, we'll go to 5:30. In the event that there is the time, they will take the extra half hour. Had quite a few disruptions today.
Some rain intervals. Not very long, but enough for the players to have left the field.
So the possibility of a slightly extended session here on day one. And the Leewards have been quite slow in terms of getting through their overs.
Yeah, they've been put under pressure by John Campbell. So they were trying to see if they can slow the game down. Now they'll have to pick it up. Cornwall bowling very slow here, Mali. Trying to entice Brad Barnes into something.
It's just gotten a little darker.
I think the cloud is moving over.
Yeah, in the last 10 seconds or so. Bit of turn, Barnes goes back, plays confidently.
And he's contented to maybe play Cornwall off of the back foot as well too.
Especially with that silly mid-on in. That's why it's so important to get 2 in.
That did keep low, Mali. Big effort there. Is that Louis?
Yep, Mikhail Louis.
Cornwall.
It's good solid stuff, this from Barnes.
Cornwall starts with a maiden. So Walsh will continue.
Over took about 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, very well. At least he's bowling with Hayden Walsh. Hayden Walsh would mind it too much. He gets to keep a rhythm. That's the other thing. When you're a spinner and you're bowling with a fast ball, especially one that has a long run up and it takes him forever to get through his overs, at times you can just feel like you're losing a bit of rhythm.
We have to give our cameraman some superb work there. That's an excellent shot there.
Done at Heritage Key.
Yeah. That's a masterful piece of work.
Yeah. Had a lot of traffic in this tourist season down at the Key. A lot of cruise ships in.
Yeah.
Was in St. Kitts as well in December. And wow.
They were booming at Port Zante.
1 in, 1 out. St. Kitts is just booming overall, actually, to be fair, I must say. It's a country that has developed a whole lot. Quite a short space of time as well.
Yeah. Twin Island state of St. Kitts and Nevis. Just like Antigua and Barbuda, looking to make the progression push. Grenada's independence coming up.
It's been good to see them really embrace tourism as an industry as well in St. Kitts, and the way they're doing it as well is something to see.
We just have to now begin now, Mali, to understand the sports tourism aspect without having, how do we marry that? How do we get,
I think Jamaica and to a lesser extent Barbados have probably worked it out.
Pretty much. St. Lucia not doing too bad,
Too
Mali,
badly
when
either.
it comes in terms of that. You have a lot of teams that tour, netball teams, and,
But just saying over the years,
Roland Cox, he has a lot of organized school groups that come to Gulliver's Sports Travel. I just think that, we have to factor in a way, Mali, especially in St. Kitts and Nevis and Antigua and Barbuda. How do you use your facility? How do you use the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium to have a Warwickshire or one of those couple of county teams come down here for off-season and use the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium? Not just only wait until when we have international cricket, but we have to come up with a plan to entice them. We have
to
the
be
legends.
creative, find ways to be creative to lure these people, because as we said, we have the sun for 350 days a year. A lot of these teams coming from colder climes, especially for pre-season and the like. I think that in particular is very much underutilized here in Antigua.
We saw the demonstration of Rai Benjamin bringing down some of his teammates from his track club here for the off-season. They were here for about at least a week, 8 days. But just what that exposure meant for Antigua and Barbuda, those athletes coming down here, enjoying, soaking it up, training on a professional track at Yasco, going to the beach, exploring all of the restaurants. That's what you need.
Especially from someone who they would have just watched in the summer win 400-meter gold
at
hurdles at the Olympics. There's no one better. Once again, good running from this pair.
Yeah.
Sneaking a single in the circle, as they say.
Pressure. The Leewards have to believe. They have to stay in it, have to stay in the moment. And these two have done an excellent job so far, Barnes and Bedford.
They said Rai Benjamin, the son of former West Indian, all-rounder Winston Benjamin,
who's now the head coach of the Pigots Cricket Club here in Antigua and Barbuda. In fact, the sports club, because they have football as well. Football, netball, they have a really excellent program. One of the top clubs, Pigots, like Liberta Sports Club.
He plays quite an interesting role in Antigua cricket at the moment, Winston Benjamin, in terms of he plays a role as almost the coach of quite a few players around the country, regardless of what clubs they actually play for. They seek out his tutelage.
And keeps the female cricketers going
as well. Yeah, they seek out his tutelage. He's there every day. He's available. A wealth of knowledge and experience as well. Got to say kudos to him. Keep up the good work, sir. He's taken his academy team to Bermuda as well.
Yes. That's where Kadim Henry and company would have got
exactly. Just exposing these young players to cricket,
and
away from their shores, away from their comfort zones here at home.
And that's where the national associations have to start thinking about, Mali. I think the last time St. Kitts would have went on a tour would have been Bermuda. That's like about maybe 20 odd years ago.
Antigua as well. I could the last real proper tour Antigua can say they've been on was in 2005 when they toured England.
That's 20 years. Yeah, I think it would have been around the same time for St. Kitts and Nevis going to Bermuda. Michael Holding was around at that time. Came down and that exchange. Just gone past Louis there to the right. They're looking for. Are they getting two there? Oh, Leewards just look a bit more urgency there.
Just a little ragged in the field.
Yes, got to finish. Game awareness. Got to look around. Got to be sharp.
It's fair to be said the intensity hasn't been there from bar one today, has it? They've just meandered through the day. More often than not. At times they've looked to apply a bit of pressure, just, such as now. But even then, with these two relatively inexperienced players at this level, just allowing them to settle.
Still begs me. I'm still amused from this morning, man, at the toss. You know, when you win this kind of toss and the kind of batting form that you're in, you would really want to go and bat. You know, keep the Jamaicans out there for a long time, post a big total, and put some pressure on them. Except Leewards are now chasing leather, as you would say.
That one's turned. It's turned.
It's a beauty.
And Hayden Walsh, will he turn this innings for the Leewards Hurricanes here? An absolute beauty, as you said. The pace is what's so key on this delivery. Just turned off a length. We saw one in the previous over. Just turn and bounce. This one, turn and bounce once again to the diminutive Beckton. Just a little low in his defense. Takes the edge. Goes through to Hamilton. So he takes a good catch after grassing one earlier on this morning.
I think it will be important now that the huddle is on, that Raheem Cornwall says to these guys, listen, guys, we have to lift our feeling, our ground feeling. It's just not being on par, too many easy singles. And that's one of the things, they've just released the pressure. So while the pressure has been built every now and again, somebody sneak a single. Got to be able to build that pressure all the time. And now the Leewards look like they see some hope, Mali. 231 for 5. Is this Odin Smith coming out?
It is.
Yeah. And Hayden Walsh would fancy himself against Odin Smith.
He will. It'll be interesting to see how Odin Smith goes about it as we see that wicket again pitched well outside that off stump.
Well, he's coming out with no helmet, Mali, so which means that you don't think he'll be hanging around for too long. Because he's not going to be inclined to go to sweeping today, so it means that he's going to be looking up the V.
Oh, we know he's very strong down the
he
ground.
is.
In that mid-on area. Packs up punch, does Odin Smith. It's just fallen away slightly in the last couple of years for me.
I think because he's almost been turned into like a hitter rather than somebody who can come and play a proper cricket shot.
It's good to see him here in this format.
Playing
though.
in the red ball format. Yes.
I'm interested to see what he's like with the ball.
Looks like a Mike Tyson.
Yeah, he's
fast
quite
bowler
heavily
structure.
built, isn't he?
Yeah.
Not the tallest guy, but well built. At one point was bowling consistently in the 140s.
Now look at this now, Mali. Now, Odin Smith has just come in. He's not faced the ball. And tell me why. Could never understand this.
I think they know how Odin Smith plays, but as he said, maybe just relieving the pressure here a bit too soon. He's new at the crease, facing his first delivery. We know he's going to go hard.
I'm not too sure about that. Suppose he's changed, Mali.
That remains to be seen.
So they got 4 fielders out for Odin Smith. Bemuses me. Cricket has really changed. I always remember hearing Dave Joseph said, listen, you are not. Doesn't matter if Mally Richards scored not 100 the last game. On a new game, he's nervous. You got to build that pressure. He has to deal with that.
We got 16 of 16 in the first innings in the first match versus the Windwards and 35 of 30 in the second. Just here he works it away. So he's away. Should come back for 2 quite comfortably. They do. But as you said, I'm not sure I would have just ceded to Odin Smith in the manner in which they've done so. A lot of respect being shown to Odin Smith.
This is not white ball cricket. This is red ball cricket. You have to show that you're on top.
He's only got the 1/2 century at this level. Played 15 matches, best of 54.
Long on, long off. Deep mid wicket. Sweep on the offside.
Goes aerial, but in a good area, wide of that fielder who does good work, Kareem Agor. It's deposited on that cover boundary. Had to do a lot of work to his right. Remember, he is left-handed as well.
Applauded by Hayden Walsh for that big effort. But I think the Leewards have to think about their tactics, Mali. You can't give away runs. You have to see this lower order of the Jamaica batting team and decide we have to bowl them out. You just don't give them runs because they're not going to give you the wicket.
Still got Javar Royal as well to come. Player whose batting has improved, putting good all-round performances, especially in the Regional Super 40 in November. Hasn't played too much first-class cricket, Javar Royal. This will be his 5th first-class match here.
But he's demonstrated and shown that he's got good character and that he belongs in this area.
Once again, sneaking through for a single. Just a little sloppy from Joel Andrew on this occasion, going one-handed.
Played 2 games last season, Javan Royal. High score 46, scored 85 runs last season.
It's 236 now, that run rate is coming down.
Matched that with 9 wickets. Royal. I was talking to Robert Haynes this morning. He told me 3 of his contracted players for the Jamaica Scorpions are playing with the combined campuses and colleges team. Leewards.
I don't know, how do you feel about that? Is that the reason? Is that the initiative of the CCC? Is to have contracted players from other franchises in their team, or is it to open up new talent?
I think it should be to open up new talent, Mali, because I see, even there, I see Akeem Jordan playing for the combined campuses and colleges. I was looking to the squad there.
Well, they're going to need a bit of experience to go along with them, so I'm not knocking that.
Yeah, I think that's why the concept is. But you know, Mali, how I feel about us maybe having a second team.
I think O.J. Shields is actually one of them.
O.J. Shields is also one of the players. Abhijay Singh.
Abhijay Mansingh as well.
Mansingh, yes. He's contracted with Jamaica Scorpions. Another name I think that Robert Haynes also mentioned.
In fact, he's been kept out at this stage, if you want to look at it that way, by an 18-year-old in Tamari Redwood.
There you go.
Picked up a 7 for in that second innings victory. In the second innings, in that victory over the Windward Islands in round 1.
Yes. 237 for 5, 69 overs bowl. We go to the pink ball game, which is being played at Kensington Oval in Barbados.
So we
can tell you that the academy is taking a pound in Mali.
Are they?
190 for 1. Craig Battert is on 85. Jonathan Drakes is on 40.
Is Matara playing for the West Indies Academy? Zishan Matara.
Let me give you, yes, he has 4 overs, no maidens, 14 runs, no wicket. Joshua Bishop, 16 overs, 1 maiden, 49 runs, 1 wicket. McKinney Clark, 7 naught, 38 naught.
I think he just missed a massive 6 there, Vern. Deposited into the upper deck by Odin Smith. And I think you got the reason as to why they pushed the man back. Just a bit too full.
Thank you.
As we said, he's so strong.
Listen, you got to bowl the ball into the surface.
You're right. But I'm just saying this is why. I'm not saying it's the right decision, but
you got to bowl the ball into the surface.
Just needs to miss hit 1 here. You see, I'm still trying to find the ball. It was hit quite sweetly.
We're talking about the combined campuses and colleges, Mali. They're putting up a good fight so far. 264 for 5 off 83 overs.
As we see someone's little fan club there. I'm not quite sure who they're here to see, but good to see the ladies out enjoying the cricket.
You're talking about Elaine. Oh, okay.
This is a different set. I'm not quite sure. These are.
You never know.
These are here for someone.
Somebody. Young cricket fans. Certainly enjoying themselves. Could be Joel Andrew. He's a star boy.
Yeah.
Or Casey Carty. You never know.
Could be.
Going again.
Back-to-back 6s. This one's even bigger.
It's taking a liking to Hayden Walsh. In fact, he's called for his Jamaica's hat. So it means that he's going to be there for a long time.
To be fair, I did know that this was the way Odin Smith is going to play. This is how he plays generally, regardless of format. He's going to go hard. But it presents an opportunity here for the Leewards as well. as he said, for Hayden Walsh, his margin for error has just gotten a bit smaller with O'Dean Smith at the crease.
Because I think he's trying to flight rather than bowl the ball into the surface flatter, faster. They seem not to be able to find it's gone on the top tier now, Mali?
Yeah, it's the upper decker.
Upper deck now.
Yet another little break in action.
Yeah. There's a lone security guard up there trying to see if he can find the ball. Has he done a good job by finding it?
Not yet.
Not yet. Somebody is saying so he keeps judging. Has he found it?
He's got it now.
Yes, he finally found it.
What kind of arm does he have? He's got a good arm. Gets it back down.
So that's good. We go to the Arnorsvale ground in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and to let you know that the Windward Islands, they're 132 for 5. So they're in a bit of trouble against Kevin Hodges on 97 not out. Wow. Karaya, he's in among the wickets. He's got 2 for 12. Pear and Joshua James, along with Seals, they've got 1 apiece. That's where he's got to bowl him.
Chooses to go with the googly this time.
that's where he has to bowl him.
But you just mentioned Yannick Correa, yet another little leg spinner here. Almost a bit of a forgotten man of West Indies cricket in the last couple of years, in the last year or so.
That's what happens sometimes, Mali.
Oh, he's bowled him through the gate. Yes, he's cleaned him up. So we know O'Dean Smith is going to go hard. He produces that Jaffa. Once again, the googly through the gate. O'Dean Smith looking to hit through the offside, just providing that gap. And as we said, the Leewards with an opportunity here to bowl Jamaica out under 300. So after back-to-back sixes, Hayden Walsh responds. He picks up his second.
And you recognize, Mali, he played down the wrong line.
He did. Just got maybe a little ahead of himself, O'Dean Smith. You know, he's going to go hard. But in this format of the game, you've got to exhibit a good defense.
You have to.
Alongside the attacking strokes that you play. That's what the foundation is built on.
And that's why Brad Barnes has looked so positive in his defense.
Yeah, that's an innings of a finisher in T20
or T10.
Or T10, looking to back at the back end of an innings. Yeah, you've come out and hit 2 sixes. Yeah, thank you very much. You've scored 12 there, or you got 17 in 10 deliveries. Your strike rate looks amazing, but it hasn't necessarily had the impact on the game that you would want.
Especially with the platform laid by Campbell.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't
it's being squandered at this stage.
At this stage, you can't afford to get away like that.
This is why we were saying, can you imagine just if they were bowled out under 300 here, especially with the start that they would have got? Are they going to take a drink? They are taking a drink. We're going to take a break as well here in the action and join us back in 5 minutes or so when we resume.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in North Sound, Antigua, for the what will most likely be about the last hour of play on day one here. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes versus Jamaica Scorpions. Jamaica 249 for 6. Leeward Islands Hurricanes fighting back. Hayden Walsh continues. He's been the chief destroyer. I thought he might have come on a little bit earlier, but 249 for 6. He's picked up 2 for 62. He's in his 17th over.
Royal comes out for Jamaica
to join Brad Barnes, who was on 16. Xavier Royal played just the 4 matches, 142 runs at 20.28 with a high score of 46. Known for his slow left arm orthodox, but quite handy with the bat. But Leeward's hitting back though. They certainly picked themselves up after the tea break. 202 for 3 it was at tea. Johnny Campbell going very well. Of course, he was dismissed for 126.
So we've seen the fall of wickets. Carlos Brown, 79 for 1, 19.1 overs. 2 for 116. Kurt McKenzie, who will maybe feel a little bit unfortunate, caught behind off Hamilton of Louis for 33. We break. And we then had 3 for 199. Jermaine Blackwood, as LBW to Cornwall in 52.2 overs. And then Johnny Campbell, 4 for 214 in 56.3 overs. His 100 came off of 150 balls, 11 fours and 3 sixes. And then Daniel Bedford, 5 for 231 in 67.1 overs. And then the man who he came and he went very quickly, Odin Smith in 69.4 overs, 249 for 6. Peeled for a leg before. I think that hit him outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, Barnes, big stretch forward, well outside the line by the look of that one as we watch the replay. Turned back into him quite sharply, but he was well forward and outside the line, as we say. But 3 for 47 Leeward Islands have picked up since the tea break, and once they removed Johnny Campbell, certainly put a pep back in their step. Hayden Walsh continuing on from his efforts last week in the first round of the West Indies 4-day first-class championship. 250 up for Jamaica Scorpions, 250 for 6. We're in over number 71.
Very important period of play there. So it's almost like a rebuilding time, as the late mighty Arafah Munsat would say. Jamaica looking to keep the Leewards at bay. Magnificent stop there by Michael Louis. The short leg, it's got long levers, overcomes to an end. That's the problem with Cornwall bowling from one end. 71 overs bowled, Jamaica 250 for 6.
Yes, interesting period of play leading up to the close here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium on day one. One stage, the Jamaica Scorpions were well on top, doing it on the bit, doing it quite easy. Look like they might score well over 350, upwards of 400. Leeward Islands Hurricanes certainly have hit back, as Hayden Walsh Jr. will continue. He's bowling to Barnes, who's on 17. Sir Andy Roberts' end. He tries to pull that through mid-wicket, just catches the bottom half of the bat. Jamar Hamilton runs round from behind the stumps, does the fielding, no run. Walsh Jr. in again, and it's all played by Barnes right in behind that one. The they've certainly lifted in the field. Have the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Basically a bowler short though with Shane Thomas off the field. That's swept by Barnes. Rolling down towards the boundary. It's picked up now and they comfortably come back for 3. So 3 more to Barnes. He goes on to 20. Scored 253 for 6. Yeah, Shane Thomas making his return to the red ball game today. He's only bowled around about 10 overs. He didn't look fluent self. He got injured on the boundary while fielding. Came back for a 3rd spell, but he's off the ground again. Nicely played by Royal up to long on to get himself off the mark. 254 for 6. Barnes back on strike. Slip short leg. Strummed straight up the ground, but well fielded. By the mid-on, and there's no run. Sun's disappeared behind some clouds over to the west as we get later in the day. Pleasant conditions for the players at the moment. Punched nicely through the cover region. Cover point on the boundary. Restricts the scoring to just 1. As Jamaica Scorpions to rebuild their innings. 255 for 6. They've done well by keeping the scoreboard ticking majority of the day, taking every single and twos that are on offer.
250 coming off 437 balls, 305 minutes, 18 boundaries and 5 sixes. And John Campbell, the Jamaica Scorpions captain, 126, 150 balls, 11 fours and 3 sixes, 250 minutes of batting. And they would really want to continue to keep the Leewards at bay. 72 overs bowled, so we still have another 18 to go.
Yeah, if we can fit them in, although they'll be pushing. Cut-off time might be around about 5:30, depending on the light, of course.
Yeah, we're 4:42 now, as we speak. Leewards, they have to stay sharp. They've not fielded well at all today, Terry.
No, they've let too many easy runs for the Jamaica Scorpions. A bit lackluster in the field all day.
The bowlers have really not bowled well either. They've, outside of Jeremiah Louis, yes, Cornwall and Walsh has taken wickets. But the seamers, Archibald, after tea, he started to grow into his own. But O'Shane Thomas has just been really not up to what you expected in a 4-day encounter.
No, not at all. Looks like there's still a lot of work to be done for Thomas at this level.
We're talking about match preparedness as well. You just don't pick people because you want to pick people. They have to be ready. Coming out of a T20 tournament in Bangladesh, he's only bowling 2, 3, 4 overs. Barnes gets a badly lined delivery and puts it away nicely into the deep backward square leg area for 4.
Yeah, very good shot that by Barnes. Strained down leg was Cornwall. It's too straight on that occasion. Swept nicely behind square for 4 more. Yeah, Marley and I were talking about it earlier, Vern, that we were watching O'Shane Thomas during the luncheon break one of the days of the first match at Coolidge against West Indies Academy. And while the Academy boys were going through their paces for the entire lunch break, he was lucky to be out there for about 10 minutes before he returned to the pavilion, and you just wonder. I mean, he still doesn't look fit. Yes, he picked up a bit of an injury on the boundary today while fielding, but even before that. And that run-up is still stuttering along. So a lot of work to be done, especially at this level, if he's still got ambitions of playing Test cricket for West Indies.
I think everybody does.
Should, anyway.
if you're contracted and you're playing, it's supposed to be your dream.
Exactly. Hayden Walsh to continue, 262 for 6. It's hit firmly, and Hayden Walsh doesn't field off his own bowling, and they pick up 2, and again well run, and again hit lackluster in the field. 4 of them converging on the ball, including the bowler, but they let through 2. So 2 more to Barnes. He's gone up to 29, 264 for 6.
Combined campuses and cottages, 274 for 5, 86.3 overs bowled against the defending champions, the Guyana Happy Eagles. Missed out there.
Yeah, short ball by Walsh Jr. dragged down again, but Barnes couldn't pierce the offside field. Better, quicker one, straighter one by Walsh Jr., well defended by Barnes, straight back to the bowler. The sun breaks through yet again.
Academy coming in for a beaten Terry at the Kensington Oval. Craig Bartlett is 98 not out.
See the West Indies captain.
One thing for sure I could tell you,
his form.
He's going to make them pay. Because remember last year, they defeated Barbados right here.
That's true. Fielding that time by Jewel Andrew, the short cover to complete Hayden Walsh Jr.'s over. So at the end of 74 overs, 264 for 6. The Jamaica Scorpions in their first innings after being sent in this morning by Rakim Cornwall. Been a productive day with their captain Johnny Campbell making 100. They'll be desperate to cement their advantage with runs from the lower order. Barnes has moved on to 29. He's just been joined recently by Javier Royal, who's on 2. Royal facing Cornwall. He reverse sweeps that, takes the toe end of the bat. And they complete 2. So Royal has gone up to 4. Jamaica Scorpions 266 for 6. Late on day 1 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Cornwall again, and this time traditional sweep shot, makes good connection, backward a square, 4 runs. So another good shot, but badly lined again by Cornwall. And swept beautifully by a roll into the boundary for 4. Moves on to 8, 270 for 6. Cornwall pushes his leg slip, which looks like Daniel Doran, who's on the field for O'Shane Thomas. To about a 45-degree angle, backward of square. Still got the slip and the short leg in. He Advances this time and heaves that high, wide, handsome all the way out of the ground for 6. Over long on by Javier Royal. Good shot. He advanced. Got to the pitch of the delivery. Went straight through with the shot. That's a big boundary out there, but he cleared it by miles. He moves on to 14. The score 276 for 6. Cornwall coming in for some punishment. 10 off 2 balls. And 12 off the over so far, with still 2 deliveries remaining. They go and in search for the ball. Good shot there by Royal Loan. As we said, he's quite handy with the bat. Top score of 46. In first-class cricket, an average of 20, which is not bad at all for a low-order batsman. As the ball is finally retrieved. Some tired-looking Leeward Islands players out there. It's been another warm day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, but they need to hang in there, Vernon. They need to try and get a couple of more breakthroughs before the close of play tonight, as Jamaica hone in on 300, and that's swept again as appealed by Cornwall, and he's given him.
He seemed very much surprised.
Yeah, I'd like to see that again.
The good thing about it is that we're not down there. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite. He's out leg before.
Nearly hit him in the midriff.
Pretty interesting.
He was down for the sweep.
Down for the count.
Yeah, he's still having a conversation with Cornwall. Cornwall says, on your bike, son. Umpire says you're out. Just looking at it again, it did hit him in the midriff. Had a look of that. But the umpire says he was adjacent. So Jamaica Scorpions lose their 7th. Xavier Roll departs. 276 for 7. Cameo there by Royal comes to an end. Cornwall will be very happy to pick up his 3rd and the 7th for the innings for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They continued to fight back here in the last session on day 1 of the 2nd round clash of the West Indies 4-day first-class championship. Brad Barnes is still there on 29. He's faced some 68 deliveries for his 29. Not quite compact.
So Craig Brathwaite, Terry.
Completed his 100.
101 not out, adding to all of the other centuries. So that's to start the 2025 season. Last season he had 289, 142, 2022, 3, 276, 111, 109, 2016, 2017, 1, 143, 2015, 2016, 3, 123, 119, 117, and 2014, 2015, 3 centuries. 182, 112, and 102.
He's consistent. Cornwall thought he was through the defences there, but he wasn't. Brings the over to an end, and at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 276 for 7. Cornwall now has bowled 20 overs, 3 for 68.
So this will be his 13th 100 under the professional setup.
Can't say he's not consistent.
Well, when it comes to regional cricket, you know Craig Brathwaite. He's going to get runs.
Definitely. That follows on, of course, from his half-century and the victory in the last test against Pakistan in Moulton a month ago.
You know, some years ago, In an interview that he did in Barbados, his dream was to play 100 test matches. He's 2 test matches away.
Exactly.
From making that happen. The unfortunate thing, Terry, is that our modern-day test cricketers don't know if they'll be inclined to get to play 100 test matches like Craig Brathwaite.
No, that's right. You wonder if they're inclined to play one. Gordon Bryan is joined Brad Barnes in the middle. 276 for 7. Hayden Walsh Jr. continuing. Ball into Barnes, and Barnes clips this through the mid-wicket region. Plenty of vacant space out there. Easy too.
I don't like the tactics here from Cornwall, Terry. You got new batsmen just coming in and you're just releasing the pressure. This young man has just come in. Yes, you got Barnes here for some time, but I'm saying still keep the pressure up. If they want to go, let them go. You want to try and see if you can bowl out Jamaica.
Yeah, good point, Vernon. That's strummed down the ground nicely by Barnes for another single. He moves on to 32, 279 for 7. Yeah, you want to see if you can pick up these 3 wickets tonight. Would be ideal. Preferably before Jamaica get to or pass 300. Quite right. Keep the pressure on. The field comes in now for new batsman in Gordon Bryan. Maintaining those 2 short extra covers. Cover backward point. Goes straight to Cornwall. Don't know whether it carried or not.
Don't think it did.
Don't think so by the reaction.
Get a silly point in. Get that silly point in, Terry. It's a new batsman. Let him pop one right up to Andrew. Get the silly point in.
Yeah, I thought that would have happened earlier in the day. I think
just too defensive.
Andrew was wasted there at short extra cover. He's really a second short extra cover. Bring him under the lid would be more beneficial. As he feels that one that goes all the way along the ground to him. That completes Hayden Walsh's over. Hayden Walsh has bowled 20 overs, 2 for 72. And at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 279 for 7. Brad Barnes on 32. And Gordon Bryan yet to score. Cornwall to continue. Ground bathed in sunshine once again. So Leeward Islands dearly love these last 3 wickets tonight. Cornwall just down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Hamilton, but no damage done. Barnes had fairly missed out there.
Louis and Kadim Henry must be thinking like, are we maybe going to bat tonight?
Strong possibility if they can, especially if they can pick up another one in the next couple of overs.
They might maybe have to bat 8 overs, just depending. Still good sunlight here.
Yeah, now that those clouds are moved. Just got to keep up the intensity of the Leewards. That's nicely stroked past the diving short extra cover. They pick up 2 more, so 2 more to Barnes. He moves on to 34, 281 for 7.
It's gone past Archibald. I just like to see my cricketers, Terry, stay on their feet. And I know that there's been some new methods now where everybody's diving around. But in a natural athlete like Colin Archibald, just stay on your feet and feel the ball. Get your body behind the ball.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few ordinary bits of fielding today, unfortunately. If you're a Leeward Island supporter.
Cornwall into his 21st over, 3 for 70, put under some real pressure by the Jamaica captain John Campbell, who took a liking to him every time he tossed it up.
Yeah. Campbell went for it.
Go for him.
End of the over, 281 for 7.
Captain Campbell scoring 126, 150 balls, 11 fours, 3 sixes. And that would be combining to the 5 centuries he would have scored before under the professional setup. 2015, 2016, 135. 2019, 2020, 101 and 112. 2017, 2018, 156, and 2022, 127, and today coming up with a big one, 126.
Bryan on strike to Walsh Jr. Defends that out on the onside, no run. Still yet to get off the mark, 281 for 7. Big appeal for caught behind. Hamilton's convinced, but I don't think he hit that.
I don't think so.
He wound up like he was going to put it into the top tier, but I don't think he made contact on that, and the umpire didn't know. He missed it by a mile.
Cornwall just trying to put some pressure. Cornwall and Jamal Hamilton and the umpire. Good thing about it is that Gordon Bryan is still a naught. Let's get the googly from Hayden Walsh. Rushing into those pads. Good technique, well played.
Not a bad forward defense.
By Bryan, leading with his head on his shoulders. Jamaica fighting back. But I think they'll be very disappointed in terms of the soft dismissals that they would have seen so far for the day. Even Johnny Campbell himself, the way he got out.
Mm-hmm.
.281 for 7. 20 boundaries and 6 sixes so far in the Jamaican innings. He's contented to just block that Hayden Walsh delivery out. Can he produce his magic ball, Terry?
Yeah, well, he certainly had it going Coolidge last week. That's well defended by Bryan. Barnes just come down and had a talk to him after he tried to swipe it out of the stadium. And he played the rest of the over out and played it rather well.
So 42 overs between Cornwall and Walsh, 142 runs between them. They've got 5 wickets, 144 runs coming off between them, and they've got 5 wickets. So they've done the bulk of the work here today.
Yes, and then done their job again. But fortunately, they bring the support in as for the extra seamer or more pace they went for with O'Shane Thomas, but unfortunately it has not worked out for the Leeward Islands, or for Thomas in that, for that matter.
What I say to you, Terry, is that if we follow on the patterns of what tracks are being produced in the Caribbean, you don't need to find out and out fast bowlers. Let's forget Azari Joseph, because Azari is the captain of the team.
Again,
I think it's going down.
Yeah.
Pitch outside the line and relax them. Outside of Azari Joseph, I don't see anybody else really coming out and out.
Yeah.
O'Shane Thomas is not that kind of bowler, especially in 4-day cricket, on the tracks that we have here.
No.
What you really need is that you would want someone, maybe like a Penny Feather, who bowled in the right areas with a heavy ball up at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. I mean, if Penny Feather was playing in this game here, it would have been a different ball game. You'd have had more luxury, especially in the field, and also, the lines that he bowled at Coolidge.
Yeah, most definitely, Vernon. And I'm all for picking guys in form. And as you say, O'Shane Thomas, they're only going on his T20 form. That was the latest thing he played. Pennyfeather did extremely well Yes, it's against maybe a weakened batting lineup that West Indies Academy have this season, but still, you still need to put the ball in the right areas consistently. You still need to give yourself a chance to pick up wickets and trouble the batsman. Shane Thomas on all counts is just a wrong selection for me. He's not fit still. He's still got problems sorting out his run-up. He's no further advanced than he was 3 or 4 seasons ago, and that's the thing that concerns me. And when you've got options, even as you were saying, even a Daniel Dorham must be wondering, who he's annoyed. Because, to take 29 wickets, to be one of the leading wicket takers last season, and then not get a game for the first 2 in the 2025 competition, that baffles me a bit. And I think working in tandem with Walsh and Cornwall, that is, Leeward Island's strength, and has proved that over the last 2 or 3 seasons. But anyway, Gordon Bryan will be facing Hayden Walsh Jr. He's still on naught.
Finally, somebody heard us.
Yes, we've got a silly point or a silly mid-off, whatever you want to call it, and a short leg.
Or maybe just like Kadeem Henry to go to his right. I think he's just a little bit too square, right in front of him. Give him something to think about.
281 for 7.
Could have maybe even brought up a Kareem Agor into a gully area. Cornwall. Just above his eye line, Terry.
Yeah, I was going to say, toss it up a bit.
Just above his eye line. You got pressure. Let him see it. Let him think like it's there and it's really not there.
And he's proved in the past that he doesn't mind going for the long handle.
That's well played.
Yeah, well
and
played and well run.
This is the problem.
You see, they switch off every 5 minutes. There's Mikhail Louis in there at short leg. He's just dropped the bat on it. It's rolled past him, and they've taken the single quite comfortably.
I'm working out the wall that Cornwall has formed in front of the bat. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
With Carty, Andrew, and Kareem Agor.
And they've been standing there all day.
Oh, somebody look like they forgot here. Did he stop it?
Just. With his boot. But yeah, he forgot to chase it.
Let's come back to the wall, Terry. How many balls has Carty fielded?
Couple at most. Andrew, couple. And but they've been there all day. Now they've split them. But they've basically been there ever since the spin came on. Gordon defends the last ball of the Walsh Jr. over. 285 for 7. Barnes is on 37. And Bryan is on 1.
I think it's the time to try Kadeem Henry. Give him an option. Pull Walsh, think Walsh has bowled real well, and bring maybe Cornwall from the top end, but give Kadeem Henry an opportunity, or maybe even try Kadeem Henry.
It looks like we're having a change now, and it is Henry, I think.
After 80 overs, he gets a bowl.
So it'll be Kadeem Henry from the commentary box. Also Curtly Ambrose end of the ground. 80 overs a ball, so the second new ball is due.
Don't think they're taking that tonight, Terry.
I doubt it very much. Although you never know with Cornwall, though. It does some strange things. Kadeem Henry, of course, making his first-class debut last week against the West Indies Academy. Batted pretty well in that match. Kept his place.
So Kadeem will start His left arm spin. His first bowling option here in first class cricket. Plays for the Pickett Sports Club. He most likely will bring out some fans tomorrow to look at him bat.
It'd be nice to see some fans. That one's full toss. That's caressed into the mid-wicket region for a comfortable 2 by Barnes. He moves up to 39.
Him got to bowl the ball between wicket and wicket. He's got to bowl the ball into the surface.
Yeah, make it pitch.
Yeah, don't try anything.
287 for 7, so 300 looming for the Jamaica Scorpions. Henry again into Barnes. That one's driven nicely, but straight to short extra cover. Casey Carty does the fielding and no run. Leeward Islanders need to stay switched on here late in the day. At least one more before the close. Preferably the 3 that is needed to finish this Jamaica Scorpions innings.
Not a bad line here at all from Karim.
No, he started off nicely after that first delivery.
I think this will give him some confidence, knowing very well that, you know, he'll get his opportunity to bat here tomorrow. Got to stop that, Karim. It's just too easy. Got to cut that off. Once you bowl there, you know where the batsman is going to play the ball. So you got to put your body on the line. You got to use your hands. That's why people like Roger Harper and company and Noel Gishard and the Willets and the Parrys, even the John Archibalds were so good. You couldn't get a single there.
Brian on strike now. And defends the last ball of Henry's first over. So just the 3 off the first over from Kadeem Henry. Jamaica Scorpions 288 for 7. Brian on 1 and Brad Barnes on 40.
So Hayden Walsh continuing. Cornwall is taking a break.
Yeah,
This is where I think
spell
that
for Hayden.
I think this is where we miss a Daniel Durham.
Yes, definitely.
This is where we miss a Daniel Durham. Barbados 260 for 1, Terry. Academy getting a real
Long
trash
day
in.
for the Academy.
Yeah, that pink ball day night game. They could become the whipping boys of this tournament. We hope not.
Oh, they've lost a few for the ones that won the Headley Weeks Trophy a couple of seasons ago, of course. They've moved on to their franchises. Kirk McKenzie is one of them. He's playing in this match for Jamaica Scorpions. I was upset that Isaiah Thorne got dropped, though.
No, I think he's out to a toe injury.
Oh, okay. It's not good for him, but that's better than... because I don't think they gave him a good enough run last season.
But the explanation I got for Ned is certainly not good at all.
Right. Nothing's wrong. Just never selected.
He was just never selected, and somebody used an excuse to talk about fitness, but I don't buy that.
No.
I think that is the politics of when you have young talent, you just stifle that talent for whatever particular reason. Winwood Islands 159 for 9, Terry.
Wow.
In 48.5 overs. I can tell you that, giving you an update, that Kevin Hodge is on 119 not out. So
119 out of 100 and what? 90 odd?
159.
150 and he's 119.
He's got 119. So
who's taking the wicket?
The wicket taker so far has been Carrie Pear and Yannick Karaya, 4 for 23. He's into his 9th over.
Karaya's back.
Yeah, he is. And At least, Kevin Hodges is demonstrating. He came back from Australia last year, scored 158, Kevin Hodge. For the Windward Islands, you only had 2 players scoring hundreds last season, Terry. One was Sonny Lambris, 120, and Kevin Hodge. So, in context, the Windwards are almost very much concerned about their batting as well, too.
True. Alec Artenez, of course, at some stage should come back into that 11.
Well, he'll be the captain. He's already been appointed captain. Kadeem Henry gets his second over. Let's see if he can... It's not a bad line. Good pace, good variation. He just needs to get that lined up on wicket to wicket. Gordon Bryan is not... He's shaped up very well so far.
Yeah, he's shown... He's showing good defence, and he's doing what Barnes has obviously asked him to do. Barnes is on 40, so he's well set, holding this innings together. Brian's only got the 1. He's faced 18 deliveries, and he looks untroubled.
He's got to bowl the ball between wicket and wicket, make the batsman play. Trap him with that arm ball.
I'm disappointed to hear that about Ashmead Ned, though, Vernon. No room in the game for that youngster. That's how we lose them. Oh, and that's
off the pad.
Yeah.
Louis diving away. Maiden over from Kadeem Henry.
Yeah, the score remains on 288 for 7. These two have put on 12 so far for the 8th wicket. But Brian is showing good technique in defence.
Look like we'll get to the 7 overs, Terry.
Yeah, with the spinners on.
Yeah, we should.
Light is holding.
Give some major credit to the folks in the medical services who have done an excellent job, and all the spectators who have turned out today to support
a few.
West cricket. Elaine and her mother, they're patiently, how they do it, I don't know. Sitting in that hot sun, Terry.
Yeah, most definitely. They always sit in the sun. Imagine that. You invest in umbrellas, a beach umbrella.
No, I think they're supporting the team. They just enjoy that tan aspect.
Must.
I wish them the best of luck. I salute them. The only sun I'm going to be in, Terry, is when I go training.
It's like the scoreboard attendant. They should give him a job doing that.
There's no shed there at all for them.
Nothing at all.
Good afternoon to Basil Morgan in Montserrat, Basil Chambers, Devon Williams, Stevel Rodney, Jason Peters in England, Dino Baker, the entire Montserrat crew. Sure, Quinton Boatswain must be also glued in as well, Ezra Weeks.
Ezra Weeks, he can bowl.
Chemwell KB, another young potential player, has not been given the opportunity to shine his light. Baker, KB, Rodney, all these guys play in England. They just need an opportunity. No cricket at all happening in Montserrat. No cricket happening in Anguilla. You only have T20 cricket taking place in St. Martin. Got to start doing a lot better.
Yeah, a lot more cricket, a lot more red ball cricket around the Leeward Islands. As Cornwall replaces Hayden Walsh Jr. from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Barnes has moved on to 41, 289 for 7, but Jamaica look like they've shut up shop for the night, just trying their best to see the day's play through. Leeward Islands would love another wicket or even a couple. They bring the silly mid off and short leg back into play for Gordon Bryan.
high level of sportsmanship played between these two franchises, arch rivals.
Gordon Bryan continues to defend stoutly. Once again keeps Cornwall at bay.
He's doing a good job.
Excellent job. Completes another over, so at the end of the 84th over, Jamaica Scorpions 289 for 7.
So Hayden Walsh Jr. has been switched from the Dr. Sir Andy Roberts end now to the Dr. Sir Curtly Ambrose end. First time that he's bowling from this end for the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's see if he'll have an impact on the game.
Let's see if you can prize out one or both of these batsmen late on. Just 6 overs remaining in the day. As long as the light holds and the spinners are bowling, we should have no problem with that.
Looking to the sporting news, Terry, saw that Tiger Woods lost his mother.
Yes, I noticed that. #1 biggest fan, he said.
Yeah. Well, both mom and dad would have made a huge sacrifice for Tiger Woods to be where he is.
True.
And you have to give gratitude sometimes to those situations. We have Super Bowl weekend coming up this weekend. Terry, who are you backing?
Nobody.
Nobody?
I've tried to get into American football, but...
You've tried it?
Yes.
Ask Mali. He might be able to guide you.
True. Probably can.
You just never know. I just enjoy the fanfare.
The fanfare, yeah. It's one big party, isn't
it, really? Looking for the halftime show to see, what is going to be happening.
True. But why do they call it football when they barely use their foot?
That's a tough one. I should do some research on that. No, we got a young guy his family's from St. Kitts and Nevis. So you got some Caribbean nationals who you will be representing there. We also saw on the women's side the Afghan women team who are in hiding, getting an opportunity to have a run out in Australia as well.
Well fielded by Carty in the covers. Barnes trying to pierce the offside field. Yeah, I believe they got flogged by Australia, 16-0 or something.
Yeah. No, well, that was in the Ashes.
That was in the Ashes.
Yeah, that was Australia slogging England.
Right. Yeah, that's what. He's tried to heave that. It's caught the bottom end of the bat, flowing past.
When it's not your day, it's just not your day. I think that would be Baez.
Would be Baez, I think. Yeah.
But the positioning of world cricket when it comes in terms of women's cricket is at a crossroads right now. In terms of a lot of the veterans moving on, so there really needs to be an injection in terms of development for some of the lesser countries.
Mm-hmm.
You see, like you see South Africa, they've made a serious bid in investment at the youth level. 2 years ago, they didn't win a game at the under-19 level.
Right.
2 years on, they're into the final.
They're into the final. And I can remember here a few years ago, they didn't. They only won one game, I think it was. I think they lost all the T20s, and it was 4-1 or something in the ODIs. Pakistan the same, struggled to win a game. India. So it doesn't take much investment at the women's level, but you need investment, as you say.
But you need the right personnel, Terry.
Right.
I think that's where we're missing a trick for some strange reason. Cornwall is taking the new ball, looks like. And looks like he's going to bowl it as well.
Interesting call. I told you, you never know with Jimbo.
I think they want to go off the field, Terry. I'll tell you this much. So just listen to what I'm saying.
You think they want to go off the field?
Yes.
I thought at lunchtime they were going to stay off the field the way they were playing.
I think they want to go off the field. Taking the new ball right now is playing in the hands of the Jamaican batsmen.
True.
Who are going to be offered light, and they're going to take it.
Most
because the light
definitely.
meters have come out. Bernard Joseph has brought out the light meters, and you know what's going to be happening?
Yep, the cloud cover has come back.
Also, they have taken the new ball, and you know what is coming next. So the new ball taken at
85 overs.
85 overs.
So theoretically, we've got 5 overs left in the day.
You mean 2 overs left in the day?
Got a little darker, and as Vernon says, Cornwall in his wisdom has taken the new ball, so the pace will come back. And the batsman may be offered the light very shortly. 293 for 7. They're closing in on that 300 figure. We've been looking at a lot more. They can still get a lot more if they go in 7 down, of course, but we've been looking at a lot more halfway through the day when Campbell was in full flow.
Talking about women's cricket, Terry, Chanel Henry gets an opportunity to play in the Women's Premier League in India, so she gets a shot. I'm really happy for her.
Yeah, decent cricketer and good, good discipline. I find with Chanel Henry.
You just have to give her the license.
License to kill.
Be careful, Terry. You might be charged. So, Louis will start. 3 slips, a gully, Cornwall, Walsh, Andrew. A gully, Michael Louis, backward point is Karima Gore, cover, Carty. Mid-off is O'Shane Thomas, mid-on Henry. No, I think I got that wrong. Who's that mid-on? Is it Karim? No? It's Archibald.
It's Archibald, yeah.
Right? So,
and Kadim
in fact,
Henry's down
in fact, there's a
fine
change
way.
now. Rakeem Cornwall has decided now that he's going to bring Colin Archibald to square leg. And he's now brought O'Shane Thomas to mid-on. So this looks a little more balanced.
Spot on by Jeremiah Louis.
Well played in the end also.
Again by Brian.
By Brian. So Brian looked like he has been in the nets practicing. Might have maybe brought up Karim Henry maybe into the short fine leg area. Leewards, they have to finish strong. This game is not over by a long shot yet. New ball taken.
Big appeal, and he's given. Louis was confident. He didn't really get the stride forward. Caught more on the crease.
Yeah, I think he walked across that one, Gordon Bryan. He missed a straight one. Hit him on the left pad. As we look back at the replay there, Louis was celebrating. Yeah, he got
Straight
himself
away.
into a problem. Yes, he was.
Played
Good decision
around
by
it.
the umpire. Hit him below the knee roll as well, too.
Yep. Nothing wrong with that. LBW to Louis 4-1 is Gordon Bryan.
Did all of the hard work.
Did. But the new ball, 2 balls into the new ball, did the trick. So the Leewards would be very happy with that. Pick up their 8th wicket just before the close of play, 293 for 8. So this is a good comeback. They've picked up, what's that, 6 wickets since tea. In the longest session of the day, of course, but still 6 wickets.
I'm surprised that they haven't turned the lights on here, Terry.
6 wickets or 5 wickets? Yeah, I was thinking about the lights, but maybe
Are they working?
forgot. Yeah, or someone forgot to flick the switch.
Are they working, Terry?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
No.
Just like we see that the scoreboards, the
that's not
electronic
working.
scoreboards
I'm pretty
are
sure that's not working.
They're not working?
No.
No, they got to be working, Terry. You can't have you saying that, Terry.
I thought they fixed the lighting problem, though.
No, I don't
Remember
think
last
in
time
fact, they
had the
have
wrong
to replace the
bulbs
lights,
or
Terry.
something?
They have they have to replace the lights. The light towers are they've exhausted the period of time. I think they have to, I think the next introduction or upgrade here at the Sir Richard Stadium will be LED lights.
Okay.
I hope that is done before the CPL, which starts on the 14th of August right here.
Right.
Antigua and Barbuda Falcons, their first 5 games will be in Antigua. And what is going to be so crazy about the CPL this year, Terry, is that it's overlapping with the 100 in England.
You see, I don't like that. You know what I mean? Because look at it at the moment. You got ILT20, you got SA20, you got the thing in New Zealand. All these things being played at the one time.
Just no collaboration, and almost like the same players
that they sought after. Then they have to split themselves.
Intertwining with it.
Yeah,
You had the Big Bash, and you had players left on the Big Bash and went to the ITL.
Right. Yeah.
Or to South Africa.
I saw Russell played 2 games in 15 hours or something the other day.
It's crazy.
So that was the 5th wicket, the 8th wicket that fell. The 5th wicket that Leeward Islands have picked up in the session. They picked up, what's that, 5 for 92 in the session since tea.
No, we're having a little challenge here because Barnes
says he can't see.
He's questioning. The umpire is coming down to him now to say that you're going to have to bat, son.
As the sunlight is just creeping back out on the ground.
If he told me that somebody was in his way down in the Leewards camp, I would understand that.
Right, but he said can't see. Okay. Anyway, he's on strike, 43. He saw that one all right. Defended it back to Louis. Markino Minley will be looking to impress with the ball. Is out in the middle now. He's on 1. 294 for 8. We're in over number 86.
Conversation taking place between Minley and Barnes.
At 3 slips in the gully looks more like 4 slips to me. They're awfully close again. Especially the 3rd slip and the proposed gully.
That was honing in.
That was
at the pads
almost
there.
Through him.
Woo. Louis for a moment was going up there. That was zipping in there.
He's bowled well again.
Yes,
Jeremiah Louis. He's looked the most threatening.
Especially on this track. That's why I couldn't understand the selection panel not going for a penny feather in this game.
Yeah,
over O'Shane Thomas. Couldn't understand that at all.
So Barnes takes the singles. 1 more ball left for Makino Minley to face. And he almost got cleaned up. Almost the inside edge. But he survives. Jeremiah was off again.
Leeward Islands are running to their position.
Yeah, they want to go Minley.
He didn't know anything about that one. Minley is still wondering.
He's still wondering where the ball went.
It's just not his day.
295 for 8.
So we have,
4 overs left.
Yeah, the new ball was taken on the 85th.
Yep.
Don't know if they'll get through the 4 overs, but the lights still look good, Terry.
Yeah, it's improved, if anything, over the last couple of minutes. So it'll be Colin Archibald sharing the new ball, of course, with Jeremiah Louis.
No, you see, I had different options now. I
Yeah,
would have gone for a Cornwall.
You would have gone for a Cornwall?
Yes.
I reckon Cornwall's
But
done for the day.
I think he's bowled.
That's a big heave.
I don't think it's going to go for 4 so I think they're going to have to run.
And stop, yep.
Kadeem Henry's not paying attention. Somebody could be in trouble.
They're going back for the 3rd.
Oh.
And they get it comfortably.
Yeah, so he was styling. He's upset with himself. He's hands on his hip like, That should have gone for 4.
Yeah,
but if he was watching the entire game for the whole day, he would know that he has to run.
Exactly. Pulls up just a bit inside the boundary. Heavy, slightly heavy, the outfield.
Yeah.
He moves on to 46, though. 297 for 8.
So he's maybe decided that he's going to press the gas this evening and get to his half century. Brad Barnes hustling there, changes his mind very quickly.
Round the wicket is the left armer Archibald.
He's got to bowl a heavy ball. He's got to keep Barnes on strike.
So he's 4 away from 50, and Jamaica Scorpions are 3 away from 300.
I think they would feel great to get to 300 after that first start. Down the onside, Colin Archibald just the right shoulder not staying up long enough, so just pushing the ball there, the new ball, going down the onside.
Batted well though, Barnes. His highest score previous to this, he's only played the 2 matches. This is his 3rd first-class match, but his highest score previous to this was 23, so he's doubled that.
I like his defense. I like
Approach,
his mannerism in terms of how he defends the ball.
He got width there and he threw everything at it. Flew over the gully region into the boundary for 4, and that's Brad Barnes' first class half century, and the 300 comes up for the Jamaica Scorpions.
So 110 balls with 3 4s. Brad Barnes, you'll remember that for a long time, Terry.
Most definitely.
But he's been controlled in his innings so far, Barnes. That had wit.
Well, he has, Vernon, especially with the case of the wickets falling down the other end to some pretty ordinary shots, you'd have to say. He held his composure and he kept the innings going. And it's paid dividends. He's not only reached the 50 and stole the single very well off the 5th delivery. So McKinnon Minley, again, will only have the 1 delivery to face. So that's good, intelligent batting by Barnes as he looks over back at the umpire to see if he's going to be offered light. But as we say, it's brightened up enough, I'd say, that they'll be able to get through these next 3 overs, or close to it. 302 for 8. Barnes has done well, 51 not out. His objection now, of course, will be to remain not out. The close of play, played into the point region by Minley. They kid themselves that they're going to take a single, but of course they want Brad Barnes on strike. So the over comes to an end. We've had 87 overs here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Brad Barnes is not out on 51. Makino Minley is on 1. The Jamaica Scorpions are 302 for 8. So I still believe that even though these late wickets in the final session, Leeward Islands, if you're just tuning in, have picked up 5 wickets in this extended final session of day 1 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. They picked up the 5 wickets, but Jamaica Scorpions have added another 100 runs. So they'll be happy that they passed the 300 mark in the day. I think they'd, at this stage of the game, or this stage of the proceedings, slightly hold the upper hand as Jeremiah Louis from the Sir Andy Roberts end beats Barnes with a beauty. Pitched, left the right-handed Barnes, played at it, but didn't take the edge. Top delivery, though, by Jeremiah Louis. He's looked the pick of the bowlers so far for the Jamaica Scorpions. Unlucky not to pick up a couple this morning. And once again, with the new ball, with the second new ball, he's He's been spot on. It's into his 13th over, 2 for 31 thus far. $302 for 8. So the first day's play here draws to a close. Quite a good sprinkling of spectators out and about today. Hopefully a few more will come in tomorrow. Game nicely poised. Maybe Jamaica. No ball there by Jeremiah Louis. Just overstepping the front crease once again.
His third for the day. Jamaica's 300, 532 balls, 364 minutes, 21 boundaries, 6 sixes. And during that period of time, they've had some 391 dot balls, 303 for 8, 87.2 overs bowled.
Louis bang on target again, but nicely worked into the mid-wicket region for Barnes to pick up another run.
Brad Barnes 50. Came off of 110 balls with 3 fours, batted for 127 minutes. Very important minutes for a young man just only playing in his third game.
Yep.
Third first-class game for Jamaica. A name that we'll see around for some time. Looks pretty much very organized.
Keno Minley to face 3 deliveries from Jeremiah Louis. Plays that one nicely. Clips it up to mid-on, who misfields. They sneak another run.
But they have made their mind up that once they hit the ball to O'Shane Thomas, they're going to run.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Whether to his left or to his right or straight to him,
yeah,
they're going to run.
They're going to run.
So they've simply worked that out pretty early. The only thing that O'Shane Thomas is not worked out yet is how he's going to stop the single. He's in a very, he's just thereabout.
He's in close enough, but if you watch him, he doesn't really walk in with the bowler.
No, he just wanders around. So he reacts after.
Which gives them a chance. They put it on 13 of 16, these two so far. And quite competent to bat out the remainder of the day. You just feel even though Jamaica lost these wickets in the final session, they do hold a slight upper hand with runs on the board. Fairly healthy first innings of being over 300, 306 for 8. Louis into Minley. Minley just simply pushes it straight into the hands of Mikhail Louis, Jeremiah's brother, at short extra cover. And the 9th wicket falls. Minley goes for 2. Jamaica Scorpions 306 for 9, and Jeremiah Louis picks up his 3rd. He's now got figures of 13 overs, 3 for 35. A very simple dismissal, that one.
Very simple. Just too simple and all. But so the new ball is born success for the Leeward Islands. Mikhail Louis.
So Minley trudges off.
Think this might be the end of it?
And it looks like they're going to call stumps.
Or they declared, which one?
I think it was the umpires. Because Barnes was waiting out there, so. I don't think it was a declaration. I think it was the umpires that have called the lights.
So?
After 88 overs for the day.
So after 88 overs, the Jamaica Scorpions, 306 for 9, the man of the moment, John Campbell, the Jamaica Scorpions captain, 126 over. I'll just give you his actual score, 150 balls, 11 fours, 3 sixes. He batted for 250 minutes. But it's been a very supportive innings by Brad Barnes, who is on 53 from 116 deliveries. His 50 came off 110 balls, 3 fours, 127 minutes, at the crease in the end. The umpire is just checking through with bad light, just to make sure, because I think they would have to write that in their report. Jamaica's 300 came off 532 balls, 364 minutes, 21 fours and 6 sixes, 391 dot balls. Terry, my computer is loading, so let me try and see if I can go to my phone and maybe just give you the bowling figures. Jeremiah Louis, I think, would have ended with some 3 for 35 from 13. Cornwall also picked up 3 wickets, and so too was Hayden Walsh, also picking up a couple of wickets as well there. So 306 for 9. Archibald did pick up a wicket as well. And nothing much to talk about here, Terry. I see the coaches' staff. Did they make a mistake?
Yeah, I feel there was perhaps 2 mistakes. Definitely the first one in the selection or the inclusion of O'Shane Thomas in the final 11. I hope he can come back and get over whatever niggle he picked up on the boundary, and at least, you know, show us what he's got, or what level he's up to in the second innings. But certainly today wasn't his day. He only was able to get through about 10 overs, and he really lumbered through it. And I say that because I think a couple of selections, they could have either gone for the extra spinner in Daniel Dorham, or they could have played the medium pace all-rounder of Cameron Pennyfeather, who played very well last week and is in good form with not only the ball, but he showed some form with the bat. So I think Leeward Islands missed out there, and also the decision to bat first. We already seen on day one the pitchers playing pretty true, but the odd one is already keeping low. So Leeward Islands will not want to see that, and it's the spinners again picking up the wickets. So all in all, they'll be happy that they ended up with 9 wickets, taking 6 wickets in that final session for 104. But runs on the board, Vernon, I just give Jamaica a slight edge going into day 2. But still, the match is set up for a good day's play tomorrow. They'll be obviously looking forward, the Leewards, to wrap up the innings as soon as possible with just the one wicket remaining, and then bat well.
I'll tell you something. I've been around Taddy Henrell for a very long time, and he's always said, when you win the toss, you go and bat.
Exactly. Especially on a pitch like this, I think.
That's his word match.
Yeah.
And I know if Taddy came here today and he saw this track,
he would have gone on.
He would have gone out and decided that he was going to bat. But that's history. And so we will turn up some point in time tomorrow. 306 for 9. It was a good day's play. John Campbell registering a century, something we didn't see last week at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. But this week we have seen 100, and we hope that we'll see many more in this game. So on behalf of Terry Laraja, Marley Richards, the legendary Marley Richards, the entire crew here at 360, I'm a Vernon A. Springer signing out here and saying to you, if you're listening to us, if you're driving on the road, please buckle up and take your time, please.